Iran. But when it is against Israel, or if it doesn't benefit Israel, Israel will make sure that they do not have a deal. It has nothing to do with religion. It has religious people ruling Iran. It has nothing to do with the Iranian politicians not being, capable of making use of certain benefits. No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the Israeli factor. And the Israeli factor has been from day one to oppose Iran, to depose Iranian leadership and put their own puppets. This is the reality.
I kind of understand your point, Faz. It's a very interesting point. To me, like right now, like you see Jews in the United States, they're aligning the KKK. KKK, or these racist people, used to put Jews in quarters, like ghettos. Like in Europe, they will go to ghettos.
Hate Jews. They're very active about it.
But right now, they are aligning. Right now, Trump base is Proud Boys and KKK. And if you go any room, you can see Jews, and these people are aligned. Like in the room, they sit up there and attack like Muslims. So this is what I call the politics. So they know politics. They know, okay, wind is coming this side. Now we have to align. I mean, long term, they get fucked. Like, for example, like they align with the Nazis, and the Nazis fuck. And I'm sure KKK will fuck them also. But that's cool.
I'm gonna say this. In America right now, what's going on is if you're like you just said against the Israel interests, or either words, if you're not pale skin or anything like that in America right now, they're basically like kind of picking up this white nationalist mindset, and a lot of people that's trying to side with the white nationalists, even some Asians and Hispanics, the Spaniards and stuff like that. They are trying to pick up what's it called, the Confederate mindset and different things like that. And to the point, it's just crazy right now. And like you said, everything's kind of going backwards to the white nationalists. If you look in America right now, some of the Hispanic people that thought they was Spaniard and thought they can get away of being on that side of the coin is realizing they was never a part of that piece of that pie in the first place.
But anyway, guys, just coming back to the points that we were discussing about Iranian attacks on Israel, most of the buildings that have been attacked are very significant buildings. We talked about the Kiria, which is the Pentagon. Then we talked about the INC building, which was adjacent to the hospital. So that is another one. Then they also attacked and blew off the IDF's Mossad's intelligence unit, another intelligence unit. It is called Unit 8200. Unit 8200 is responsible, for example, for carrying out the beeper attack in Lebanon. So they took it out. So Iran has been meticulous in its attacks. The other one they took out was the Weizmann Scientific Research Institute. Okay, Weizmann Institute. Now they say that, okay, it was an institute, it was doing a lot of research for humanitarian purposes, and they attacked the scientific research lab and so on and so forth. Then I looked it up. You know what I found? It has 25 labs from different fields. For example, in medicine, they have one for the heart-related scientific research, another one on kidney. But they also have, within that same complex, research labs for developing AI, using the AI technology to target their enemies. There's another lab for the drone technology. So Iran was right to attack this lab, even though it had civilian labs as well. So, and this is the point that I'm saying, that why would you put military-related research along with civilian-related research center? You shouldn't have done that, Israel. When you do that, you get bombed. So then they have also taken out one of the main bases for the F-35s. They have attacked, I think it's called Netzarim Air Base. That's also been attacked. And we all know Ben Gurion is also, half of the Ben Gurion is gone. Ben Gurion
It shut down. It shut
so
down.
much
It
so.
shut down.
It's shut down. No, it has also been attacked. Some of it, a part of
Yeah,
the Ben
but it
Gurion
shut
has
down.
been.
There is no flights going on. Yeah.
It is no flight, but what they are doing is Israel is sending out all its aircraft out of Israel now. They are all being flown out of Israel. Most of them are being parked in the hangars in Larnaca, in Cyprus. In fact, even Netanyahu's private plane or the official plane that is now being sent to Greece, it's
Yeah.
being parked over there. None of the aircrafts are being kept here.
Oh yeah, the Mossad headquarters were also hit. What the Pentagon, that's what they consider, middle of a busy, area with a lot of civilians. They also got out there yesterday, their stock exchange. They actually did. I mean, I know this is a stereotype. Jewish people are really sensitive about their money. You hit them where it hurts. Did that? I mean, their stock market is losing billions and billions. But the fact is, it was so symbolic.
Yes, I believe also the diamond bourse was also hit next to the stock exchange.
Isn't there
Yeah.
oil refinery that was also hit earlier?
Yes, in Haifa,
Yes. Yeah.
oil refinery and I think electricity generating unit. It's also been hit.
These are all like necessities, right? Like if there's collateral damage, hey, listen. I mean, Israel went and took out the very last hospital in Gaza that was for cancer patients. Huh. What was the need for that? So when they sit there and cry about their research, it's like you guys took out a hospital that treated cancer patients in freaking Gaza. Those are
In Gaza, I was reading how many hospitals were actually bombed.
Fayez, shut your bald head ass up, man. That thing come play in America. We gonna bomb y'all ass.
Anybody understood anything he just said?
I think he wasn't speaking English.
So did Trump just give Netanyahu 2 weeks to do a false flag attack on an American base or something?
Probably. That's why he keeps saying that I'll take a decision in 2 weeks. Possible.
But Faiz, for the record, it's like, I heard someone said about Pakistan. When India announced it, it's like the nuclear tests. The bomb test that they did back in the 70s. It's like Pakistan did the same, and they didn't care about the American consequences. And thank God for Abdul Qadir and Khan, who the scientists, the nuclear scientists, the one who provide the nuclear bomb for Pakistan. So what I'm trying to say here is like, Iran have the right to provide whatever they call even peaceful nuclear or the nuclear bomb, as Israel have it, and Indian have it, and Pakistan have it. And I would love to hear someone have the different opinion about that.
No, Musa, ironically, India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons. Iran does not have. Iran has not yet developed, created the nuclear weapon.
They're trying.
They're trying. Trying is no. They have the right, and they have the right, and they are trying. But that's not equal to having a bomb. Whereas Pakistan and India both have nuclear weapons now.
But okay, wait a second. Are you telling me that when Pakistan and India and Israel have the bomb, so Iran doesn't have the right to develop their nuclear procedure?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that Iran has not developed has not yet made the nuclear bomb. Pakistan and India have, and I agree with you that Iran also has the right to develop nuclear weapons. If Israel can have it, and if Pakistan and India, France, US, all these people can have nuclear weapons, nuclear bombs, why cannot Iran? It's a sovereign nation. So who is Israel to tell Iran not to have a bomb? Who am I to tell you not to do something? If I do something, you too have a right to do it. That's it. It's as simple as that. But one thing we have, I mean, India will be, I don't know how, but in the short term, India's, India has a lot of interest with Iran right now. Okay, our biggest import, the second biggest import of oil is from Iran. So we might face a crisis on account of the war now. Then we also use India uses a part of the port in Chabahar in Iran for deep sea port in Chabahar. I think one or two terminals are, on a long lease to India. So that could be affected as well. And also, like I said earlier, India uses Iran to access Afghanistan because they cannot access it through Pakistan. So that could also be in jeopardy, and so many other things are there. I mean, it's going to get affected for everybody.
Even the Saudis is like if Iran, you know that Iran control the Gulf areas like the Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Emirates, like providing oil to the to US or to Europe or all over the world. It's like if they close that area, everyone's going to be affected as well.
But one thing is clear, the invincibility of Israel is gone. Everybody thought, even I thought, I thought that there is nobody in the world who can touch Israel, who can do anything to Israel. Israel is invincible, and literally it can do anything and get away with it. But Iran proved otherwise. To be honest, forget about me. Even experts have not expected that Iran will be so successful in attacking Israel so precisely. The precision part is the most important part. Nobody expected. I was reading I was looking up, experts' opinions on this. They all said, we know they have long-range missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, but they were never tested. Those missiles have never been tested. I think they did in 2024 a little bit, some of them, but not the hypersonic Fatah and other ones. So people were skeptical whether it will work or not. But it has not only worked, it has worked with absolute precision.
Yeah, but we're talking about numbers. It's like, okay, let's be realistic here, Fayaz. Israel will never be gone, but Netanyahu will be gone. Because this motherfucker, excuse my language, he gotta keep going wars after wars. Because if the war stops, there will be election. And if this election be on the table, this Netanyahu is going to be investigated. He's a war crime.
No, Musa, do you really think that if Netanyahu is gone, issues will be resolved, everything will be hunky-dory? No. The next person who is going to take over from Netanyahu could be even worse. Because if you look at the politics of Israel right now, it's more and more right-wing. So it's a right-wing parties, political parties that dominate.
No. Okay. They're going down with him. Ben Gvir and Smotrich.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I'm saying this. I'm saying this because Israeli society per se is right-wing. You get my point. It is more. It is not on the left side. It is more on the right, extreme right. A majority of the Israeli population does not want to give freedom to the Palestinians. Many of them deny. Many of them openly say. In fact, there was a recent poll. We discussed about it a few weeks back. I think the poll was done about a month or 2 months ago, in which 82% of the Israeli population said they do not want to give Palestinians any land. West Bank and Gaza belong to Israel. And I think about 50% said that they have no regrets in what has been done to the Palestinians in Gaza. And many of them, I think a much lesser percentage, also said that they think that enough has not been done. This was in another poll, previous poll, that they said that not enough has been done in Gaza by Netanyahu. Netanyahu has not done enough to eradicate Hamas in Gaza. So these are all the opinions that matter. If you this is Norman Finkelstein.
Yeah.
Finkelstein says the same thing, that it has nothing to do with Netanyahu. It has to do with the Israeli society. The majority of the Israelis are extremists.
Yeah, I get your point, but it's like, let's say that all the Israelis, they are the rapists, and they have been taking the land from Palestinian. But let's talk about modern politics. I mean, it's like the worst thing that can happen to Israeli people seeing missiles going down to their cities and to it's like Israeli people hiding underground, and that's the reason that Israeli IDF said to civilians, anyone not allowed, or they're gonna everyone that filming any missiles and damage is gonna be charged. They're hiding their casualties, and if you know what I mean.
Anyway, if anybody else wants to chime in, please do so. Mother, Teddy, Step, Eze, you haven't spoken. If you wish to go ahead, you can do so.
So, I don't want to come and set off the room, but everyone knows I view Israel. So here's the thing, right? I'm Dominican. I'm not heavily emotionally invested in the Middle East, but my perspective on the situation, right, is that Israel is just doing what the Western powers want to do and are too scared to do on their own, right? Because America directly attacking Iran at this moment is highly unpopular with the domestic population. And on top of that, for me, Iran is a country that loves to threaten America. So this is a win-win for me as someone who is just observing it. Israel, do what you got to do is my point of view.
How does Iran threaten?
What do you mean Israel do what you gotta do?
Hang on, I actually want to ask this question, right? So,
Only for Dominicans, bro.
one second. Mother, by the way, my question to you is, if you go into their country and you try to oppress and suppress these people, or you kill their soldiers, you kill their army chief, do they have the right to opinion? Does it fall under the freedom of speech according to the Constitution of the U.S.?
Wait, I'm confused by this question. So you're saying, do they have free speech?
Yes. Do they have the right to hate on America?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with it?
As an American, I find that to be problematic.
As an American, I find Israel to be problematic. They have said some genocidal shit against a whole bunch of people. They even terrorized the fuck out of our Harry S. Truman back in 1947.
Don't get me wrong.
The US
I'm
president.
not an extremist.
I'm just letting you know. I know. I'm just letting you know. So what did we do with Israel? Why did we allow this to happen? Do you know that Harry S. Truman was sent letter bombs by a Jewish militia, Stern Gang? So what did we do? Why is Israel still here when they terrorized the fuck out of our U.S. president? Why is it still here?
Israel threatening
What they did to?
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They sent letter bombs. It was a Stern Gang.
See, you
Jewish militia.
learned something new. I didn't know about that, so I gotta go look into it. I have no idea. I have never heard about
Yeah,
it.
it's the post is available on New York Times.
Thank you for teaching me something new today. I didn't know about it.
Yeah. No.
Can I just add?
Hello, guys. I just referred to.
Yeah, Ahmad, yeah.
Can I just add, we've seen this playbook already, right? We went to Iraq because we got intel from Israel that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Mind you, Israel didn't join us in Iraq. You know what? You know who soldiers died? American soldiers. You know how many mothers lost children? How many fathers lost children? For war? For going in there for what? For nothing. There was no weapons of mass destruction. We've heard this. This is Iraq 2.0 all over again.
So, I mean, I think the slight difference is that you have the international.
One second.
Oh,
Something I want to add just quickly. Sorry, no, you go right ahead. When you said that Iran threatens America, it says, you know, certain choice words. You know the biggest defense that we have? Do you know the land mass area, the water, how far we are? This is something that protects us. That's something that Israel doesn't have. Number two, we actually have more issues with domestic terrorism, with American-born violent school shooters. That is more of a threat to us than Iran has ever been. Iran, just because someone's saying something, they may have said XYZ, that does not equate to let's bomb the shit out of Do you think that, yes, of course, U.S. is a superpower. Of course the U.S. has influence in XYZ. But you need to understand something. Israel has far more to gain/lose with what happens or doesn't happen within the Middle East. Let's just be real. If this is about safety thing and protecting us, then I think we would be taking more precaution with domestic terrorism, with school shooters. They have to be Caucasians, no one gives a fuck. The Middle East is not a threat to us, period. Maybe China, they do send a lot of spies, they do certain things that's probably not great for us, but Iran? When was Iran ever a threat to us? What has Iran done? Ever in history? Like Amir just said, the letter bombs, U.S. has our liberty getting attacked in 1967, and nothing happened. Could you imagine a military vessel getting attacked by a foreign country and there's no response? So I just want you to understand, I'm not sure why you would ever sit on the side of just pure and utter colonialism, imperialism, pure evil what Israel is doing. I don't even understand why you think it's a good thing. Can you get into that? Like, how is it something you want to support?
I'd rather have
You see what's happened in Gaza.
Mother, there is an old text. It's called "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." American soldiers, they're not going there.
Hello? Sorry, maybe I'm in the Matrix. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want the person speaking to earlier, the one who said he's from Dominican. I'm not looking at my phone. If you want to respond, if you want to, and another person who wants to get in, who thinks they're the Matrix, gets in.
Daniel, Israel is not the light upon anything. Get out of here.
No,
Israel let us into Iraq. Israel keeps on begging for money.
No, let him feel free to engage with us. But what I'm trying to say here is like there is an old set. They used to say, "Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you." American soldiers, they're not going to this war because they went in Iraq and they being full.
I mean, I agree with. Oh shit! Sorry. So I agree with that statement, right? But the second thing I was going to say is like, I think we also have the International Atomic Energy Commission saying that Israel that Iran
let him complete.
Right?
Let him say.
No, that Iran is not in compliance and that they are progressing towards increased enrichment, uranium enrichment levels. So that's from the commission. That is not from Israel.
Let him complete, and then I would like to respond to him, please.
So I'm almost done, I promise. I'm not. This was what they came out with last week, right? They were essentially saying they're not in compliance and that they're not. That it's a problem. And you had 19 countries vote on that in agreement with that. So this is not coming from Israel. This is coming from the specific group that's set up to monitor the Iranian program. So I don't think ignoring the full threat is realistic for the rest.
Okay, can I respond to him? Wednesday, you want to say something?
Oh, no, go on, please.
Can I? Yeah, okay, thank you. Mother, first of all, let me tell you, Israel already has nuclear weapons, and Israel has not signed the non-proliferation treaty, which makes countries obliged to make their nuclear sites subject to the inspection. So Israel has not signed the nuclear proliferation treaty. Israel developed its nuclear weapon in 1970s, and since then, up until 2022, there have been 5 United Nations resolutions demanding that Israel allow IAEA inspectors to inspect its nuclear sites. Okay, so Israel is the one that is not fulfilling the obligation of the international community, whereas on the other hand, Iran is a signatory to the NPT, and Iran has been allowing inspectors to look into what it is doing, and IAEA has always been reporting one way or the other, whether they are obliged.
Hold on, have you heard you said the most recent news? American officials, what's her name?
Tulsi Gabbard. I'm coming to that. I'm coming to
yes.
that.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I'm going to mention that too. So I'm just giving a little bit of a short history to Mother. In 2015, Obama got Iran to sign an agreement where, in addition to the IAEA inspection, US inspectors will also be allowed to go in and inspect the sites, nuclear sites. When Trump came to power, he threw this agreement out. It's called the JCPOA agreement. You can Google it, JCPOA agreement. So when it happened in 2015, Iran agreed to suspend all the nuclear weaponization of the nuclear program. Okay, let's put it that way. They said we will only do it for peaceful purposes, but we will not weaponize the nuclear technology that we have. Okay, in return for that, Iran was, some of the sanctions on Iran were lifted. But in 2018, when Trump came into power in his first tenure, he cancelled that agreement. He threw that agreement out, and he went back to the sanctions regime. Okay, this is what happened. And once you throw away an agreement, the country is not obliged to follow what is in that agreement. So naturally, Iran was under no obligation to restrict its weaponization program. So they started working towards it. And why shouldn't they? They're a sovereign nation. Israel may not like it, Mother may not like it, but they're a sovereign nation of 90 million people. So they have a right to do what they want to do if there is no agreement that makes them not do it. Okay? So they started developing things. Then Trump comes back, and then now he's saying that we need to have an agreement. So he started negotiating with the Iranians. 5 rounds of negotiations have taken place in the last 2 months. I don't know if Mother is aware of this or not. 5 rounds of negotiations have taken place between Iran and US directly. Okay,
and the last one was in Oman.
Yeah, which was not liked by Netanyahu. Okay, and the last one was supposed to be on the 16th of June in Oman. That was the final round that was going to take place, in which there could have been a deal, or maybe there wouldn't have been a deal. But Netanyahu never wanted a deal between the US and Iran. So he bombed Iran on the 13th of June. He could have waited for 72 hours. There could have been a deal on the table. Nobody would have had to die, neither Iranians nor the Israelis. The world could have been living peacefully, and Mother and us need not have been discussing this issue. But no, Israel has to do what it wants to do, so it went to war. It attacked Iran without waiting for 3 days. Okay? Now here is a main kicker here. Okay? In March 2025, the director of the National Intelligence of the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, she submitted a report to President Trump saying that Iran has been sticking to the conditions that were imposed upon them.
For the peaceful.
They are not in the process of developing any weapons, and right now there is no fear. They are not developing any weapons, and there is no fear that they are in a position to develop the weapon in the near future. Okay, this is what she said in her report. But the one that you are referring to, IAEA inspection, IAEA inspections, the inspectors did inspect and did submit a report to the agency, but they did not say that Iran is developing nuclear weapons. They said Iran has not fulfilled some of the conditions imposed on them. They are in breach of some of the conditions imposed on them. Now, when you and I have a tenant agreement, and when you look back after 2 years, 3 years, there will be a few things that you will find, that I have not fulfilled as a tenant. So you can take it up with me and say, look, condition number 3, 4, and 9 have not been fulfilled by you as a tenant. I want you to fulfill them. This is what happens in between two groups when they have an agreement. You don't go, you don't come and bomb my house because I did not fulfill my agreement. I hope I've clarified everything to you, Mother.
Fayez,
Thank you for explaining your point of view.
Yeah. Can I add some other aspects to it, Fayez?
Sure, go ahead, Rayfan.
So see, Mother, for the longest time, it has, like under NPT, there is no restriction on the amount you can enrich. You just should not build a weapon. And Iran, for the longest, has claimed we don't want to build weapon. We are just enriching for many other reasons. And the world is like telling Iran, we do not trust you with this claim. So in 2015, there was an agreement signed by United States and 5 other major powers in the world that there is a 10-year period that will lift sanctions slowly and you build trust. And after that 10 years period, all the restrictions will be lifted. That was the original agreement. So Trump, and there was something called...
sorry to interrupt you. You mean Obama?
Wait.
You mean Obama agreement?
Yeah. Obama and made an agreement with Iran. And that was the idea. For 10 years, you will hold restrictions on enrichment. In these 10 years, we will build trust that after 10 years, there is no restrictions and we trust you. And the point was this is a key point because sanctions, they were like United Nations sanctions, United Nations Security Council sanctions on Iran. And those sanctions were lifted because of this agreement. And the idea was that if Iran doesn't build trust, those sanctions will automatically build back, like put back on Iran. So Trump came out of this agreement. So there is no way for those sanctions to go automatically back. And Iran found the opportunity and started enriching. They didn't care about the trust anymore. And the NPT, like last week, came out and said that, hey, we don't have trust in Iran. And the sanctions, all the restrictions will be lifted in 25, which is now. So,
Hold on, you're missing a point. Who are we to tell another country?
Ace, your voice is very low, Ace.
No, wait,
Ace, let him not. Can you bring Sam and Wednesday up when you have a chance?
Oh, they're in the audience. Weird. Okay, so who?
I won't
hold on. Who are we to tell other countries what to do? The only ones ever used
we need United Nations Security Council. Otherwise, we will go kill each other.
What do you mean?
So United Nations Security
country that ever used a nuke is the U.S.
Hey, you sound like you're underwater. United Nations were controlled by U.S.
I know, but look at it from a legal standpoint. There is no legality in what Israel is doing. There was an agreement and Trump broke it and Iran is like, you are sanctioning us economically. Why should we build trust with you? So, Mother, Iran doesn't want nuclear weapon, never wanted it. It's the West who doesn't trust Iran. And that is the situation we are. And Israel is taking a step out of nothing. You can come back and say, hey, let's build trust another way. But Israel, no, we don't trust and we're going to attack. And this is the price that you are paying. Your people are swimming to you. Grace right now.
I have a simple question for Mother. Mother, do you think Israel has a right to have a nuclear weapon?
I was just about to say, I put an article, I put a New York
Yeah,
Times
no, I
article.
just want your opinion. Yes or no?
I view Israel as an extension of the United States in the Middle East. So, like, I don't really see them as, you know, and the Israelis are going to get pissed off at me. I'm Latino. I don't have an emotional vested interest in the situation.
No, mother.
All I see is that
Mother, hold on.
America. So I'm fine.
Mother, hold on. My friend, hold on.
Sorry.
No, all I'm asking is, as a sovereign nation, does Israel have a right to develop and have nuclear weapons? As a sovereign nation, because Israel, you may say it's an outpost of the US, but it is still a sovereign nation. Does that sovereign nation has a right to develop nuclear weapons?
So, yes, but I also don't fault Iran for wanting it. But as an American, I view it as a threat, you know?
Can I just...
I don't view Israel as a threat.
Wait.
Okay, go ahead, Vincent.
Can I just say something? I'm Latina too. I'm Puerto Rican, right?
Oh, I'm not Puerto Rican. Hey.
What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
What's going on? I have Dominican.
No, I'm asking you what you're doing.
Okay, why do we Latinos care about this? We don't care, right? We just want
Yes,
protection.
I do. 100% do. You know why?
Oh.
You know why I know? Because my people, half of your people, they resisted the United States when they went after the Spanish-American War.
Yes, that's true. But this is
okay.
How is this relevant to Iran?
It's relevant because we understand colonization. We understand that.
But okay. But do you not view this as a threat to American interests?
No. Hold on. Wait, Musa, please. Why do you think Iran is a threat to America? Honestly, I'm going to tell you, brother, Israel is a threat to America. Israel brought us into the Iraqi war. It was their intel that made us go into that war, that made Americans die. On top of Iraqis that died, that created ISIS. That was their intel. But let me tell you something. No IDF soldier has fought alongside an American soldier at all. Go check it out. Go Google it. Go to ChatGPT. No IDF soldier has ever fought alongside of American soldier. And you want to call them our ally? How? We got other allies in the Middle East. We got Saudi since World War II. After World War II, we got Kuwait. We got Qatar. Shit, we fucking dismantled Iraq and put our own people there. So we got other people in the Middle East as allies. But what we do know is that Israel keeps on putting us into wars for their benefits. They're the fucking bully.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I here's where I struggle.
And then,
right?
Do you want to know
Israel,
what do you want to understand?
That we
Do you
trust,
know?
right? Israel
Do you want to know how Israel got?
Wait, hold on.
Do you want to know how Israel?
I promise I'll be short. Right, like the Saudis are inconsistent, right? Like yes, they are a U.S. ally, but they're not 100% reliable. Israel is always reliable to align with whatever America wants, and I think they're beneficial for them.
That is not completely true, Mother. If we go historically speaking, let's go step by step, right? Israel, let's go from inception till now, right? 1948, we couldn't care less about them. 1967, they did a terrorist attack on a American vessel, right? An American battleship, and we kept them at arm's length and arm's reach, right? Now, ever since AIPAC and ever since Israel started getting involved and we started calling them our biggest ally in the Middle East, the only thing they've done is got us into costly wars. Like, let's take Iraq again, for example. 50,000 U.S. soldiers dead, right? They're not coming back to life. They went in, killed a bunch of people, all for us to go ahead and say, oh, there's no WMDs, which everyone knew in the first place, right? The Israelis have universal health care where we have spent billions for them to go ahead and develop their army. They haven't given us a single cent back, right? So they haven't helped us in our economy. They haven't helped us militarily. They've only got us into war. They've only siphoned our tax dollars where we could have used those for a plethora of things. Trump has been campaigning on cutting government costs, yet we still send billions. And till this day, I have not seen a single benefit from the Iraq War. I haven't seen a single benefit in dumping about 70% of the budget, the entire budget that we have, dumping it all into the Israeli military when we don't do it with any other allies. And the Saudis, the Saudis and two others, I'm forgetting them off the top of our heads. Whenever we wanted to impose a diplomatic sanction onto another country, especially in the Middle East, especially with the Iran nuclear deal, it wasn't Israel that helped us with that. It was Saudi Arabia that went ahead and kept on saying that the Ayatollah was the modern day Hitler. He made sure to run campaigns for that, and the other two, Middle Eastern states also made sure to even plead and put case point statements to make sure that Iran got sanctions, in which Obama went ahead and used that leverage point to get the nuclear deal in the first place. So from what I've been seeing, from the time Israel has been an ally till now, what have they done to pay us off? Because I don't see it in any way, shape, or form.
I gotta think about this one. I don't know. And nothing is coming off the top of my head.
I'll give you.
I'm not normal, guys. Like, I'm not like I understand Israel has done problematic shit and is always has made some questionable decisions. So like, I'm not like a Zionist shill, but I just see them as a useful tool right now for us.
No, I understand.
Do you feel like the way you see Israel as a ally for other countries that have been listed here, do you connect it because you feel like they have Western quote unquote values?
Yes.
See, there you go. I knew it.
Wait, hold on. I want to focus on
if you don't mind, brother.
Okay,
It is Juneteenth and we still did not get our reparations. The black people get reparations right now.
America. Mother, I have a simple question here. Does Israel have the right to interrupt a different rounds of negotiation between American and Iran?
So do they have the right to disrupt negotiations? Is it the question?
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? Like there are reports that America signed off or knew about this attack before Israel did it, right? So I don't know if like the whole notion that Israel was interrupting the attacks is fair, because America knew about this way before Israel.
If I may,
okay,
sorry. Yeah, if I may, actually, Mother, I kind of get your sentiment because I used to be a Zionist. I'll be very blunt, right? I stopped being a Zionist a couple of years ago. But like you said that they're the greatest democracy in the Middle East. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, more or less.
Okay. So let's play this game, right? I'm gonna say like what some Middle Eastern countries have done, and then you tell me if it's acceptable. So there's a Middle Eastern country that goes ahead and asks women to go ahead and stand in petition and provide credible proof that they have been raped before the rapist goes ahead and gets charged. Do you think that's allowed in a democracy?
Is that something that they do in Israel? I didn't know that.
No, that's something they do in Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's cool.
Yeah, but they're our ally, okay? Now, there's another country in the Middle East that goes ahead and sees other women as lesser beings, right? But they also understand to educate those masses. Do we agree with that as a democracy?
No.
Yeah, and that's the correct answer. And the Taliban has a retarded view, right? Now, there's a country in the Middle East that uses rape as a form of torture and punishment on either regular civilians or on on military assets, right, or military enemies. Is that correct for a democracy?
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, and that's what Israel does. So the thing is that whether they're our enemy or our ally, I can point to any country in the world, especially in America, and I can go ahead and say, this is something they do that is very bad, And I can't say that that is indicative of democracy, right? So any argument that says, okay, they're the greatest democracy, and I still don't agree that Israel's a democracy. They're just a Jewish ethno state. But even if we go ahead and grant them that they're a democracy, right? There's nothing there where I can create an argument, even if I'm pro-Israeli, I can't create a definitive argument where Israel is better than a Middle Eastern country over there, or worse. They're kind of all on the same level playing field. The only thing that Israel has that other Middle Eastern countries don't is that we have a very, very influenced base of senators that are able to get money, in Congress people, that are able to get a large sum of money to siphon off of and campaign and say that, use the Jewish Holocaust, whatever happened to Jewish people, as a way to say we're fighting for the right things. But then when you turn around and see half of their tweets, they're anti-Jewish at best. They're anti-Semitic, right? And other than that, they don't do anything but just talk about Israel on a daily basis. But and I'm gonna leave this point off with, now consider all the other Middle Eastern states that are our allies. Saudi Arabia, for example. We get large amounts of oil from them, and they buy up a whole lot of our, weapons that Israel doesn't buy, right? But they buy up a whole bunch of our weapons. That is a beneficial deal, even though they're our ally, right? For that, I still don't see why all of a sudden them, who's putting billions into our our economy, why does Israel do the same? They clearly don't. And I still don't see how they're the overall democracy that we put them up on a pedestal to be. We're better than them in every way.
I mean, you have to look at it, yes, on the constitution, on the paper. They are good lawyers. Nobody denies that. They know how to write, especially in English. But when you go there, it's a different story. And they all blame it, oh, this is one idea soldier. But it's systematic. I was on a plane in the United States. The girl beside me, her ancestors were Palestinian, but she's totally American. She said that the first time she goes there, you have to fly through Tel Aviv airport to go through these zones A, B, C. She said, I just want to go see what my ancestors lived like, far relatives. The first time, she's fine. But second time, they know that she's going to those areas. They take her away. They touched her, sexually harassed her. The people which are in the airport, just not to let her go back. This is the kind of democracy that we as an American feel empathy for. I highly doubt it.
I just gotta say, I gotta go to sleep, but I appreciate you guys sharing your points of view in a respectful manner, even though this is a difficult topic. So I appreciate the house. I got just joined your house. I'm here. I'll see you guys.
All right, see you, and it was wonderful talking to you too. Hope to see you.
Likewise, guys.
I send you an invite. Stop crying in the chat. Hey, what's up, Edward?
How's everybody doing? Salam alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
So they had the stock exchange today, among other things.
Did they? I didn't even know they had a stock exchange.
Yeah.
No, it's really.
They have videos on it being hit, and I was in the room earlier. Daniel emphatically denies it. You know, not possible, not true. It didn't happen. The Mossad building never was hit. You know, and I'm like, it's all over the internet. Like all the.
I mean, they hided everything. They hided everything. It was like.
Oh, but I mean, this is something they have video. There's videos on. You can't hide it. So why not just tell the truth and say, okay, yeah, they did hit, instead of looking foolish and saying, no, that's not true. That never happened.
Did you guys see the Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz debate?
Yeah, I watched a lot of it yesterday night, actually. So everybody was talking about it.
You know what that means? Tucker Carlson has always been able to be a good journalist.
He's a legit
He's just
journalist.
he's just
a real one.
he's just a fucking grifter.
No, I'll be honest, and I've followed Tucker Carlson for years. So his history and background is he has very strong ties to the CIA because his dad worked in the CIA. He knows a lot of people in the CIA, especially executive level people in the CIA. He has a very white supremacist view on how America should be. He's even admitted, especially in that interview, that he even wanted to go to war with Iraq. And the way he even described them in the past is dirty brown people that should be bombed, right? So mind you, he is a journalist to a point of, white people on top, everyone else on the bottom, right? However, ever since he got fired up...
wait a second. You mean when he used to work in Fox? Or
yeah, that's when he used to work in Fox. After he went independent, you started to see a shift in his notions on how he is. Now, mind you, till this very day, he still holds some really, really hard views, right? But he's starting to recognize that a lot of his views in the past don't line up with how America should be. Now, that's great, and I respect it, but it's still insane to me to think in 2025, Tucker Carlson is a voice of reason. The guy who goes ahead and was a warmongering piece of shit, right, is now the most sane, reasonable voice in all of America. And that is a sentence I never thought I'd say ever in my life.
But to be honest, Sam, it's like I gave him mad respect after he went to Russia and he had a great interview with Putin, and he got sanctions by European countries. I mean, it's like I don't know if you have seen it. The interview that he had with Vladimir Putin.
No, I've seen it. He's very pro-Russian. I mean, he's always made that a point to mention it.
He wasn't pro-Russian, man. Come on. I mean, it's like he was a journalist. That's what journalists do.
No, I understand. I'm not criticizing his pro-Russian point of view. I understand he's pro-Russian, and I respect his need now to be an honest journalist, right? But it's still insane that the track record he had, he is now the voice of reason. Think about it. We have more liberal, let's say more left-leaning journalists in the media, and they at no point could even muster up the same sentences or the same questions that he was able to muster up against someone who was his friend for the longest time, right? Like, how is it that none of the journalists that pride themselves on journalism integrity and speaking for truth and voice able to muster up anything by having like a dick stuck in their mouth half the time?
Sam, I have a crazy question here.
Yeah, what's up?
Let's say it's like we have seen it's like Joe Rogan and have an interview with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson. Why wouldn't see fucking Netanyahu sitting with Joe Rogan? I want to hear that fucking interview, man.
Okay. So there's a reason why Joe Rogan will never interview Netanyahu. It comes down to three things. So Joe Rogan was a staunch liberal back before he started putting his hat in for Trump. And Joe Rogan's very focused on the optics of his show, right? He knows that if he brings Netanyahu into the show, he can't ask the hard-hitting questions he's known for. So Joe Rogan will always dance around like other political figures where he can show that he's in support of and show in a reasonable way why and ask them questions and be a little tougher on them, but they still can take it. But if he does that, if he brings in Netanyahu, he would be putting his UFC deal into chaos. He would put his relationship into Donald Trump with chaos, the entire Republican Party, and most of his audience would start to question his views and ties and everything. It would ruin his entire thing. We'll never see that interview happen.
But are you looking forward for that?
No, because I think it's just going to be a dick sucking session. So I could care less about what Joe Rogan thinks.
Oh, Almost 2.0 is here.
Oh, you mean Devin?
How y'all doing?
Oh. Yo, what's up? What was it, Charlie?
Nah, my name is Almost Ali Shabazz.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna bring people up. Fuck. It's interesting how the other guy, what's his name again? Mother, whatever his name is. The fact was, he only aligned with Israel because Western value bullshit.
I mean, I don't disagree with him because understand when I used to be Zionist and everything, right? I had the same viewpoints. I thought Israel was the forefront of American democracy in the Middle East. I thought they were the most advanced civilizations that could benefit the United States. And as more facts started coming to me, then I realized, hey, everything I came to them was bullshit.
It's very short-sighted, I feel.
Yeah.
To keep that, even after you learn the facts.
Yeah, but
you sound delusional.
I wouldn't say delusional. I just think he's a little misinformed.
Yeah, that's crazy. You got a pretty proud. Hello, Sister Isaiah.
Ez is on mute. Is she there?
Yeah, I thought she was off mute.
Salam, brother. I'm sorry, I was laying down.
Hi, Ezzy.
How are you?
Hey,
Salam, Khobe, I took your advice, Sister Isaiah, man. Hello?
Yeah, who is that?
No, Sister Isaiah. You know, I took your advice, man, and I've been tapping in with the ancestors lately.
Okay.
You hear? I've been listening to the music of my country, you know?
It's beautiful. And the ancestors laid you home
Yes, man.
every day, all day.
Yes, man. How you doing today, Wednesday?
Wednesday ain't speaking.
It's all good. Yo, I'm there. What's up, man?
I think he's a
What up, Gender?
Ezzy, how are you? And Chucky, how are you?
No, my name is Almost now, man, but I'm good. How you?
Okay, Amos, how are you, Amos?
Yeah, I'm wonderful, man.
No, you gotta talk like Amos. You gotta say.
Nah, that's Grandpa Almost, man. I'm almost Shabazz, man. But you doing good, man.
Why so much anti-Semitism?
God bless you, Devin.
Why not?
No, really, seriously.
Why not?
Oh, not this guy again. Oh my
Why not?
God.
What are you talking about?
Let me just ask him. Let me ask him. Why not?
Why do you hate Jews?
Because we can. Because I personally can.
Yes, you can. That's true.
Okay. So
why though?
I'm telling you, this guy is number one.
I can't.
I'm not saying whether you
Number
can or
one.
you can.
Okay. I gave you the answer, buddy.
I have never seen
None
a
of
more.
your business.
I've never seen a more Jew hater than this guy, Devin. You're such a Jew hater.
Oh,
I'm asking you.
Devin, a Jew hater?
Let's be
You're a self-hating Jew, Devin.
Okay, so you hate Jews for no reason.
No, I actually love Jews.
No, what's the
motivation?
Wait, did someone
What's the
bring
motivation?
Devin, why do you think we hate Jesus? Why do you think we hate Jesus?
Why do you? Tell me.
I'm asking you, just answer the question with a question.
Devin,
Why
I asked the question first.
You told us that. Why no? I asked you the question. Why do you think we hate Jews?
I don't, but I'm asking you.
Teddy asked
Why do you
him
think we hate Jews? You don't listen.
That's the question.
No,
the
you
question I'm
didn't.
asking
You didn't answer the question, you dumb dumb.
So it's for no reason, is that it?
Why do you think we hate Jews?
I'm asking the question.
Well, you said you're asking the question. It doesn't answer my question, dumb dumb.
The answer is you're too stupid to know why you hate Jews.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, that's
There's
it.
no point. He's just a victim.
Yeah, but
Someone give him
You should ask
Someone give him
yourself.
You're just too
You should ask yourself why you're such a dumbass bastard.
You're a dumbass because you can't even say why you hate Jews.
No, guys.
Because we don't hate Jews.
No, guys.
Well, of course you obviously do. You're here every day.
So if you're saying we hate Jews, I'm asking you why you think that. Why do you think that?
I'm listening to you. That's why. Tell me, why is it that you hate Jews?
Okay, well, let me break it right down.
I know
you dumb question for you, yeah. What is it that we say specifically that makes you think we hate Jews, dumb dumb? Is that a dumb question for you?
You're the dumb dumb.
Well, Ezzy, what are you up to? What have you been up to? How's New York? You're not in New York anymore.
Yeah, Ezzy, tell us.
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Izzy, huh? Shut the fuck. You just want to speak.
We're gonna be dropped if you don't stay on mute. Okay, go ahead.
That's cool.
The number one victim.
Devin, you will be dropped.
Ezzy, tell us why you hate Jews.
Okay, you're being dropped.
She's a Jew, you dumb dumb.
That's weird.
That made me laugh. He literally like committed suicide.
Like, if you ever just take a look, and I look at these things, if you look in the audience every single night, it's always the same individuals. And it's almost like this is entertainment for them. In the event that you don't want to talk politics, you don't want to talk Palestine, you don't want to talk Palestinians or people, turn the channel, find something else to do. But to come in and harass people every night, it just says so much about how psycho these people are. Ew. Just ew.
Bubble. I want to speak to Ron. Get this Ron guy out. There you go.
I just want to point one thing out. I love how these people come up and say they're accusing us of being anti-Jewish, when we're the most pro-Jewish voices, when we're talking about, religious freedom for the Jews, making sure that they have a safe place. We even went ahead and had an issue with the fact that Israel was using its own population as a hostage, and they're not allowing them to evacuate to their respective countries. So, again, what's anti-Jewish about any of that?
That is true, actually.
Yeah, I feel like Israel should free the hostages. They're keeping their own people hostages. Like, come on, let them.
Israel's using them as human shields.
So, Daniel, Caleb, you come on stage and have a conversation. I'm not gonna bite you.
Oh, you're gonna bring Daniela up. Oh, Daniela, come.
I think they're very intimidated. I feel like because Israel is full on losing.
Well, according to Daniel, like there's been no attacks link, right? There's been no missiles of Israel.
I will say, if you read the Guardian's report, and I think...
Wait, where's Edward at? I like to hear them go back and forth, Daniel and that.
I have no idea, he just left randomly. But if you read the Guardian report, apparently Trump realizes that the bunker busters won't be enough to hit the nuclear depot or whatever under the mountain, so he wants to use a nuclear warhead on Iran.
But the Israelis, they're going to use tactical nukes.
Tactical nuke and nuke is the same thing. It's just a fancier way of saying nuke. But my only question is, if that's the case, why didn't we nuke North Korea when we had the chance? Like,
North Korea got nukes, that's why?
Huh?
Because North Korea got nukes.
But when they didn't have nukes, and they were making nukes, why didn't we just nuke them then? Makes no sense.
Yeah, we have. Does anyone know like? Do they have to? Do they go through the same process Iran's going through, or do they just make them? Like,
Well, guys,
made them.
but stop.
they just made them.
Yeah, they just said, "Fuck you, U.S. We're gonna make them."
Yeah, that's them there. Yeah.
But guys, let's be realistic here, okay? I mean, it's like, do you guys think Israel is gonna lose this war?
If America backs out, 100%. If America involves itself, it's gonna be dicey.
But what about the nukes? But what about the nukes that Israel have? I mean, it's like, let's compare it to the person. It's like, if you're going down, I'm going down and everyone going down. You know what I'm saying? What about the nukes?
I don't think America will get involved in this conflict.
No, Chucky, Trump came out saying that he's considering using quote-unquote tactical nukes on Iran.
I don't think so. No, I think America wants to be on the right side.
When did he say that?
Well, yeah, I think America wants to be on the right side of history this time, so I think they're gonna sit out.
I have no idea what side America wants to be on.
America wants to be on the right side of history.
I love America, but with Trump in power, I highly doubt it.
But it is Israel who have the news, not America. So they can use it. They have.
See, the problem is, politically speaking, and I think Israel knows this as well, if they use one of those nukes tomorrow, then every single support they had from the West would be shredded instantly. Every single Western nation would go ahead and put sanctions on them for saying, how dare you? And every single enemy of the West will go ahead and say, okay, if they're going to use the nukes, we're going to use nukes. They keep on using Israel as an excuse of why they're using nukes.
Then I guess Russia has the right to use the nukes. I guess.
Exactly.
Great.
That's the first thing that's going to be said.
I think at this point,
Thanks, man.
North Korea tested 11 missiles. Why you think it was the message for? And what Kim Jong-un just recently announced? Pay attention.
Man, I have a full respect for that motherfucker, Kim Jong.
Kim Jong-un?
I have zero respect to motherfuckers sitting in the Israel and the rest of the gangs of the Westerner.
See, I don't like Kim Jong-un, I'll be very honest. There's a lot of nations I do not like, right? But
as a matter of fact, I love Kim Jong-un. He got his hands on the red button ready for those motherfuckers. They want to destroy the rest of the planet. I love that guy.
Okay, that's cool. But like, the one thing that was said previously, I think, and I forget if it was an analyst who said this or someone from the U.S. government, but they said that the only reason why North Korea developed the nukes in the first place was they knew at some point America would go ahead and press their thumb down on North Korea, and for them to be deterred, they have to have nuclear weapons for a deterrent, and to threaten America whenever they try to impose anything on North Korea itself, which now is kind of resurfacing back. And I think Iran, no matter what happens, whether there's a regime change or anything, they'll immediately want to run towards nukes.
Who has the balls to do the government change in Iran? Let them try.
Nobody has.
No, I'll put it like this. I don't believe
we'll find out about this war that they have started. We'll find out about who has the ball to do government change in Iran. We'll find out very soon.
No, here's the thing. I fully believe
that the third part of the Tel Aviv is in the flattened.
Okay.
Don't take my word. Listen to the Colonel MacGregor Douglas. He says that he had an interview. Third part of the Tel Aviv is already flattened. If the Israel government wish to continue this, Iran, sure enough, got the rest of the Haifa and Tel Aviv do the same thing. Keep it up, baby. Keep it up.
So what I believe is if Israel ever went through a regime change, it will be because the Persians want it.
It's
right?
called government change. It doesn't call regime. It belongs to the American.
Okay, I
Israel.
understand. But I was
Learn to pronounce it correctly.
Let me get my point across. What I'm trying to say is, knowing the Persians and their history, they, especially when the Westerners tried to put a puppet into power, they were very quick on overthrowing them and installing their own government or regime, whatever you want to say. And even if they don't like Khomeini, they will go ahead and sit right next to him until they decide sovereignly that they want a different leader in place. They'll have their own civil war, whatever they want, right? If anyone else installs it, they will never accept that leader, no matter how good or bad they are for that region. The only issue is that knowing the Iranians and knowing the Persians throughout history, if let's say Iran fell tomorrow and there was no more Iranian government, right? You would have a massive country full of people that have the bloodlust of like 7,000 generations built within them, and they will make nukes. They will go ahead and launch it, and they will attack the people that went ahead and put them in that position in the first place.
Exactly.
And that's why you never mess with Iranians.
It's not just that, Sam. Anytime that there's been a power vacuum left behind, and there's no real, next leader, the turmoil, who comes up next, is significantly worse. So, and just to say this, guys, Israel already lost. Israel already fucking lost. The narrative of how untouchable we are, done. It's a safe space for Jewish people. Oh, that's done. No, people are trying to get the fuck out, and they're forced not to stay in. The things that they prided themselves on, they lost permanently. That is a narrative is huge for Israel. They lost it. They have literally lost in so many ways, and they may lose further. So El Normal, something.
Wait a second. Guys, do you really understand what Sam said? He said if the regime goes down, do you know how many generations or different ideologies
Yes, I
that
do
we
understand
have
what
in
he's saying.
Iran?
I do understand what he's saying.
Do you understand how many ideology that we have in Iran that want to take the power and it's like, fuck it all? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know the history of Iran, Persian Empire. I mean, it's very strong. It's not some little country that's ever gone down without a fight. This is
exactly. It's gonna be a chaos that you never hear before or you never seen in the news. It's gonna be trouble.
But Musa, when you attack someone's country, regardless of whether or not you agree with their government or not, you're gonna stand together to fight back whoever the hell is attacking you. You actually brought Israel brought them together.
Hey, can you bring up El Normal? I think he has some military insight on his rope.
El Normal's military insight is to go ahead and say that he condones terrorism and he aligns with terrorists.
Bro, he literally makes it up as he goes along. Well, there's
the last time I talked to him, he went ahead and said he was in full support of ISIS.
He volunteers for the IDF. Maybe he might have something.
No, he's too pussy to do that.
Yeah, bring him up, bitch.
You know what's funny about this war? I mean, it's like there is an old said in Arabic, حكم القوي على الضعيف, which means the rule of the strong over the weak. I mean, Russia when Russia attacked Ukraine, it's like the West or United States, they never had such an act against Russia. But when it's come to, I'm not gonna call Iran as a weak, but when it's come to this war, Iran and Israel, it's like they thought that Iran is a fucking weak. They going to attack Iran because they didn't. Unfortunately, it's like they didn't develop the nukes, the nuclear bombs, and like North Korea and and Russian and Indian and Pakistan. But can you imagine, guys, if Iran back in 70s or 80s or 90s, if they had this nukes? Do you think, guys, United States or Donald Trump gonna fucking tweet, unconditional surrender?
Honestly, knowing Donald Trump, he still would have if Israel was still jumping on that same position. See, if you analyze it from a very like understanding the person and the historical lens, Trump and Netanyahu have a very strong bond with each other, right? And his entire shtick has always been whatever Netanyahu says, I will do. In some way, shape, or form that makes him still look good. Now, if Netanyahu's still on the whole thing of, Iran has nukes and we need to go ahead and, strike them first, Trump would still be saying the same shit. It wouldn't change.
Okay, so I always used to say it's like the politics that we see in the fucking news. There's a politics behind it that we don't understand. So, are you trying to say here the politics that we see in Oval Office when Netanyahu sit down in the press conference with Donald Trump, whatever they're talking about, there is a politics behind it that cooking up or something.
So no, there's no like politics behind it. Like I could say with any other president. Like for Biden, it would be we could say there's politics behind it, playing to where how on how like Biden acts, or for Obama, which we figured out later after his presidency, right? With how like because he didn't go with Netanyahu's plan, he was called a Jew-hating president. The thing with Trump is he's always talked about how much he loves Netanyahu, and how he, how much he respects him. He called him a wartime, leader. It's not easy for him, XYZ thing. He dick writes Netanyahu so hard that he bends over and does anything Netanyahu says, right? He wanted, Netanyahu famously hated the Iran nuclear deal. What do you think he did the first time he got into office? Look it out. Netanyahu wanted Jerusalem. Guess what? Trump went ahead and moved the embassy to Jerusalem. It's not hard to see whenever Netanyahu wants something, Trump's ready to do it for him.
Okay, welcome to the stage. I think we have we got Point. Jump in, guys.
Yeah, I'm still in a bunker in the
Hey, can you bring out Lula?
You want an update? I need an update. Yeah.
Hey, bring up Lula.
He refuses to come up. I invited him.
Oh, he fucking listen to this boss, Daniel.
Amos, shut up.
We know that Daniel is Al Normo's boss now, because Daniel gave Al Normo an order and he listened.
Shut your pie hole.
I'm not talking to you, bitch. Shut up.
So I'm still in the bunker in Tel Aviv, and it's getting rougher and rougher. There's no food, and people are trying to bump people in the butt in the bunker now. The bunkers are.
Oh, yeah, we heard about that. We heard about the sexual assault happening.
Yeah, like a lot of sexual assault in the bunkers going on. So I don't know if you want to hear about it or not.
Yes, please.
Okay, IDF soldiers know the location of most of the bunkers in Tel Aviv, and then when they're off duty, they're visiting the bunkers and bonking people in the butt and then leaving. Yeah, the soldiers are, whenever you're in captivity, IDF seems to think bonking you in the butt is part of it. So, because I did it to many Palestinian prisoners. So now that people are in the bunkers, IDF soldiers are going from bunker to bunker and bonking people in the butt. And I don't think the press is talking about this issue.
and more light needs to be shed on it. Yeah. Thank you. Got bumped in the butt in a bunker. They got bumped in the butt in.
We get it, point. We get it.
So people in bunkers are going bunkers?
Yeah, and they're bonking people in the butt while others are going bunkers. Yeah, it's just it's a mess in the bunker. Yeah.
So people in bunkers are going bunkers, huh?
Yeah. It's bad. It's really bad. But I told everybody, Poland is the place to be for the Israelis. And I've said this, Netanyahu, even Poland rings a bell. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. So we need to evacuate. We're trying to evacuate everyone to Poland.
They're not letting them. Have you seen that? They have to go by ship.
Yeah, we're working on it. Give us some time. Bombs bursting in air.
Wait, they're gonna abandon the Jewish homeland?
It through the night that our flag was still there. Bombs bursting in air. I forgot the next line.
If I can, right? It's the Israeli government doesn't want Israelis to leave because they know the moment a lot of Jewish people don't find Israel safe, or the people that are living in Israel, that are not Jewish, if they don't find Israel to be safe, then their population dwindles, and then the remaining people, which would definitely be the Palestinians, would kind of, in a way, overpopulate them. So they would be the ones that have the majority population.
Come on, that's bullshit.
No, it is actually a worry of the Israeli government. It's always been one where they've even referenced it multiple times about how they wanted to get as many Jewish people within Israel as possible to keep this population with a growth intact. So, with that being said, this is one of the reasons why they keep the Israelis in Israel, especially right now. If, for whatever reason, the population in Israel dwindles, I think they'll go ahead and change tactics to where they'll start paying people like a vast sum of money just to be within Israel, because they don't ever want to be like on the lower end of the population.
The bombs bursting in air and the rockets red glare gave proof through the night that our bunker was still there. Oh, say, does that? Oh, that's the wrong song.
Iran is doing another attack as we speak.
So see, this is the strategy that Iran is fighting. Israel heavily depends on international investment financially. Iran does not. Iran has been under sanction for 40 years. So as long as Israel is not safe for investment, then they will collapse. And one ballistic missile per week, I would say, for the next 2 years, which is very reasonable based on Iranian capabilities, does the job.
You know, speaking about the Iranian ballistic missiles, I still feel that they're heavily restrained on the way they're responding, which is surprising to say, because I didn't think the Ayatollah would be this restrained even while bombing the crap out of Israel. I thought it would be way worse.
Well, we're very disciplined people in Iran. We're not haphazard like you clowns.
I thought you were in Israel in a bunker.
So is Tehran, and Iran has a very deep culture. We're not savages. However, you better protect your children's hospitals, because the children were sacrificed in Gaza. So the children in Tel Aviv, I'm not sure where they are, but let's look for them. How are the children doing in Tel Aviv? Does anyone care? Does anyone want to come to the mic and tell me an update on the children in Tel Aviv? Because I can give you an update on the children in Gaza if you'd like.
Well, the Tel Aviv children are being homeschooled. That's about it.
Oh, they're being bunker
Children in
schooled.
Gaza, like one of the bloodiest days in Gaza just happened yesterday, where they shot at a bunch of people getting aid from the U.S. Israeli aid center or whatever the shit they have there, which the UN's getting pissed off with now as well.
Just give me a minute.
Guys, sorry, wait. I mean, we gotta be more realistic here. It's like we cannot call this like Iranian response to Israel as a genocide.
No, I'm not calling it a genocide. I'm just going ahead and saying
Stop. Yeah. But I mean, it's like point. It's like when she said, "Do you guys have an idea about the children of Tel Aviv because they have the?"
You do realize Kuwait is frozen at the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, Iran have the full right to respond.
No, I get they have a full right to respond. Look, I'll put it like this, right? I don't care who is on either side or whatever. For me, the red line is the hospitals and children. Yes, Israel has been bombing the crap out of hospitals in Gaza, in Iran, all this stuff, whatever, and I'll condemn them for that every day of the week, right? But I still also don't accept if Iran also somehow have killed children and have bombed hospitals or whatever, right?
But they have.
And I'm not going to immediately believe that.
Iran did not hit the hospital. There was military next. It was a blast of it hit the window. Some windows shattered to the ground. Iran did not hit
I understand that.
Okay?
I understand what Iran has said. I can barely see the footage of what happened with that hospital.
If the hospital
One second. Let me fully respond. And I know what a blown up hospital looks like, especially when it comes to the Gaza Strip or whatever, right? But I am just saying, like, full blown. It doesn't, like, if Iran decides to target a hospital tomorrow, I will condemn Iran 100%, unequivocally, for even targeting a hospital, right? Even if they use the Israeli mindset, right? But yeah, I get it. They were trying to target a military compound that was there, which technically speaking, there is a military compound there.
Yeah, but how many? Hold on a second.
Wait, let G speak. He hasn't spoken yet, Musa. Let just you go first and you go.
Thank you. How many hospitals?
Let G speak. G hasn't spoken yet.
That's me. My question is, how many hospitals you guys think that Israeli demolished in Palestine? Just give me a number.
27 to 30.
Yeah, 27 to 30, but I understand and I know how many they got, right? I'm just saying, from my own personal morality, right, that, again, I understand
I agree with you. I didn't say it. I agree. Hospital is not good. I agree. Yeah. My question was a general question. Do you know how many they hit? And then somebody already answered the question. I know. That's why Iran didn't hit the hospital. However, it was a building, it was a military asset. Even Iranian foreign minister, Arafchi. By the way, guys, they tried to assassinate Arafchi in Iran. A diplomat guy was in the negotiation. And thanks God, he survived that. So this maniac, they are terrorist number one. Even they're killing the diplomat that he sits and talks.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys seen, according to Bloomberg, and I could probably link it here, U.S. officials are preparing for war as soon as this weekend. Earlier they said that the U.S. will make a decision whether they're gonna strike. This morning, according to the press secretary, that Trump will make a decision in 2 weeks. But according to Bloomberg, Bloomberg, it's saying that the U.S. officials are actually preparing for a war as soon as this weekend.
That's a mental warfare.
War to strike Iran.
No, the U.S. is planning on striking Israel. The U.S. spoke to China and Russia. Russia said, you better reverse course or we're going to tap that ass. So that's why the U.S.
Yeah.
Shut up. I didn't interrupt you. That's why the U.S. Have you ever heard of the U.S. being indecisive? No. The reason they're indecisive is because they've been told, fuck with Iran and it's your ass, bitch. So China told them that, and Russia told them that, and so many other, Africa's even told them that.
Chinese
where can I link the
two of them are already in Persian
Can I finish? Can I finish? So basically, Trump is a taco. He always chickens out, and you're going to see that next week. And then the hospitals in Tel Aviv should be flattened in the next 48 hours. So stand by and shut your pie hole.
Yeah. Back to G and Sam argument. Sam, we gotta understand that. Yeah, we gotta understand that. It's like just because Israelis like evacuating hospitals, it doesn't mean that.
No, I understand.
No. Wait a second, man. Let me lay. It doesn't mean that Iranian have attacked the hospitals. That's a fucking Israeli propaganda. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm saying I
Yeah.
fully understand that. The thing is that right now, when it comes to that whole hospital incident, I don't readily believe either side because it benefits Iran to go ahead and take it in Mama hospital. Hold on, let me fully answer.
Yeah, but do you believe that Israeli attacked Palestinian hospitals?
Yeah, of course I do.
That's the main question, man.
Yeah, of course I do. I seen the wrecked hospitals. I know what a wrecked hospital looks like. But what I'm trying to say is, I can't go ahead and defend right now either side, either Iran or Israel, on their statements right now.
What's wrong with bombing hospitals? What's wrong with bombing hospitals?
One second.
Just bomb a few hospitals. Nothing wrong with that.
The reason why is that knowing the Ayatollah, knowing Iran as well, right? They're probably just doing what Israel has done to them back, which, again, I don't like the idea of, what do you say, just because Israel bombed our hospitals, we're going to bomb their hospitals.
Yeah, bomb them all.
If Israel is coming, calm down. But if Israel is going ahead and using it as propaganda, I've seen them use like random bullshit as propaganda before. That's why I don't believe either side until we get like all of the damage reports, until we really see how the hospital looks like, whatever. I'm just seeing like, so someone's just saying like, oh, they went ahead and damaged the whole part of the hospital. Now my next question is, okay, how many patients were inside?
Yes, Sam, they didn't attack the hospital or damage the hospital. The hospital got damaged because of the building close by.
Yeah, but I made a phone call and they're going to start on the hospitals because hospitals are not off limit.
They put two military buildings. They put the
Hospitals are not off the table.
hospital in the middle of two military buildings. Shut up, please.
On the other hand, yes, Sam, this hospital was used to treat the soldiers fighting in Gaza. Killing all these people in Gaza.
I understand. Again, by the Israeli mentality, right?
Why are you holding the mic, Samuel?
My point. Shut up, please.
I'm going to go get your hospital.
Iran's attacking as we speak, by the way. Yeah, right?
I watched it, yes, I saw it. Like the hospital wasn't targeted. Yeah,
Okay,
even the
so-
damages is not a damage from a rocket or a bomb or whatever.
Can you send?
It's a military. By the way, it's a military hospital, and they evacuated. They knew that Iran, if head of that area is gonna get blasted, specifically that's why they evacuated. That hospital is a military hospital, so they knew they evacuated also.
Yeah, I understand. And again, if I just went with Israeli mentality right now, I would just go ahead and say, oh, they had ID up there, you should bomb the hospitals. But no, I'm not saying that.
I don't know why you guys keep arguing on this subject.
I'm not arguing. I'm simply pointing out. Let me finish my point, because you guys are not understanding my point here. Gee, you don't have to yell at me.
You fucking talking 10 minutes on this hospital. You've been 10 minutes talking on this hospital.
Yeah, my point wasn't.
My name is Point.
Hit the hospital and you keep talking about this hospital. Move on.
Shut up, G. Shut up, please.
Yeah,
And
G,
understand my point
it's
here.
okay, brother G, it's okay. Yeah, Sam, if you look up the name of the hospital online and you look at the damages, you'll know that it wasn't targeted. Yeah.
When I looked them up, I barely got any images online. But again, I'm just gonna.
You need to join the Telegram group.
I don't want to join any Telegram group. But
shut your mic, man, Sam. Shut your mic. Let the other people.
No,
you shut the fuck up. Let the other people speak, man.
Iran is just attacked the Microsoft building as well.
Anyway,
Guys, chill. G, Sam, chill. Let somebody else jump in. Teddy,
yeah, I
whoever.
understand.
Iran literally just attacked the Microsoft building. I want to know what that's all about.
Okay.
Just now, yeah, Teddy, is that right?
Yeah, literally just now. They just blew up a Microsoft building. And I want to know what that's about. Anyone know?
Intel is being hit before and is going to hit again and again. That's an Intel, yes.
That's literally
going to go down. And that stock market was for diamond. And their shit, $475 billion asset is almost disappearing. So it's a big loss. Already their stock went down 14 billion, but knowing that the rest will go down also. That's as far as that one goes. And the rest, money makers building is one by one is going down, baby.
Okay, quick question. Where are you guys seeing this lifetime timeline of?
So Sam, I to be honest with you, I just look at the footage. On
Which footage are you referring to? Because I go to CNN, all that stuff, whatever. I'm not seeing it.
Dude, it's not going to be on CNN.
Okay, where will it be on?
Telegram, Twitter, places like that. Maybe Instagram.
Okay, I'll check out Twitter then. Thank you.
You can go on Telegram, Sam, if you want.
He doesn't want Telegram apparently, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't have Telegram. That's the reason why.
Get it, bro. There's like you get updated immediately.
Yeah, and you'll see everything. Like there's no restrictions.
All the video.
Yeah.
Nothing about it.
Who did you trust more, the Russians or the Americans?
Would I trust more the Russians or Americans? None of them right now.
Who do you trust more? Because that's Telegram versus CNN. Like shit.
I need to make a Twitter account too. God damn it.
Yeah, the American.
Man, that's just crazy.
Well, the truth is that Israel right now is bleeding slowly. They can sit here and deny it and say nothing is happening. Even earlier he said like their missiles are less than before. But they're done with the hundreds of missiles. Now every one they send will land and will cause a lot of damages. We're literally seeing it.
Yeah, and you see the thing someone put up saying, you know it's serious in Israel when they bring out the banana buses.
Bro, one lie, like they started with first generation rockets. Now they're moving up a little bit. Now each rocket they send has about 500 kilograms worth of explosives. Like they can sit here and lie to themselves that nothing is happening. Like I'm not even too sure how would they know that if there's a publication ban. Like you're literally being oppressed right now. You can't post, you can't travel, you can't run, you can't do anything. You're literally being oppressed by your own government, bro.
They're raiding people's houses for streaming.
Huh?
They're raiding people's houses for streaming.
Fucking crazy, bro.
So if I may just weigh in on this for a bit, at least on the streaming part, I understand when they do that because every government in some capacity does not want their citizens to live stream or show, the carnage or destruction that's going on right now, just in case if the other country is just getting more information based off of that. But them going ahead and Gestapo style breaking down their doors and arresting them, that's crazy.
You can go to jail for up to a year, man.
Bombing in people's houses.
Yeah.
And they can't say it's to protect the whatever the government or what. You can't say that shit when they've got air defense systems in the middle of fucking Tel Aviv, surrounded by residential areas. You can see the missiles being fired. Like, everyone's gonna see that.
I mean, this is the challenge that Jews have in general. They cannot accept they make mistakes. During the Nazis' time, everybody was saying, run away, they are killing Jews. And many of them, they were like, no, it's a lie, they love us. Right now, everybody says, surrender, you will die. And they're like, no, we are fine, we are them.
I don't agree with that assessment about what happened in World War II, solely because of the fact that a lot of the Jews were lied to about, their safety and security with the Nazi regime. So sometimes they've trusted those voices and still say, some just went ahead and said, no, we have our homes here, we have our families here, why would we leave?
I mean, they're definitely losing.
It's really hard.
Israel is definitely losing. Just look, and if anyone thinks that they're not losing, they must be retarded. Just look at what Netanyahu did. Like, literally after these attacks were started, he got on fucking TV or whatever and started trying to plead to the Iranian people to stand up to their government. It's like they literally need, the Israelis need the Iranian people to try and win the war for them. That's how much they're losing.
And they keep saying Khamenei. Okay, buddy, listen. First of all, Khamenei, I'm not very accurate on it, but I think he is overseen by 52 other members in his same group, society, whatever you want to call it. Second of all, if you kill him, which is something that you said you had an option to do that, you kill him, you wake up all the Shia community across this entire globe, so you'll be fucking, done. Third of all, who's gonna take over after him? Is it gonna be someone better? Is it gonna be someone, harder than him? So, you guys are nonsense, buddy. Nonsense.
This is the thing that you have to understand if you are a Muslim. Khamenei is not one person. Many of these people have a bait. Bait is like a huge number of consultants that nobody knows even who they are. And it's not just Khamenei. There are 7 baits in Iran. There are there are mostly in Qom. But you can kill Khamenei. Then what do you do with their baits? Then another one comes and lead that bait. These people have no idea what they are talking about. Baby Shah, he's a joke. This guy that they want to bring, if you go inside Iran, talk to people, they laugh at him. He's a joke. How can you bring a joke and change a regime of a serious, thousands years ideology? This is really funny what they are saying.
You see that video, very funny, of that Shah guy? He sat next to a woman, and he needs a woman to open his water bottle for him. He can't do it himself.
Come on, he's a king that says, I don't believe in God.
No, he literally don't. If you've not seen it, he's trying to open up this water bottle. He's trying to undo the top. He can't do it, so he passes it to the woman next to him. She literally just does it and passes it back.
Just show me a king that says I don't believe in God. I mean, for the whole fucking God makes king. You cannot be a king and don't believe in God. This is how ridiculous this guy is.
It's okay, they're all triggered. We don't give a fuck, you fucking Zayo.
Hey, I'm saying, you're watching the videos, bro. You're watching the videos.
I've been watching it for the last week, man.
No, now, there's a massive building on fire as we speak. I don't know, yeah. But it's on the Resistance News Network, little Telegram group, one with 166,000 people in it. Oh.
I'm watching it right now. stopped watching Netflix. I started watching what Iranians do to this.
It's constant entertainment.
I'm not even joking about this. Seriously. What's up, buddy?
Yo, can I join the Telegram?
I'm not currently using it.
I'll send you one, Jackie, if you want.
I can do it for you we can do it when I go back.
I appreciate that.
Can you see what missiles are being used, by any chance?
Where? Like when? What, now, or?
Yeah, like right now. Can you see?
We won't know now, yeah, Sam. I think they will announce it later.
Because I'm starting to have an inkling suspicion if the Iranian attacks are starting to get more direct, that means they're starting to take Chinese missiles. They could be, I'm not sure.
So they definitely did move from the ones that they were using the first 3 days. You know, they definitely did move from that one.
You want me to send you one of these links for these Telegram groups?
You know what? At this point, yeah, sure.
Yeah, send me one too.
Yeah, I already did check. I just did then.
Alright, thank you. I'm going to look right now.
I have to make a Telegram. It's stupid.
Yeah, I gotta make one too.
Yeah, normal. Their missiles have decreased, definitely. They're using more upgraded ones. They don't need them anymore. They don't need to send hundreds to your bum asses anymore. They have access to your entire airspace now. They're not running out. You're delusional. You only have 9 more days, bro, with your defensive nonsense. We'll see what happens after.
I want to know what Zionists are actually in Israel on here. Like, I want to create a list just so we know when they go radio silence. We know what's happening.
Oh, none of them here live in this shit, bro. They're all scumbags.
Well, I recommend they should all fly there now.
Iranians told you, leave, bro. Pay that 20,000 shekels and take a boat to fucking wherever. Just leave.
Airplane, they won't let them leave.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
Open air prison.
Yeah, I know.
Literally my photo. Look, it's like they're advertising the photo.
You know the funniest part is that if that's your fucking land, why the fuck are you running, bro? I thought it was your land. Why are you running? Fight for it. Just like the Palestinians, fight for it. Fucking running, you scumbags.
But are you surprised?
I'm not surprised. I've always known that these people are fucking cowards. Run, but where the fuck are you gonna go? Who's gonna take you now? Nobody wants you. It's even worse than having to deal with the Iranians.
And aren't they just getting like a very, what is it, how many shekels are they getting from the government if their home's been destroyed? It was like tiny. Like a couple of $100 US. Well, imagine your home getting destroyed and your government's giving you just pennies. Can't even rebuild your home.
These people are pathetic and they think that they can come here, sit and tell us who to love, who to not love, how to speak to them, how to not speak to them. You guys are garbage, scumbags, filthy pigs, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, and the whole world views you the exact same way. Some people will tell you that, some people won't. You're still garbage. You fucking scumbags. Garbage. Nothing you can do about it, you fucking scumbags. Nothing. Look how normal is triggered, yeah, Josh. Normal, I know I trigger you, man.
So, like, I don't know how he comes up with all this fucking shit. He has, like, I don't know what he's got wrong with him.
You can do nothing about it, bro. Finish with it.
Typed, yeah, Jahash.
Yeah, Jahash.
Really insults in Arabic. It's very funny.
And the funny part is that he knows that, you know, when I call him Jahash, that's like literally, you know.
Wait, what's going on? A bunch of terrorists.
And you're sitting here listening to bitches and getting triggered. You know?
That's Daniel Johnson.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Normal. You know what else is turning into a rebel right now? Yeah.
He's wrong, man. Happy. Bitch ass Adam Stank, you know.
Well, you did the as is happening to you, and normal. What goes around comes around. But remember, this is Hashem. He's doing this to you guys.
Hashem directly.
Why is the Hashem allowing you to normal? I thought you were the chosen ones. Yeah, I guess so, if you say that. Yeah.
In this Telegram group, why do you guys have Tucker Carlson linked?
What you see here is by far the largest rat in the world, and it is not a pest.
In the
It is the
Telegram
bamboo
group
rat,
that
a
I'm looking
species
at right
native
now,
to southern China
Tucker
that can grow
Carlson
to be
just
up to 50
So
centimeters
Sam, just to
long
give
and
you a
weigh more
tip,
than
when
4
you
kilograms.
create your Telegram,
But
go
what is
under
really
your settings
surprising
and
is
make
not
sure
its
that your
size,
phone number is
the
not
place
being
it
shared.
occupies in the
Yeah,
alternative
make
agriculture
sure
of
to
the
do
Asian
that.
country. Yes, in China this
Wait,
rat is
Tucker
not
Carlson
feared,
what?
it is bred.
Yeah, in one
In
of the
specially
Tucker
conditioned
Carlson
rural farms,
2.0,
hundreds of
the
farmers have found in the
exclusive
bamboo rat a
community
stable and sustainable source of income.
why is that being advertised?
The key is its diet and natural behavior. This species feeds almost exclusively on bamboo. In the wild, it digs tunnels and underground galleries to live and gnaw on the tender roots of the bamboo. On farms, this behavior is reproduced in controlled environments, artificial caves, regulated temperature, and, of course, abundant chopped bamboo that is provided daily as their main food.
You'll immediately see phone
process is
number,
simple but
last seen online,
fascinating.
all of these kind of things. You can
Farmers
set
collect
alarms to
fresh
nobody.
bamboo, cut it into strips, and place it in artificial burrows.
Do that.
Some farms even place hollow sections of whole bamboo in
Wait, say that
them,
again?
which the rats naturally wear down with their powerful incisors.
I was like, how do
This
you
system
divide
not
up?
only guarantees a natural diet, but
But
also
where
reduces
does
costs and makes
Bowsy
handling more efficient.
typical
And
science?
although bamboo
There's a
rat
bunch
meat
of
is
them sitting in
considered
the
a
audience.
delicacy in some regions of the country,
Bring
focus
him
of
up.
many
I
farms is
want
shifting towards a system of breeding for
Yeah, because
educational
he's afraid of being a terrorist.
Are you guys afraid of admitting you're losing? They don't want to come up.
Jones.
It's the first time ever they're cowards. They're hiding their
You're bird. AI help you out.
You know what's crazy? A lot of these people, these Zionist people or whatever, they're all talk but no show. They don't do anything. I mean, I can confidently say I've done more for the Jewish community than they ever have done in their entire lives.
I didn't take it. I didn't take that. BB said that's a joke. BB, can you just come up and express yourself? I have no idea why you're there.
Let's get the most religious Jew up here. Let's speak then.
Yeah, which one would that be?
BB.
Yeah, they're too scared to come up.
No. Hey, you're not my punching. I think it's your rat.
That's because they're all in their bunkers and the signal's like great. I wonder if they have Wi-Fi in the bunkers.
I think they do.
Oh no.
I was just surprised how before nobody had an issue coming up and discussing, and now the tables are flipping over. It's all of a sudden radio silence, chatting, and like weird, very weird.
All of a sudden, they're in tunnels.
I'm not like in New York. You know what I mean?
Black
Rabbi blocked me, man. You heard AC?
Heard what?
I said Black Rabbi, he blocked me, man.
Ooh, why?
Wait, Black Rabbi actually did something for once?
Yeah, I can't find him no more on my friends list, but we were in the room, and I told him to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and he said he'll say it when I say the Shema, and I told him, no, you gotta say it first. Hurt my feelings. Yeah, hurt my feelings. Then I'm gonna cry about it now.
Why do you believe anything Black Rabbi has to say? He literally just sat in a room, like I think a week ago, telling us that he's running California or some shit like that.
I mean, he's a rabbi. Like, I gotta take his word.
Sure.
Yeah. He can't lie, right?
El Normal, we don't
Like,
do
you in
tunnels.
the- you in the
We
Telegram
do
group
things
chat,
for our
bro?
people. El Normal, you do realize how retarded that is? Israel has tunnels underneath its city. You know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the guy who stood him on the other day.
I love El Normal. He's just this retarded. He's like, we don't do tunnels. Oh, yes, we did.
He makes it up as he goes along. There's no consistency there.
Say, Anthony?
He literally makes it up as he goes along.
No.
Are you in the Telegram groups now?
Yeah. I don't like what I'm seeing in one of them.
Why? Because Israel's getting blown up?
No. There's a specific post. It's the most recent one on the, what do you say? I'll just message it to you.
I'm almost done setting up my account. Am I gonna have nightmares?
Huh?
Before I join, am I gonna have nightmares?
No, you won't have nightmares. It's just personal opinions from me. I just don't like.
Because you know I'm a little on the sensitive side.
Yeah. No, you'll be fine. It's not like they're showing dead bodies or whatever. They're at least kind of respectful here. Well, kind of.
I was talking to myself underneath when I was on mute. The thing is, we're never going to know the full side of the story. Iran could have intel and we'll never know.
Yeah, Cristal is here. You can bring up Cristal.
Yeah.
Teddy,
But how bad is it?
Yeah, I read it. That's what I said, that we might not know what the level of intel that Iran has. And they might not be telling us about it because it could jeopardize their method of gaining intel.
A specific thing came out. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's a specific thing that came out in this Telegram group. I just don't like it personally. But Teddy does have a point where we don't know the intelligence that was used to facilitate what happened.
But what is it that you don't like exactly?
No, because it was a hospital basically. Iran just attacked a medical center.
Oh yeah.
But like I said, we might they might have a way of gathering their intel that they don't want Israel to know about. But if Israel knows, then they'll stop it.
Still, medical is medical.
But if it treats military personnel only.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's still illegal, and any military combatant that is hospitalized, they're off limits, technically speaking.
It's fine that you say that. When you're down, I get it. Morality is important.
These don't work for Israel and Palestine, do they?
No, I understand, and I know saying this to Israel, like, they're the people who do this kind of deplorable shit, but, like, look, I have more of a heart than any of these Zionist assholes. Like, at least I can sit here and say, like, even when they get struck, my heart can hurt for them in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, mine too, because I know they're going to hell, yeah.
Oh, when they're in Jahannam, that's when I'm going to laugh at them, but that's for...
No, it's just upsetting. It's upsetting they're going there. They have no salvation.
Yeah.
But you do realize there's nothing Iran could do that would subjugate them to starvation, blockades. There isn't. They can't go to the extent, even if they wanted to, that Israel has gone to in Gaza. Now I understand there's rules of engagement, etc. But again, when war happens, I do understand when lines will blur. And also keep in mind, this is Iran being attacked without provocation.
No, I completely...
Do you see the difference? It's like you're going after an innocent population that hasn't done jack, and you're just decimating them.
No, I understand.
And the issue is when we start to apply our extremely high standards of morality in literal war, it's like they can get away with it, then they'll grab onto what you're saying and then use that to be like, see, we told you. But the crazy part is Israel doesn't want their citizens to release any information, any images. They're finding them, jailing them, they're being strict. But this, they've used, blown up, and said, oh my God, they're attacking civilians. It's so ironic. I would be like, okay, Israel, let's just say this is between Israel and Iran, this whole Gaza genocide has not occurred. I can see the point of view, but after seeing what they've done, and for them to have the audacity to be like, oh, they're attacking civilians and children, without any proof, this one hospital, this whole situation, took that. Is not published. You're not talking about any of the other destruction, any of the other military installations, but this. That's my problem.
Wasn't this hospital the one that they said that they had a command center under?
No, this is now, like literally the past 20 minutes.
Oh. Why are they attacking? Who's attacking hospitals? Israel or
Iran? So this is what I was just thinking about, right? So if they're attacking hospitals, it says on there that it's a Zionist-run hospital. So if they're attacking them which is like in the occupied Palestine, basically settlements that only Zionists will be going to those hospitals, right? So in my opinion...
But they did come out and say, last week, was it? You don't remember that Israel said that one of the command centers was under the hospital? Remember, Ace? You were like...
Either side, there was two military buildings. Either side, and the hospital was right in the middle. So obviously, when they blew those two buildings up either side, obviously the impact of the missiles obviously caused damage to the hospital in the middle. But the hospital in the middle was the primary location of any of the IDF soldiers evacuated from Gaza would go to that hospital basically.
Wait, that wasn't 20 minutes ago. That was earlier today. No, they moved. They moved people out of that hospital before they attack. You know that? They moved patients out, and probably Iran told them they were going to attack or something. But they moved all the patients out. But Ace, do you not remember? You were talking about this, remember?
I do. I recall.
Yeah, Israel said that there are military bases, command centers under the hospitals. So, yeah. But isn't it interesting how, Israel, all the Zionists on here, we have complete air dominance over Iran. Who has the air dominance here? Because it seems like Iran could attack anything at any time, day or night, at will. So who has the dominance? And Trump came out and said, he'll be making a decision in the next couple of weeks. Everybody's that's what he said.
They only have 11 days, 10 days.
Yeah, I know. He said within a couple of weeks he'll make a decision. And Keir Starmer came out and is saying, along with other leaders, are saying it's time to de-escalate. Why? You know why? Israel is begging for this to end, because how can you how can you not know, you know, that Iran had all these missiles? We all knew, you know, but they called it a paper tiger.
No, they thought the U.S. was going to jump in and assist them right away. That's what they thought, and they did. They did underestimate Iran. I think Ben Gvir was. He said that recently.
Want to hear something funny? So one of the ministers' houses was hit yesterday, and he came out hysterical. He wasn't in the house even. Hysterical, and he's blabbering in Hebrew, and he's saying, "We need to arrest anyone that watches Al Jazeera."
Oh yeah, I heard that. It was hilarious. Anybody in Israel who watches Al Jazeera
needs to be arrested. And how come no one? And I know, you know, here's the most important thing and nobody's talking about this. The stock exchange in Israel was hit. Stock exchange. Did you hear about this?
Yeah, I did. I think I brought it up.
This is really, really, really significant because you're hitting Israel's economy. Directly.
It hurts them where it matters most.
I mean,
they've lost billions of dollars too since this has started. And the actual physical building is even funnier.
And it's so look at all the targets. We're not, you know, Iran isn't just sending in missiles and hoping they hit. They're sending in missiles and knowing they are going to hit a specific target. Every target they hit has been, you know, something strategic about it. There is a reason to hit it.
They're not aiming any of their missiles on civilian areas that are heavily populated, only, you know, blowing apartments and kibbutz. They're not doing any of that, which they could, to be honest.
No, they're methodical and they're not reactive. They've never been. I mean, you guys remember True Promise 1 and 2? Were they, you know, that took weeks for them to react. And did they react in a haphazard, you know, no offense, but in the typical Arab fashion? You know, like, you know, act now and think later?
Are you using that trope? The Arabs are emotional, they're angry? Oh my
Yes, I am. Yeah, but I'm not saying that I'm Arab though, so.
But still.
Yes. But, yeah. But no, but that's what they say. I mean, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that this is what Israel believes. So because Iran is in the Middle East, they believe Iranians pretty much are Arabs, you know, and because they're just all brown people. So, and this is how brown people act. And, you know, and it didn't, even with proof, it didn't hurt her.
Nazi Edward, I'm very sorry to interrupt. I'm normal. Listen, like you asked in the chat to mention the targets that they hit. You know, I'll meet you in the middle. You want to open channel 12 right now? As we speak, open channel 12.
Hey, I don't know if you know about this, Amir, but they have a...
Open channel 12 and normal and look at one of the targets that they hit right now.
Amir, there's a room right now that says you're a terrorist out in the hallway.
Yeah, we know that.
That's
okay.
But thanks for
I didn't know if you knew about that, but hey, I don't. Is that you, Amir? Oh, you got two. You have two.
One is his tablet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amir. What has happened with the Ayatollah? They said he committed suicide.
What? No.
That's what it says in another room.
No, they're trolling. He would. It'd be against Islam to commit suicide.
Okay. I didn't know.
Don't believe anything the Zionists tell you.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean nobody's who's Islamic has ever done it. I mean.
No, but he is the leader, like the religious leader of. It's like you came in here and said, okay, the Pope has committed suicide. It would be the same thing.
FYI,
for the Shia people.
Netanyahu had a heart attack this morning and his ears shrank 2 inches.
What is it about his ears? It's like the second time you mentioned his ears.
He had a heart attack. After you have a heart attack, your ears shrink.
Did he really have a heart attack?
Yes, man, he had a massive heart
That's the
attack.
whole point.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I don't think the ear thing is true. I think this is another Palestinian propaganda. I'm going to look it up on GPT and, to see about the ears thing. But he does have really big ears, so I don't know what's up with that.
It is Palestinian propaganda started by me.
But he did have a heart attack.
I don't see anything
You
about
can
it
quote me
online.
on
I'm
that.
looking at it. I don't see any report about him having a heart attack. How did you find out?
He's there.
Come on, I'm manifesting the idea, guys.
Oh, manifesting
Guys,
that.
I get it. Okay, Reverend. He's trying to be like, this is propaganda. Anybody can spew anything. But the funny thing is, you went to the media to look for it, but you didn't find it. But the other rumor that was completely outrageous, you didn't look for the media to find that information if it's true or not.
How do you know? How do you know what I'm sitting here doing in front of my computer?
And by the way, the stock exchange building in Tel Aviv was hit by a rocket, okay?
There's a video. How can they deny? They were denying it
You can't
earlier.
deny it. It was
There's
hit by a rocket.
video. Literal video of it. And Daniel and Pumu. No, it didn't happen. That would never happen. You're crazy. Edward, you're a Holocaust denier for even saying such a thing. That's what they were saying earlier today. And Chucky's a Zionist. I don't care what anybody thinks.
Did Trump sign the
Whoa, what happened there, Edward? What? Chucky's a Zionist. What made you say that?
Did Trump sign the papers?
No, he hasn't.
He has not. But they said that he was about to do that. Did he decide against it?
He said he'll decide in the next 2 weeks.
Are you just taking everything these guys are saying?
Did you think
No. I'm actually reading something.
Don't you think Trump is lying and he might strike at any moment, or
he might be
giving?
I really have no idea what that
He
is.
can't do it. He can't do it without the UK's permission.
Well, China's there now, though. That's, I think, what's complicated.
Trump can't attack Iran without the permission of the UK.
No,
China's lending support to who, though? Who is China?
Iran.
They are? Do they have some kind of pact with them or something?
Yeah. Iran is strategically important to China.
Wow.
You know this, right? You know that.
They buy a massive amount of oil and gas from them, and that is the Silk Road Initiative. It runs through Iran.
Oh, specifically through Iran over any place in Africa or any place like that.
Well, I mean, it's going towards Africa, but from China, from South Asia, and then South Asia, it goes through Iran.
So they worry that they won't be able to make a similar kind of deal with Israel if Israel were to win.
Well, geographically, it wouldn't make sense. But no, Israel's with the U.S. and the Silk Road is the competitor to the U.S. Trade system, which they're trying to put together as well.
So they think that if Iran lost, so they would lose to Israel, and Israel would take the land. And
America. This is about America.
Israel struck Iran on behalf of America. They did it for America.
No, I wouldn't say that. China is not wanting Iran to fall because then America would become more powerful and have that trade route and have a way to block China.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How do you know it would automatically fall into America's not in this war directly? It's funding Israel's military.
No, they are not attacking Iran, but they are on the defense.
Yeah, they're catching missiles for them.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that simple as just America will take over a whole country if they lose to.
It's not about they can't take it over. It's too big. It's not about taking it over. It's about denying China the ability to project their Silk Road Initiative into the Middle East.
And you think the U.S. could do that if Israel is in charge? You saying they'll use Israel as a puppet?
Well, Israel isn't going to take over Iran. It's more like
It's
if we can
government that then stop.
Yeah, and if we could destroy Iran enough, and then China will be out of the picture, so they won't have influence in Iran.
Oh, okay.
Which is not. I mean, that's why China has. What do they have? It like their aircraft carriers.
Well, I mean, now what is that going to do for U.S. and China relations? I mean, the U.S. can't afford to let go of China as a trade partner.
No, and that's why I think U.S. backed off some. China, Trump said, I haven't made a decision yet. I'll make one within 2 weeks. Oh, and U.S. and Iran are talking. That came out too. That they're both talking behind.
U.S. and Iran is talking?
Yes. Yeah, they're talking.
Okay, how do you know that's a fact?
I read it somewhere.
I know, but you know how propaganda works. You throw things out there for public perception. You see what sticks and what doesn't stick. I can't.
I don't. Yeah, I think they are. I think they've always had a door. They've always had communications open.
Didn't you hear how Trump bold-faced lied and said, "Oh, they're willing to negotiate. They want to."
Yeah.
But he bold-faced, bitch-ass lied. Okay, he said, "Oh, Iranian officials are willing to come to the White House." Okay, first and foremost, Iran came out and said, "Oh, hell fucking no." He did the same thing with India and Pakistan. He made he brokered this so-called peace deal when he had nothing to do with it. He got air of it, and then he ran to social and he tweeted it. He just wants to get credit for things, and he also likes to make himself look like the stronger counterpart. So he just throws things out there like, "Oh look, Iran is coming down to their knees. They're coming to negotiate." Iran?
Yeah, no, but that's what I was referring to.
That's no, but what I'm saying is that's been put out there. That's complete utter bullshit. This next story is a
no, because they're. I read it. Where did I read it? Politico or someplace. They said that that they have communications with Iran. They didn't make any claims about what those communications are, and no boastful claims or anything like this. It was just that both sides are talking to each other. That's all they said.
Politico was the same publication that came out and said they somehow were able to hack emails and found something where Iran might be trying to assassinate Trump. Do you remember all that?
No, but I mean, I'm going by the article. Just says that they are talking, which I mean, I don't feel like that's out of the realm possibility of them just talking behind closed doors, because they've always had a line of communication open anyways. They've never closed that line of communication directly to the Iran has a line directly to the Pentagon. I've always had that. So just in case, just to make sure nothing crazy happens in the Middle East.
You know what the perception here looks like? Like Iran is DDing some sort of a deal. They could be talking. They could be telling Trump like, "We don't give a fuck." They could be saying a lot of things. They could just be responding.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Perception?
Yeah, it wasn't. The perception wasn't laid out that way in the article I read. But what you're talking about, the article that you read, which I read also, was all Trump bullshit lies. So I understand what you're saying. The thing is, we don't know. We just don't know what's happening there. We do know this, and I think this is the reason why we don't know, and there's a lot of chaos. Israel thought it could go in and wipe out Iran in a matter of days, and it would be done. And it turned out that, and Israel has said this, that Iran's capabilities are far more advanced than they thought they were, that they would be. And so, I think it didn't work out for it. It was a catastrophe for Israel, a massive failure, massive. They're running out of, military hardware, and with the hardware they have anyways, they have not been able to show any deterrence against Iranian missiles. And Iran has been nothing but cool, calm, and collective throughout the whole thing. Like, totally cool, calm, and collective about everything. About the idea, 10-year IDF, drone manufacturing, high-rise buildings all over Iran, the spies that they had, everything. They counted on all these people. And all this just fell apart. And even the opposition to the government came out and said, we support the government. You know, this is our business, and we don't want a country to overthrow our, you know, this is our
Russia
own.
came out and said that they're offering surveillance equipment, etc., and Iran said they're good, they don't need it. That's pretty bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, they have their own satellite. I don't understand. Honestly, I don't understand how Israel would attack. You know, Iran, knowing that they have tens of thousands of missiles. Who in their right mind would attack a nation that has tens of, especially when your country is so small and theirs is so massive? You know, they thought, oh, we could use Mossad, we could use all these agents, we'll build up this. We are so much smarter than them, and it just takes one thing to throw all of that away. You know, that cyber attack they did at the beginning. That cyber attack was supposed to last for a couple of days at least. It lasted for under 8 hours. They underestimated the intelligence of the Iranian people, which is, I know it sounds crazy, but they do this to Palestinians all the time. They underestimate our intelligence all the time. They are smarter than us, and they can't see past that.
Yeah,
they cannot comprehend.
It's rooted in the supremacy.
It is.
Go on, Biblical Mind, I think that's your name. You were saying something in the chat about, I guess, it's crazy people care when Hamas was killing innocent people, but Iran does the same thing. Folks are quiet.
How do we compare to hundreds of people? If hundreds of people were killed, even a couple of thousand in Gaza, we would say something like this is terrible. Not just the war has to stop, but the occupation has to stop. But we wouldn't be calling it a genocide. You cannot compare 50 or 60,000 people in a 140 square kilometer area when you have complete control over the bombs. Now, Iran is throwing missiles that you know, the further away the missile gets, the more error you know, has in its you know, when it lands, it's not going to land exactly on target. You know, very, very close, but you are coming in with your F-16s, F-15s, F-35s. You're flying low and drop a bomb. You're doing it literally on purpose and dropping it on a civilian building. Thousands of civilian buildings, tens of thousands of homes. You know, tens of hospitals, tens of universities. You can't compare the two. How dare anybody compare the two? We're talking about, you know, 100 people, 200 people lost their lives in Israel compared to 50 or 60,000 people. And we're talking about the whole country of Israel. We're not talking about the whole territories of Palestine. We're talking about a small part of Palestine.
More than 50 to 60 destroyed bodies under rubble.
Yeah, of
and
course.
It's also desecrated the entire land, so you can't live on it. So there's
75% of the plant life. Yeah.
Well, there's so many things that we could say, but I don't know if Biblical wants to come off mic and share their perspectives. Unless it's not all being misconstrued.
Anyone that wants to come up and challenge any of this, come on up.
The Zionists are very quiet tonight. I think they're having a hard time coping. It's okay, guys.
Just listen to Ace's very warm and inviting voice.
It's not inviting at all. I'm being sarcastic. Hey, guys, Hashem's got you. You're the chosen people. It's your God-given right. It's blessed. It's holy.
Why do you think Chucky's a Zionist? Sorry.
Yeah, can you?
Oh, yeah, Chucky. Okay, first off, so he's pretending to be Amos, okay, a Zionist. He came in the room day before yesterday in Amos's room, started questioning me about, do I feel oppressed as a white man? I said, why would you ask me that? That's a dumb question. I'm not going to answer it. And he says, well, how about black people and brown people? You think they're oppressed in America? I said, that's for them to decide, Chucky. Well, they keep saying that they're oppressed. I'm not oppressed. I said,
good answer.
Well, you don't speak for them. And that was okay. That conversation, and then I left because I was like, "This is," he was asking dumb questions, and so I just left. The next day, Daniel Pumulu, they were saying like terrible things about me, me being a Holocaust denier. So the Zionists have started a preemptive war against me on here, which is fine, trying to discredit me, which is not working because I don't engage with them when they start doing this. But Chucky was there. He was modding with Amos, which is fine because Amos makes me a mod without asking. So, but Chucky had Amos's name and started talking out of nowhere. So Edward, you're booty clapping for Iran. You think Iran could be America? I said, Chucky, that's a dumb question. I'm not going to indulge you in these dumbass questions. I've told you this before. And then he started talking to the Zionists and talking shit about me. Puma was talking shit about me, and Chucky was agreeing about me being a Holocaust denier, me being I forgot what he said, but the typical tropes about Palestinians. That guy's he wants to be white so bad. He wants to be a Zionist. He wants to be accepted by them.
What race is he?
He's Dominican.
Oh, well, that figures.
So he came in, he comes in here, hello, peace and blessings to all my brothers and sisters. Well, and I was fine. I was cool with that up to a couple of days ago until I start noticing these things. And then when he's siding with Pumalu and Daniel, So that's why, Teddy, I realized that the guy...
It's like went out. Anybody else heard it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm cutting it or no. Teddy, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine, yeah.
Spoke too soon.
Airplane, he always has the news, and he's always, wanting to share. Airplane, are you there?
Bro, the latest that I'm reading here from Hearts, not any other source, is that Iran launched one rocket and Israel failed to stop it.
One rocket, one missile.
Just one rocket, and they failed to stop it. Hearts.
Iran failed to stop their rocket, or Israel did?
Israel did. Israel failed to stop it.
How damaging was it? How bad was the damage?
Here, wait. Channel 12 is saying that the train station has been shut down, so I'm assuming it's whatever.
Edward, I want to know what is your opinion?
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
What is your honest opinion about what you think that, if anything,
you're in the Matrix.
Is this any better?
You're back.
Shit.
Yeah, you're back. You're back. You were back.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
back. So, Edward,
okay.
do you think, if anything, Black America...
Nope, you cut out again.
What do you think, if anything at all? Oh, shit. Are you for real? Are you yanking my...
I hear black Amer, and you don't even finish your word.
Are you serious? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear you.
Stop sharing your neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna go stand right next to a tower. Is this better?
You're good.
Okay. I hate this. I hate when this happens. What do you think, if anything, Black Americans could do to partner with China to help us in our situation here as Black Americans, if it meant that we had to find some land somewhere in the Western Hemisphere? Some of us had to find like an Israel of our own. What would you advise would be the first thing, if anything, that we could go to China?
That's way over my head, honestly. I would start with African nations. I would start with China.
Which any African nations in particular?
No, I mean Nigeria is in South Africa and Nigeria are the two main.
What's my suggestion? Take a DNA test.
But why not China? But why not? No, forget all the DNA tests. We will all share DNA.
No, because let me finish what I'm saying. So then you want to go back to African country? Yeah.
It's irrelevant. We're talking about
power. Am I going to talk or not?
I asked Edward. No, because I asked Edward. I was talking to Edward. So I'm talking about power.
My opinion, and then Teddy could give his opinion. My
DNA
opinion
tests. DNA tests don't have anything to do with. DNA tests don't have anything to do with power. So that's why I didn't want to hear anybody going down that road.
If you listen, if you thought about listening for 5 seconds, then you might actually hear the whole side of what I was going to say. DNA tests to find out where you come from. Oh my fucking God.
Listen, I'm 11 generations in America. I know where I come from. This is not what the question is about.
The question you asked is about fucking off out of America to some random island or something in your own territory.
No, I didn't say random island. And I wasn't, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't speaking to you, so you don't even have it correctly. I didn't say, you talking about where I come from and DNA tests. I didn't talk about nothing about that. Nothing about that. I'm not lost.
Chinese. That's what Edward, what did she say?
It wasn't Chinese.
Talking about as a black.
Go back to checking your email. Go back to checking your email. It wasn't for you.
As a black American, which is different than an African, a black African.
Yes, it is.
It is a different culture. So, and I would start not with China, but I would start with the two biggest or most influential nations in.
So I want to ask, why not China? Since the question is about power, and Iranians are not Asian, they're not Chinese in any way. So, like, I don't know why everybody goes to the race card or every single time with us.
The reason I would go instead of China to for example Nigeria and South Africa is because they're the most influential black nations in Africa. That you have to build a movement around. Okay, we're black and we're American.
China and Iran, China and Iranians. Not in any way, right? So keep that in mind.
But Iran is already a nation. You're saying to start something for Black Americans, right?
Maybe this is a better question. Why not China? If Iran can do the same thing, why not China?
Iran isn't doing anything.
They are using them. They are. Come on, you just told me that the China's over there helping.
Yeah, but they're already a nation. You're saying starting your own nation as Black Americans, right? And leaving America.
Not exactly, but I'm talking about like let's say 10% of Black America went to find some land in the Western Hemisphere, in the West. And needed.
I don't know. I don't know if anybody would give you anything in the West.
Well, there's black people all over the West, right? Already, Brazil is full. And
go to Greenland.
Caribbean is full of black people. I mean.
Yeah, but they're Caribbeans and you're Black American, so I'm assuming you want your Black American culture, but you want it separated from America. I think there's a movement. There's an argument to be made, a strong argument, that as those that came over as originally as slaves should be able to return to Africa. However, they cannot return back to their African, the nations that they came from, because they after hundreds of years, your culture has changed. So culturally,
thank you, Edward. Now you understood my point.
Not just culturally, but we're also genetically too. We are.
Genetically too.
We are just a distinct population. That happens after isolation for all races and all people, right?
Yes.
That happens, and so that's why I say in somewhere in the Western Hemisphere, that would I think the adaptation would be
a little bit easier. Why are you against Africa?
I'm not against it. I just
the idea.
For the reason you just gave. The reasons you just gave.
Okay, well, give me
cultural and genetic differences.
Right, I think that's your strongest argument. Okay, that's your strongest argument. We have cultural, and
but most importantly,
differences.
power. I said most importantly, power. So, like, China is much more powerful than any of those nations you named.
But you're not Chinese.
And Iranians are not either.
Right,
That's what I'm saying.
Iran is a nation. Yeah, it's a nation and strategically important.
Right.
China relies on, if you're important to China, then you're China's friend. If you're not important
That's
to
what
China,
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A black person working 30 years in the State Department is going to be important, maybe, to China. Maybe.
Then you're talking about defecting to China. That's a different story.
Well, they're not moving to the nation of China.
And you want your own territory, and my opinion is the place that would be more open to having Black Americans have their own nation state would be nations in Africa. And they would recognize that Black Americans would be culturally different and should, because they came from this area, they have a right to settle back in this area. And I think there's a strong argument to be made that,
But I specifically mentioned the Western Hemisphere because that isn't desired in my scenario. That isn't desired, and so in order for that to happen, you'd have to want that.
It is desired, and it's what's going to happen. It's what's going to happen.
Not from us.
Yes, we're going to get our land here. We're going to get our land here. It's over for the devil. The devil's time. Sister, the devil's time to exist is over. Okay, read Elijah Muhammad's book.
No, I'm not doing any of that.
Yes. The devil's time to exist is over. It's over, and the black people here in America, they're going to get theirs. In America, we're going to get ours in America. We're not running. We're not running anywhere. And these Arabs you're talking to. Yeah, but ma'am, these Arabs you're talking to, they don't understand. And I don't expect them to. I don't expect them to understand.
I don't have your mindset. That's all. Bless you. I just don't have your mindset.
Yeah.
But Edward, I understand your argument for Africa, but you're saying that the Iranians can work out something with the Chinese, even though they're not the same race.
Well, because they're only a nation. You're saying we want to build our own.
You guys are missing our point. He's not talking about.
It always has to be okay. So it comes back to
Lee is from North Africa, so.
I'm not obsessed with Africa.
They don't believe anywhere in the world that Iblis is gonna be destroyed. They don't believe it. They don't believe that Iblis is gonna be destroyed. They don't believe it. It's all in the Quran, but they won't believe it. Iblis, the white race is gonna rule forever, and that's it. And you're never gonna get anything. You're never gonna have your place in the world if you're not white.
Zero, shut the fuck up.
Okay, Iblis is not the white man. That's not what
Iblis is the white person. Yes, it is. That's Iblis.
Iblis is one jinn.
It's not one person. Read your Quran. Iblis is a family of people. It's a bunch. Read your Quran.
Iblis is one person.
Read your. I'm gonna post right now. I'm gonna post the ayah. I'm gonna post an ayah right now that tells you Iblis is not one person.
We read it before you.
Iblis, okay, so you know Iblis is not one man. Iblis is a people.
Oh my God.
Reverend, have you ever
That's why I ran away from it.
Joining the Gula Nation? The Gula Nation is a stone president. Have you heard of
No, I said that's why I ran away from it.
He just needs
I didn't want to engage that.
If he's Muslim, he needs to sort his life out.
But my life is sorted, friend. My life is sorted. You people need to get your life sorted out.
Zero.
Get your life sorted. Teddy, you get your life sorted out. Don't tell me what the fuck to do. Teddy, don't tell me what to do, man. Teddy, don't tell me what to do.
Let me ask you a question.
Dude, you don't know shit. You don't even read the Quran.
Wait, but you're talking about you're Farrakhan follower, right?
No, I'm not.
Well, you said Elijah Muhammad.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Elijah Muhammad, and I could also mention. I also could mention Malcolm X, and I can mention Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King Jr. I can mention.
You're mentioning him in the secular way, or you're not? So you're not saying Elijah Muhammad was a prophet?
No. Why would?
Okay. Got it.
Why would I say that?
Because that's what the
That's what you think. Because you guys are fucked up in the head. Because you're fucked up in the head. That's what we think that way.
They call him Prophet Elijah Muhammad.
I don't care what somebody calls, dude. I don't care what they call. Look, I don't care what they call Martin Luther King Jr. I don't care what they call. I don't care what they call. Listen, I don't care what they call Noble Drew Ali. Listen to me. Listen to me. As a black person, I don't care what they call Noble Drew. Listen to me. I don't care what they call Noble Drew Ali.
I don't care what
you understand that? I don't care what they call. Listen, I don't care what they call Malcolm X or Noble Drew Ali or Martin Luther King Jr.
We're not talking about religion.
Exactly.
It's a mere
exactly.
It's nothing like this.
Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. It's not about religion.
You said I was fucked up in the head. This is what you said. Okay, but I'm not the one saying that he's a prophet. I'm saying Nation of Islam says that he's a prophet.
Who gives a shit?
Let it go.
Dude.
Let it go.
Dude.
So why am I fucking
Noble Drew Ali. What did they say about Noble Drew Ali?
Zero. Breaking news, zero. You're a fucking retard. Fuck off.
Yeah, your mother loves me. They tell you your mother loves me.
There you go. You are old, motherfucker.
Teddy, you're gonna be next. Can you guys please stop this shit? Derailed the whole conversation.
He did, not us. He came in.
I know what happened, but let's not even feed into that. You know, Amir's room, he is like the religion talk. Let's just.
Can I give Teddy? I want to give you a new tool because I know you're into this. Retriever.ai. It's free and it allows you to scrape the internet. It allows you to do various tasks, whatever you want it to do and it does it with your web browser. And if you hook it up to your Gemini account, which I know you have, you don't have to pay them anything because you have your Gemini account and it will use your Gemini AI.
Sweet.
So, Reverend.
Retriever.ai. Check it out.
Yeah, I just picked it up now.
You there, Rev?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So, have you ever been over to China?
No, I've not been to China yet.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a China expert. I don't pretend to be, but they're fairly racist. I think.
I saw what you typed in the chat there. I'm not sure I want to hear this.
Well, okay. I won't say it then, but it's something you need to consider. Okay.
That's actually true. That's actually true. Dragons reminds me. There's literally adverts in Chinese, like commercial adverts, that are so racist. Your jaw literally drops.
Well, I don't think that after 400 years of American history here, I don't think my jaw would drop.
No, they want a homogeneous society.
I mean, these people used to lynch black people because they were born and it was a Tuesday.
It's like, what's the commercial? It's like washing the black out of you or something like that. They put something in and then it washes out and it comes out white or something like that.
There is no way I would approach the average Chinese on the street. We're talking about governments. We're talking about,
You're talking about the people that allow those kinds of commercials to be on the TV.
Yeah. We're talking about people who you have something we need. You have something we have something
you said you landed your own, a group of you guys going somewhere. So what would you offer the Chinese people that they can't get elsewhere?
Well, that's what I was asking Edward. What strategy would he take?
No, I'm asking you, what would you offer the Chinese that they can't get elsewhere?
I was trying to get that answer.
Edward's not black.
He don't have to be black.
Mine was Africa.
She said was
China.
She or people she knows work in the State Department.
Let me get 10 seconds. You guys are missing her whole point. She's talking a political alliance with China. She's not saying she wants to relocate to China.
Thank you.
Well, that would be illegal if you had a political alliance with China in America. That would be illegal.
Yeah, like you think that's not happening already?
Exactly. You're not in APAC? What are you talking about? It'll be illegal.
Well, no, but it's still illegal. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh,
I mean,
God, Edward, stop.
come on, black people would not be arrested? Come on.
Stop.
They're not Zionists.
Is APAC arrested?
No, but they're Zionists.
Oh,
you know,
that's a difference.
Yeah, there is. I mean, people. You know how white people work? No offense to any white people on here.
Oh, right. So you make some crazy claims about Arabs, but never said no offense to Arabs.
I'm Palestinian. I'm Palestinian.
I don't care, but you said I'm not Arab.
No. She was saying she thought I was white.
I'm talking about earlier. When you're like, oh, there's,
No, but she said I was white. I was responding to her. Ace, I'm letting her know I'm Palestinian. No, Ace, what's your issue?
Because everybody said that strategically Iran did act like typical Arabs.
Yes.
Yes,
I was being sarcastic, Ace.
No, but you didn't say no offense to Arabs.
That's a white man trait. Yeah, Edward, you don't do sarcasm. It's a white man trait.
Okay, I got what you're saying.
You're never gonna beat the white person claim ever.
Okay. So I've been white, like Palestinians are Arabized. I've been whiterized. Is that a thing? Whiterized.
It's called whitewashed.
No, I'm not whitewashed.
The
because
way
you know why?
said it. I'm not whitewashed.
Said what? Listen, I'm not whitewashed because I don't like. They don't. I'm not. If okay, I look white for the most part. Okay, I have dark hair. And then I'll be treated like a white person, right? But as soon as someone finds out I'm Palestinian, I'm now a brown person. So I'm in a precarious position, confusing
because
position.
you could just identify as white, Edward, and you get the white card, so no worries.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it does work that way.
No, I know from experience it doesn't work that way. Once you're identified as a Palestinian, you are no longer white.
So listen, a black
on a day-to-day life.
and hold on, someone who's Chinese, someone who's a black person, they're identified right away, point blank period. They're gonna be treated the way they are gonna be treated depending upon the person and their biases. But if you're saying that you look and you are perceived as white until you open your mouth, they find out you're Palestinian, then the people's perception and treatment changes. But otherwise, you're perceived as a Caucasian. So
I'm saying I'm in a unique position where I can't say that I identify as Palestinian.
No, I'm not saying you wouldn't. Of course, you identify as Palestinian, but I'm just saying it's perception.
You're saying because I'm white, like I look white. But it's more than just looking white for Palestine. Maybe, I don't know if it's just Palestinians or not, but from my experience as a Palestinian, it's more than just looking white to get white privilege. But see, here's the difference. I tell people, I have white privilege, right? But white people have white right. The difference is rights can't be taken, privileges can be taken.
Wait,
that's the difference, and my privilege gets taken.
There's no, so are you talking about the USA or talking about Palestine?
No, USA.
There's no rights that are written on books.
No, I know. I'm using it as an example. Like
privilege, right?
No, well, okay. Ace, listen to me. What I'm trying to say. No, don't worry about the laws. I'm not talking about the laws. I'm saying, from my perspective, right? When people say white privilege, okay, I say that I have white privilege and white people have white right. And the reason I say this is because white people, their whiteness is not, can't be taken from them. Their identity as white people can't be taken from them. Me, if I look white, my whiteness, my white identity, okay, has been in the past, routinely taken from me.
But you actually enjoy the benefits of it.
I mean.
The funny thing is,
I do enjoy some benefits of it. Yes, I would say that. I would say yes, but it's complicated. It's confusing. I can't really I
know what you're trying to get at, but I'm just trying to explain. So how about people, Ashkenazi Jews? They vehemently deny being white. They're like, we're not white. Or Jews. What do you think about that?
Okay, so when somebody discovers that they were Ashkenazi Jews, do they lose their whiteness?
I'm talking about their perspective, not mine.
No. Let's talk about the
They
perspective.
won't lose their white privilege.
Exactly. They won't.
They won't lose.
Aren't there more privileges given to certain
Okay, someone tell me what specifically white privilege is?
White privilege? It's being I don't know. I mean, I think it for me is I get along with white people. I mean, I don't know.
I want to go then. I want to hear all of this. Go on. Being preferred. What do you mean?
Like in job application, in even communication, they rather communicate or form a conversation with a white person.
I mean, job applications nowadays.
And whoever.
Job application nowadays, you just put your CV. You don't put where you're from. You don't put any of that.
Your name can sometimes give it up.
Not really.
Okay.
Because people change their names. And I mean, like people have.
Wait, Teddy, what she's saying is true. I have noticed it.
If I'm saying, but Edward, I said on the CVs nowadays, when you're applying for jobs, you don't put your ethnicity, you just put your name.
Okay, back up off the job thing. She said communication. I have noticed that people will come up to me because I have light skinned, while there is somebody with olive skin or brown skin or black skin with me, and they will talk to me first, as opposed to talking to them first. Now, I will contrast, I would say this, and this is why I bring this up, and this is why I have noticed this, is because me being blind, people will tend to talk to whoever else is with me before they talk to me first. That's how it generally would go. But if I'm with a group of white people, that's how it would work. But if I'm with a group of non-white people, they'll talk to me first. So I have noticed this communication. They would prefer to talk to a white person, or the lighter your skin color, the more that they would prefer to talk to you.
And a lot of it is white propaganda. For centuries, they were advertising as white people being the master race, and the standard of beauty was defined by white race. They denied every other race.
Keep in mind, colorism exists around the world.
You literally have like black people bleaching their skin.
But I think it was imposed on them by their colonial
necessarily. So with India, focus around colors. With India, if you look at the scripture, because it's the civilization on planet that we know of, the scripture is it's 5,500 years old, the oldest civilization. It's the oldest religion, I would say. It's 5,500 years, and Hindus have stayed on that land for pretty much that long, or even longer than that.
So do you want me to bring the point back?
Yeah, if you want to, but let me just add this quickly. In scripture, way before the Brits invaded, there's what they would describe like somebody who's bad or evil, they would describe their skin tone as being dark. And if they would describe somebody who's like angelic, they would describe their skin tone as being fair. So there is some, there is colorism.
And intelligence, if you're white, you're more intelligent than someone that's not white.
Yes.
And you're more articulate.
It went from Reverend asking a question.
Yeah.
And we've ended up.
That was a good question, though.
Reddit.
So are Iranians white?
Some. We have a black population as well.
But it is the caucus. It is the whole.
Do you have an Asian population? Any Native
I
Americans?
wouldn't call them Asian. All of us live on the
East Asian
continent. But if you mean by their facial feature, yes, we do.
You have Native Americans there?
I don't know. I don't know how you define Native American. Like by their skin color, by their nose. I don't know what you mean by
I
that.
grew up with several African American or Black Muslims who moved to Iran, so I know that they live there.
I want to ask Lee, what do you think, if anything, that Black Americans would be able to negotiate with China for something like what I described earlier? A parcel of land that we can develop as our own administrative territory.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah. I was talking to Lee about this earlier.
What do you, if anything? I mean, the answer may be nothing.
One second. Like China, it doesn't.
Is this a serious
people are trying to
conversation?
make it seem like China goes off of race or whatever, but they don't. They go off of interest. So if
Yeah, that's what I.
as a individual or a company or a group of people.
No,
or
not
a
me.
nation, Yeah.
Like a group.
I'm speaking broadly. So if you bring a benefit to China, even if you're buying supplies or buying anything from them, they're going to do business with you. So it's not based on race at all. I understand what you're saying.
Why do you think they went to Africa and your DNA? And why did they?
For some reason, they thought you're talking about relocating to Africa or something like that.
Well, let me say this also.
No, I specifically said the Western Hemisphere, and they went straight to Africa. Like they just, totally.
Well, let me say this.
What do you think that's about?
Worldwide, hold on.
I only went to Africa is because I thought that's your best shot of getting a land.
And that's what I was thinking.
Worldwide, the world, everybody
heavily invested in Africa currently, so that would be your best shot.
Worldwide, Americans can't stand Americans. At the end of the day, you're a black American. You're still American. The world can't stand you. Us, because I'm American also. It is the truth.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know that, but this is why I find it odd that people go straight to Africa.
Because you're black.
All of these countries work off of interest. You guys have a defeatist mindset. That's not how it works.
You're not black though? Like, I'm confused. Why not?
If you have something that benefits China or benefits Russia, they're going to take it out. But you're black, you're not going to do business with you. That's not how it works.
Yeah, just,
That's why I asked what will you offer China for China to offer what you need to figure that one out first.
There's more than just Brazil is black, Caribbean is black. You know what I mean? There's more than just black people are all over this world. So that's why I was just a little bit confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
Someone else in charge of my what you will do is
explain to us.
I appreciate your. I mean, although you didn't say anything specifically.
Let me guess. She's ADOS, FBA, or a black
You didn't say anything specific. But you just said a basket. Did you say?
That's a very vague question.
It's Reverend.
It's not vague.
No.
She's missing her point.
No, it wasn't you. I was the one who presented to you.
Earlier, you need to offer some. You need to offer China. I said to her earlier, you need to offer China something first.
You said you were offering. You understood what I was talking about.
You didn't know what.
Yeah, I understood what you were talking about. Teddy, you told her
Yeah,
to
because this.
and find out where she's.
I don't know. I didn't bring that up at all. They did.
I was gonna say the best bet would be to go to Africa because you have the best chance.
Hold up.
So this came out of a conversation about Iran and China. That's what this came out of. And there is no those are two different races. Those people aren't African. Those people aren't Chinese. That's what I'm saying. So they completely ignored the power dynamic.
Iran is a nation.
Let me speak to Reverend, guys. Hold on. Reverend, hold on. It's the proximity. It's also the trade routes that run just by nature by Iran. They don't have a lot of things in common, but they do have economic vested interests. Like, again, there's natural resources that Iran has that China wants, and vice versa. So they don't have
right, but that makes sense. That makes sense. But I'm saying race is. That's what I'm saying. They found something else.
Shit, as long as you can benefit each other one way or another. People put aside their bias and racism as long as you can make each other something. Money.
That was my point.
It's true, but the point is,
that was entirely my point.
How would it work from the proximity where Black Americans are to way across the other side of the world? There would have to be a huge benefit that's being provided. Why would Black Americans want to leave a country that they fucking built from the ground up?
Well, I remember I said 10%. I said 10% of us, like all Jews don't live in Israel, right? But it exists for a purpose.
Israel wasn't good. It wasn't a good idea to begin with.
I'm confused by this whole conversation because at the end of the day, Black Americans are Americans. The world don't fuck with y'all. People can't stand Americans. I'm sorry, not sorry. It's the truth. So what makes you give
This is a dumb conversation. I'm sorry.
It's like having
What makes you think?
It's like wanting business of someone, but you have no idea what you can offer them. That's basically what this conversation is about.
And that's the other thing. Countries go by their interests. So you, as a Black American, what are you gonna go offer this country?
The first question was about them not standing us because we're Americans. So then I guess, with that viewpoint, we're at the door. Is what it is. So I don't think that I would be able to answer your question. But
They're
if
literally
somebody
chanting death to America. You think your black ass going to be like, oh, okay.
So now it is back to our race now, not our nationality.
Oh, I'm sorry. White supremacy.
I'm confused. All right, so that's that.
So you think China will give you what you want just because you're American? Is that what you're saying?
No. I didn't say just because that. I'm saying that every group of people, because we're Americans, whatever any group of Americans, you could swap us out for Latinos. You could swap us out for anybody.
Bro, I heard the same thing she said, but for some reason, my understanding,
What would you offer them? What would you offer them, Lee? What would you offer China? Sell it.
Hold on. Stop talking. Just stop talking. Stop talking. You have to listen to what people are saying. Right? I heard the same thing she said, but my understanding of it is on completely opposite side of your understanding of it. She's not saying, just any black person in America working an office job, what can you offer to China? She said, if black people in America purchase a plot of land or territory in the Western Hemisphere. She said that.
Who's going to give up their side? What countries?
Hold on, stop talking. I know you love to talk. Just hold on. So she said, if black people purchase a parcel of land in the Western Hemisphere, what kind of deals can black people make with China? Okay, you guys for some reason jumped all across that and went straight to, do a DNA test, go to Africa, or go to Africa, do some deals with Africa, go to Nigeria.
Okay, let me say this. The most valuable thing after money, not even money, after gold and the precious diamonds and shit like that, natural resources, is land.
Nope. Information.
Land.
You gather all the black people who work for decades in the State Department, who work for the military industrial complex. You think they're not gonna have some fucking information that these people ain't gonna want to know?
No serious country is going to let Americans come in and buy their land. And they don't give a fuck if it's
they've done it already.
Hispanic American, Black American, they don't give a damn. They're not going to come over here.
Done it. There's African Americans.
Okay, and you know what? America,
hold up. Land in Costa Rica.
And this is why.
Bolivia, like a whole bunch of places.
And this is why America.
So there's already some land in Costa Rica.
Let me finish the goddamn statement. Shit.
Nobody wants to hear you, Richard. That's the point. Nobody wants to hear you.
Buying the land is the easy part.
Echo like I said, I'm sorry.
There's already land in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Buying the land is the easy part. My question still stands. What would you offer China?
Let Rickson finish.
Thank you, Ace. With all due respect, like I was trying to say, if you're Asian American, Hispanic American, Black American, you're still American. So China is not going to let a group of Americans, black, purple, green, or whatever. Excuse me.
You're arguing something completely different than what she said.
This is what she was saying.
No, she said. I repeated what she said. Why do you keep ignoring that?
Just let him finish so he'll stop.
Nobody's going to take these fringe groups. First of all, in America, there's fringe groups that don't believe in the United States government. They're still American. Nobody's going to take these people seriously. Whoever has the idea to do that. It's just dumb.
All right, thank you so much for that.
So, Reverend, are you looking for
Thank you, Reverend. You're welcome.
Are you looking for land or are you looking for a country?
Hold on. Buying a land doesn't mean you own it. Doesn't mean you own the country. Doesn't mean you have influence. Doesn't mean anything like that. You just bought property. As long as you're allowed to do it as a foreigner, you're allowed to do it. But doesn't mean you have influence.
Well, not just that.
Anything.
You want some administrative control, like white people go into Africa and
you want a country.
No. They create administrative areas.
Yeah, but that's cool.
That makes no sense.
No, it's not.
So you buy the land.
Bro, I told you she's American. She doesn't get it.
You buy the land. You're all on the land now. you want to invite China to have a business
Right.
talk.
We got our police departments. We got our court systems.
That sounds
We got our police
Zionist.
departments and court systems.
That sounds like Balfour Declaration. That's all that the Rothschilds
Yeah,
about 5% of all of the Senate.
Sounds like Afrikaners.
She literally started the conversation by saying she wants to have her own little Israeli.
Yes, I know the question. Yeah.
You guys are so good.
But it went down a different path. I don't know if Reverend started to like mitigate the point, maybe stepped away from it. I don't know, but that's where it started off.
Well, Reverend, are you FDA?
I can't answer your question, Rickson. I don't think.
Okay, somebody else answer for her. She must be FDA aid also.
Reverend, the reason I said
this doesn't make no goddamn sense.
Reverend, the reason I said, based on what you're looking for, and the reason I say Africa, you don't have to be in the Western Hemisphere to have relationships with certain nations.
That's the desired place, because we're already in the Western Hemisphere.
Problem is,
that's why.
It's like she's going. Hold on. It's like she's going to.
How come you can only understand what she's saying?
You guys, hold on. Just hold on.
Are you the whisperer?
That's why you guys.
Let me finish. Come on, guys.
Finish. I can't believe it.
She's going to a Mercedes dealership and she's saying she wants a G-Class Mercedes. You guys are like, there's a Chevy dealership right across the street. Cadillac dealership right over here. She already set up the question where she wants territory in the Western Hemisphere and she wants to have relations with China. So those two important things, those two premises.
Is she a country?
She didn't say country. She said land.
What this shit ain't making no sense.
A land doesn't make you.
How are you?
You missed it. She said that 10. Hold on. You missed it. She said
our own mini Israel.
No, she said that 10% of Black Americans do want to leave America and kind of establish something kind of like their own homeland. Sounds very Zionist. I don't know if you missed. She did bring that up.
She sounds like Afrikaners. That's what she sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. What's wrong with that?
She did say that.
And what do you mean? What's wrong with that? So you leave. Wait a minute, leave.
How? Hold on. There's a bunch of
you agree with the Afrikaners?
Right now. If people want to buy an island,
you agree? No.
Hold on. What's like Lee buying land? Okay, you missed it. 1 second. She said she also wants administrative control, their own black police stations, schools, and then using that as a way to navigate some sort of power play within the country. It's kind of an invasion. It's weird. Like you're gonna go there. It's okay.
It's not called colonization. Really, it's agreed upon. The nation agrees to it.
Guys,
in New York, they have their own police stations. Just have their own police station, their own ambulances.
Is that China run as well?
What's wrong with it?
There's Chinese police stations too. There's these little
I believe
all over the place.
I agree with you 100%. China's not having these issues. Only dumbass Americans have these dumbass issues. You're in a country. Why don't you strengthen the country? Why don't you build it here? You already spent all these centuries building the country. Now you're going to go somewhere else, spend resources that the community doesn't even have, to make your own la billy bum land. Like, are you serious? Like, I can't take
Go ahead, Lee. If they'll let you finish, and instead of talking, and then
I still want to know how.
Because he agrees with me.
I still want to know how you're going to get China involved in this whole thing. But like,
well, that's
you guys missed the point.
By me asking
you guys missed Teddy. You missed the point. It's not about ethnicity, looking at the people, the culture. It's about where is it going to be more beneficial for me in terms of they're an emerging superpower. Where is it beneficial for me to align with what country to build my own community in? That's what it is. It could be China, if Africa was moving. It could be anything, but the problem is this. You can live there as maybe get citizenship, open up businesses, if they allow, buy property, and flourish. That's fine. But you can't go there and start to establish your own police station. Your own
not without permission. You're right.
You know what happened?
That's why it would be worked out.
1 second. Reverend, you said that you want to be able to leverage. First you want to buy up land, then you want to have open up institutions that are race-based and whatever, Black American-based, and then use that as a leveraging power to get more from the government. Why would
No, I didn't say that. No, I said what would we have to use as leverage in the very beginning, so we could everything would be agreed to. This would be. That's what I'm saying.
But wait, hold on, Reverend. Why? Guys, you're supporting colonialism. You're supporting the Zionist idea.
You keep using that word, but I think you're determined. I don't think you understand it.
Ace.
That's not colonialism. Colonialism is taking it by force.
Excuse me, Riverland, 1 second. Do you know what happened with the black people? Do you know what happened with the black population in COVID and in China? As soon as shit got popped off, they kicked them out. So you think you're gonna spend all this money and resources, then think you're gonna be comfortable? As soon as something pops off, they're gonna blame your black ass.
Yeah,
this is the dumbest conversation I've heard.
Very racist during.
And not only China, also fucking what's the Ukrainian people? Ukrainian people, they even let black people on the damn train.
People, yeah.
They kicked them out.
Yeah.
So you think your black ass is gonna go to these countries and I have leverage because I'm American? Are you serious? What leverage do you have?
So Lee, if you can talk to me, please, and they'll let you finish. I appreciate it.
Okay, everyone be silent. Let these two have a conversation because we're clearly not understanding.
Thank you.
They understand each other. I guess Lee has the...
Rick said he's black, but he has a limiting mindset.
Lee, repeat what you just said. I didn't hear you.
It said you're black, but you have a limiting mindset. This is why I just...
No, I'm street smart. There's two different people. There's dumbasses and there's street smart.
Yeah, street smart means limited mindset. You're limiting yourself to the street.
Okay, well, you go. I don't know if you're black, but go after Christopher Land.
For the love of God, ignore him, please, like I have.
Go to North Korea, tell them you want land, so they can much really.
Go ahead, Lee. Go ahead.
So go to North Korea, say you want land, so you can put your black ass up in camp.
Bro, nobody cares about racism for you, man. You have a limiting mindset.
Okay, because I know white supremacy is global. White supremacy is global.
Take care of your inferiority complex.
Like, stop talking to him, Lee, please.
You found a cheerleader, Lee. You got a cheerleader.
Oh no.
There's I put some information in the chat about Liberia. I think they've done this already before.
I thought Lee was going to say something about Costa Rica. I don't know why people keep going to Africa. I don't know why.
I don't even know why we're fucking talking about this topic when this is not the fucking topic.
You said something about Costa Rica, Lee. That's why I was waiting for you to...
Anyway, y'all need to get a private room. Because I've been quiet for a while. Y'all go back and forth over this fucking nonsense. But this is how you
want to say something about an administrative area in Costa Rica.
Get a fucking room.
What do you guys think about chocolate chip muffin?
About what?
Chocolate chip muffin.
I'll bring some serious.
Can you guys tell you how it's deep we did? Reverend asked a question to Edward, and the way Edward was trying to explain it is that the reason why China is backing Iran and helping, because Reverend didn't know that at all, because she was like, is it Israel or whatever, is talking about the economic ties, the trade routes, etc. So from that question, Reverend got this from what I understand, this whole notion of, okay, well, if those two nations that are so different in culture, ethnicity, etc. can align, how can the Black Americans? That's why I went down that road. I'm trying to get off it. Then I went to religion. Oh my lord!
Do you know what Chinese?
Do y'all know that Panama came from Colombia? It came from Colombia.
Kid organs, and you think you can go over there and get it?
It came from Colombia. They carved out a piece. They carved out a piece of Colombia, and that's how you got the nation of Panama. But it wasn't originally. It didn't start off as a nation.
You see what her plan is? Her plan
that wasn't colonialism.
Her plan is to go to these countries, ask for a little land, and then steal it. You see what I'm saying? Colonization. That's what she wants.
The fucking guy, the fucking Palestinians.
Bro, she
that is fucking wild.
She literally started the conversation saying she wants to go have her mini Israel. That's literally how she started.
It was called a subdivision. It's called creating a subdivision.
Bro,
that's different from colonialism.
Everyone do it. Pull up China.
They did it already.
Reverend, you gotta understand. Everybody eats chitlins.
That's what I was trying to. That's the word I was looking for, Ace. When you were saying it's colonialism.
Everybody eats chitlins.
Creating a subdivision is a little bit different.
So how do you feel about the subdivision quote that Israel has created with Israeli settlers in the West Bank?
I think at this point, there can only be...
You're not done, Reverend. Hold on. It's still Palestinian land, so they haven't taken it over in the sense that now all of a sudden the world map it's Israel, right? Still Palestinian land, but they've gone and created a subdivision where they've gone through different beats, taken homes, sat there, now they have a poll, now their army comes in, there's preference for the Israelis over the Palestinian community. What do you think about that? That sounds like a subdivision.
I think it's something that other organizations and nations, they can learn from it and not make the same mistakes. Look at what they went through,
What do you mean? But are you okay with that?
Well, so you don't run into the same problems. Avoid whatever it is. That's a great thing about history.
Hold on a second. But are you okay with Israel's actions?
Am I okay with Israel's actions? What actions?
Taking 700,000 illegal settlers within West Bank who've just taken Palestinian homes and set up their subdivisions. They've changed the street names.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about that.
No,
I don't think. Did they have permission to do that?
Fuck no.
Okay, well then, yeah, that has nothing to do with what I'm speaking about.
No, I don't. But you're talking about off topic. This room
That's how it started.
about that. I'm bringing the topic back, okay, to the point of this room.
But Ace, you got to realize that's how that shit started. They're like, oh, we're friendly. We're gonna come here. The white people that went to South Africa. That's how it started. Now they got Afrikaners, their own land. They do all this fucked up shit. That would never work. What you saying, Riverland, is a fucking fantasy world.
It was done already. It was done already. Liberia. Can y'all read up on Liberia? Jesus fucking God.
Yeah, that was a colony. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
It was done already, though. It was done already. And the original people didn't like it. The indigenous people didn't like it.
Hey, Wednesday, was Panama a part of Costa Rica?
I don't know. I'd have to check that out.
No, I said Colombia. I said Grand Colombia, not Costa Rica.
Don't believe
anything. And on top of that, we live in the fucking 20th century, okay? Because of the way just everything is now, we're so more closer connected. Who the fuck is taking 14% of the population and going to another fucking continent? Who the fuck is doing that?
I don't know why you brought that up.
FBA's doing that.
This shit's crazy.
You can't make this shit up, man. This is a joke.
I actually agree with you, Rickson. For the first.
You know, my ex used to always debate against Adolf because he's a Pan-African, right? And he was like, you know what? He's like, oh yeah, let's all just separate and go on one point so they can all just kill us at one time.
You can't argue with that. You know, one thing I realized, I used to argue with these dumbasses before a long time too. You can't argue with these people. These people are stuck on stupid. Let them keep on waiting for the reparations. I don't give a damn. You get it? You don't. I don't give a damn. Now they're talking about going to they're talking about one different government paying for land. Like, what kind of dumbness is that?
It's been done. Look at Liberia, and this is before after the Civil War. It's been done.
My was up. But Liberia is different. Like I said, Liberia was created and they resettled former slaves in Liberia. It's just not the same.
But Lee, what kind of sense does that? Listen to what you're saying, Lee.
About in 2025.
So somebody worked for this country. They not only they came for slaves, right? They so much sacrifice happened within the United States. Do you think it was just easy? Don't you think all blacks would have just left during that Liberia shit? Why do you think a lot of us stayed?
It wasn't offered to everybody. What are you talking about?
Rickson.
I think Pan-African is more better than isolation. Because when you're isolated, when you isolate yourself, it's easier for those who are in power, which is white supremacy, because white supremacy is all over the world, that could take you out. Pan-African is way better.
But like she was saying, she kept bringing up China, like the China man won't call her an N-word with the RDR and spit on her in 2000.
They will steal her organs. They will do that. They will steal her organs. Just like they're doing in Africa right now. They're stealing kids' organs.
So you guys are projecting, right? You're projecting your insecurities.
This world isn't Disney World and the Billy Billy Bum Bum, okay? We're talking the truth. We are talking the truth. This is not no fantasy world.
You're talking some bullshit from some.
Well, I'm talking bullshit. What is Israel doing right now? Is that bullshit?
Yes, because they have money and power. If you have money and power, people respect you. Don't care.
Wouldn't it be easier
Wouldn't
He must
it be
be
easier
Ethiopian.
for wait. Wouldn't it be easier for Black Americans to invest in Black-owned businesses and do what other
That wasn't her
other
question.
I'm not finished. Do what other ethnicities in the United States do, right? Just invest in self. Look what the Chinese do. They was hired within themselves. A lot of Latinos were hired within themselves, right? Well, wouldn't it be easier to do that than try to take 14% of a population and bring them to another continent where white supremacy is everywhere in all 7 continents?
Wednesday, that will never happen because
That wasn't her
Guys,
question.
hold on.
within that 14%.
Lee, hold
Don't
on,
try
guys,
to
stop.
explain, Lee.
You
Just
guys,
you're wasting
hold on,
your
Lee,
breath.
guys, stop. Okay, Lee,
Well, you
let me
guys-
say something
you
to
were made
guys.
for each
Rick said. To Lee's point, I do believe, and I've seen this, and I give many examples from just personal, whatever. When you have money, depends on what level of money, raise, color, all that shit goes out the door. Money talks before anything else, but that's at upper echelon. You can play in that league. I'm telling you, race means nothing when you're playing with certain amount of either you have access to something, some sort of privilege, something that you have the other person wants. It usually has to do with some sort of business money expansion. That's true. However, the people that are going to be going to, let's say, the whole idea of China and going there and taking their money and that.
No, said anybody was born in China.
Wait, hold on, Reverend. That population that wants to leave, because there's 10 to 15% of Black Americans who do want to leave and find somewhere in the world to
That's the whole population.
Listen, 10 to 15% of Black people is what she's saying, Black Americans. If they have an immense amount
Probably
of wealth,
14%.
hold on, listen. If no, she's saying 14% of the full Black
10%
population.
Up to 14%.
Yes, not the entire population of America. But listen, but those people that
Lee, where are you from?
if they were hold on, wait, Lee, Rickson, do you not hear me? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Those people
I do.
do
Where you
have a buddy, right? That percentage they can play anywhere. They don't need to go establish anything that's safe for them or just for them. They can do it. But it's usually the population that struggles with certain things because of many things that's set up in America. That group is what I'm guessing what wants to leave, and what is going to be their bargaining power? That's my question.
Even the Jews couldn't do it. Without Israel, the Jews would be.
I know, but wait. Let me answer. I'm just wondering what Lee's perspective
He's
is.
agreeing with whatever.
No, I gave him a different perspective.
This guy is a tyrant on this stage, and he's not stopping.
Just like your PTR.
Yeah, earlier you were talking about like Zionism and stuff like that. It's the problem isn't Jews relocating to the Middle East. The problem is relocating and then trying to establish Jewish supremacy. Right? This is not the scenario she's laying out. If Jews came to Palestine and they did purchase land, they ended up purchasing 6% of the land and then stealing the rest of the 90%. Right, killing people, destroying the environment, destroying people, forcing people out. This is not the same situation, right? This is apples and oranges.
It's going to lead to the same situation.
Why are you allowing this guy to do this? Marge, why are you letting him
stop? Lee, I have a quick question. Let's just say that you go on with all these plans, and I get what you're saying, but there's no extremity. There's no plan of becoming Zionist and doing all that. But what happens when a group of people that uprooted and went and put all their strength, energy into one thing, and they don't get what they want? They don't get cooperation. Isn't it usually human nature that they're gonna revolt and fight for it because they feel like they deserve it now because they put so much emphasis, money, energy into something, thinking they get it? It can lead to it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it can lead to it, but that's not the question she's asking, right? He's talking from a starting point. You guys are bringing in all the
we're bringing the human point. That's what we're bringing in, the realistic point.
All the negative things that could happen. I can also say, what if an asteroid crash lands on Washington D.C. and kills the Pentagon?
No, I'm going based off of experience, life experiences. That's
you've been to China? You've been to
Yes, I have. I've been 3 times.
Places? Did they spit on you and call you a nigger?
No, they looked at me, they touched my hair, they wanted to take random pictures with me. I didn't ask for that.
Okay, so
what are you talking about?
They didn't spit on you and call you a nigger, so your argument is...
First of all, you're saying the nigger, where are you, Lee? Where are you from?
Your argument is null and void.
Where are you from?
Let's get back to the
original
topic. Let's get back to the original topic.
No, you're saying the hard ER.
I know you want to distract, Rickson.
It's nothing about the strap,
You
bro.
have ADHD, go take your Vicodin and all that stupid shit.
Shut the fuck up. I ain't taking Vicodin when he's dead. What are you talking about?
Go take your ADHD medication. Like, this is not a conversation.
Hey, some of us have ADHD.
Vicodin is
No, he's black. Okay.
Vicodin is a pain prescription anyway. It's not even for ADHD. But the point
I'm not joking. You say these little comments are going to
Let me give you an example of a group of people that does this. The Mennonites. They're like the Amish. They're of German descent. They're like the Amish.
They're around the government.
Wait, just listen. They go into Central America, South America, and some even in Central America, and they buy lands in South America and Central America. But what they do is they follow the law of the land. If that's what's going to happen, if you're going to follow the law of the land, and like the way the Mennonites do, and they have their own little community there, by all means.
Well, if you look, we have examples of all this shit. And it all leads to BS. Because like Ace said, you give them a little, you give them an inch, they're going to want a mile. It's human nature. So this little Billy bum Disney World, we're going to go there and then be nice and we're not going to have any, that's all bullshit. Because humans are full of shit. We say one thing and we're going to do another. So it's going to be, I already see it coming. Look at the examples we have. South Africa. That's a huge one. The black people said, "Oh, come in." They said, "Oh, we're just going to be nice. We just want this little plot of land." Black people said, "Come in." What did they do? They wanted the whole thing. Completely changed the structure of the country. Made part-time.
Yeah, but they already had white supremacy mindset from the get-go. These are the Dutch people.
But they didn't come in like that. They didn't come in like that.
Yes, they did come in like that.
No, they didn't.
It was Dutch colonizers.
They came in to negotiate. Okay? They didn't come in there with the slave shit.
Dutch colonizers.
You know what year they had apartheid? In the 90s. I was born in the 90s.
Yeah.
There's a crazy example here. You can look at Zimbabwe. The blacks came back into Zimbabwe to take all their land back, and then now the blacks are inviting the white people back because they need help.
Oh my God, Teddy, stop this shit.
It's true. Look it up.
It's because they have bad governance.
Leaders who pick
It's literally that. The whole economy. Zimbabwe is it's got the lowest employment rate in the world.
Yeah, look at the inflation. Did that happen all by
So now the niggas are doing the bad job, right? Is that what we're saying? Niggas need to do shit.
We don't do that over here.
I don't know how you guys got that heart. She always does that. She does this in black spaces all the time.
She's an FBA. I can't stand that lady. Talking nonsense. Like, what power do you have? What power does black Americans have? You're at the bottom of the barrel in America. You think some countries actually want to take us seriously? And I'm not being up. Listen, I love my black people, but seriously, like some conversations are just there's no point to have.
You need to get your money up, Rickson. You'll know.
My money, hey, bro, my money is up. I'm happy.
Yeah, but hold on. Lee, they can get their money up in their land. Black Americans are Americans. They have how many generations have they been in the United States? They're Americans.
She went to a Mercedes dealership. You're telling her to go to a Chevy dealership because her family.
But she's
There's
not
ways of black Americans to make up their money.
She's not trying to take her and her entire family, a group of people, go to a Mercedes dealership and say, you know what? Of course she should be able to shop at a Mercedes dealership. No one should be telling her she can't. But she can't be going there and saying, you know what? I'm going to go buy G-Class, I'm going to buy the E, I'm going to buy a whole bunch of cars now. And then say, because I bought these many cars and give me this much business, now I need a part of your business. I deserve it, Mercedes. I'm not going to go buy
That's the American. That's where the American comes in.
It's like,
These Americans think they're entitled.
I deserve it because I bought 3 G-Wagons, I did this, X, Y, Z, I had my money, I give you business for generations.
That's one of the scenarios is overtaking a native population, but that's not all the possible situations. Like I said, anybody could literally buy.
What on those? What's going on?
You can literally buy an island right now that nobody lives on. Create your own government.
Yeah, if it's no one.
Yeah, Tyler Perry has a little island for his little gay anyways.
How about this? Listen, we're going to take over.
Chucky, before you go, believe that actually defeats your conversation. Because you're saying if the land is it's not been built up, then you're building it from scratch. Because you're saying, why would you go to a Chevy dealership and you go to Mercedes? And Mercedes, you're referring to superpower emerging, the China. So anybody can go buy a fucking island if you want. But why would you want to go somewhere that's not even a Chevy? It's no name.
That's what I said. That's why I said you're being vague.
When I'm talking about the dealership, I'm talking about the land, right? The power dynamics she's talking about with China is like saying, once you have once you buy the Mercedes, you want to do customization with it, you go to a different company or whatever it is.
China is right now trying to get Taiwan. You really think they're going to use some land? Like, let's be honest.
Let Chucky jump in. I keep interrupting. Chucky, go.
I was saying, Richard, what that's...
If you want to do with China, if you want to do business with China, then business with you. They don't care about this law.
They have to offer.
What you say?
You have to offer them something, and that's why I asked. What? No one's answered.
They're gonna offer Popeyes.
All in my head, I'm picturing a group of loads of these people, 10% of Americans,
cornbread,
going to land, and then one in a relationship with China. My question is, how are you going to get a relationship with China?
Well, they can build a relationship.
Yeah,
I'm surprised you're dying on this.
Am I not speaking English?
You can try wine. Wine usually works.
You don't.
What do you mean? Wine, maybe a movie.
What the fuck are you talking
about? You want to get into a relationship, you use wine. It's a good social lubricant.
Yeah, this is what you do.
Yo, Richard.
No. I mean, whiskey would be nice.
Yeah, you hear me fucking talking?
No, really, I don't. I don't even know.
Chucky's been trying to talk, man, please.
I don't really care. Chucky's a liar, man.
Okay, listen, I don't want to start shit. I don't know what your guys' beef is. Let him speak and you.
I was saying, Rick said with Reb or whatever that person's name was, Logic, me and you, let's go to Panama and buy some land, right? If they give us a little bit of land, let's tell them that we deserve more. And let's see how that turns out for them.
Exactly, and that's the thing. People, you're putting your life at danger when you do this. There are expats, there are American expats all over the world, right? But they know they're on code. They're not going to go to a country trying to run shit, because they already know what's the outcome. You're going to get fucking your fifth stroke, you're going to get fucking unalived. Killed. So that lady talking that crap, I don't know, that lady, she's bonkers, okay? He said, I have ADHD. That lady has ADHD in her pussy. Excuse my language.
Okay, Rick said, come on now. Okay, go ahead, but
There's nothing wrong with ADHD.
I don't know how you get ADHD.
Are you British?
Some of us have a different operating system. It's okay.
Yeah, dyslexic people out there, There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
There's also undiagnosed people
keep
out
them in
there.
the back,
Rick
right?
said there's also undiagnosed people out there.
What are you talking
Just
about?
what?
Albert Einstein was told by his teacher that he was unteachable.
Well, there's a saying out there. You're so smart, you're retarded. So I like you have to be a little balance of both, Look at the smart people. Bill Gates, he's a weirdo. All those rich billionaires, they're all weird. Elon Musk, fucking weird. I like the way I am. I don't want to. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Just give me $1 million.
Rickson, you're not gonna have any children, are you?
Oh, of course. I love kids. You cut out. What you say?
Hello?
What was the point of asking me if I'm not going to have kids?
I don't say you shouldn't, I think.
Morning, everybody, guys. How are you?
What up, Pixie?
Oh, no.
Hi, Emma.
What's your beef with Chucky? Today seems like, Edward is out here, there's Chucky out here, there's you. Today I heard that he was a Zionist by a third person. Chucky, what are you doing?
Look, I was in a... Right? So she asked me the question, right? So with Edward, right? We were in Amos's room.
No, I'm not
Edward was Edward.
I'm talking about, there's a bunch of people that called you. I heard 3 people.
Look, so I was in a room. So I was in a room the other day with Mikael and some religious people. It was a religious room, right? And Chucky comes in. That's when he first changed his name to Amos. We thought he was actually Amos. And then he said some random comment. He's like, yo, sitting in on Amir's rooms I'm actually, I don't know exactly what the word he used for it was, but like, I'm more sympathetic to the Israeli position, basically. That's what he said. And then I told him like I don't want to talk about this. Mikael started questioning him about it, so you can ask him about it. But then I was just like, dude, this is a religious room. Like I don't care about this, right? So closed the topic. We moved on. He left, and then I come into this room, and I ask him, hey, dude, what was up with that comment? First, he stayed quiet. He was staying muted, right? And then eventually he completely denied that he ever said that. Now he's still denying it. So you're a liar. Like, at least if you have a position, stick to it. Like I will respect you more if you actually stood on your own position. But for you to say something in another room and then say something else in this room and deny that you had said, like, this is some bullshit. This is Jew shit. I'm sorry, bro.
Or you're just trying to stir the pot.
Yeah, I've never said that. So, what are you talking about?
See, he's lying. You can ask Mikael yourself. Mikael was there.
Any more questions?
You can't beat the claim, dude. Are you just going on a trolling and then getting people all fucked up with their trolls? And people thinking you're Zion?
I've never
Oh wait,
made that statement.
actually, Chucky, I heard you say that. I heard you say that the other day.
Wasn't he Jewish?
Never said that.
I heard Chucky say, I'm gonna go and troll and pretend I'm a Zionist or something.
Never did I go into that room and say that. That's what I'm saying. That's number one. And
Wait,
number
when
two,
you
the
said-
whole Edward.
I'm joking.
Oh my God! Can I finish?
I'm sarcastic.
But yeah, I'm just saying I've never said that. And then that whole Edward situation, Edward came in Amos's room, starting his bullshit, and Pikachu damn near attacked him. And we were having a whole different conversation about America, and I agreed with Pikachu about America. And you can ask Pikachu himself.
Yeah,
I've never said he was a Holocaust supplier.
It's weird.
That's cool. But I mean, if that makes me a Zionist, then I guess I'm a Zionist. Shit.
No.
Because I agree.
didn't say that. I think Benny said that you were.
Yeah, but I've never even been in that room that he's talking about. So.
Well, you're lying.
How those people are.
At least just be honest. Like, we'd respect you a little bit more. But to do this flip-flop bullshit, to deny that you said what you said, say you were trolling. It's fine. But, you're lying.
Okay, you say I'm lying. I said I didn't say that. So
and I say I got witnesses.
What are we gonna do?
I got witnesses.
Okay.
What happens in a court of law, you bring witnesses.
I don't think Benny's a known liar on this app. Like,
I actually don't lie. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that is something I don't do. I troll. I often troll. But I make it pretty clear that I'm trolling.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, he's a womanizer, though. Benny's a womanizer. So.
guys,
Proudly.
this guys, stop. I hate
Wait,
that you
what?
asked.
Proudly I am. That's like a compliment.
How did you gain that? Sorry, how did you gain that? Sorry.
What? That one day Fatima was trying to do something and he was saying, menage a trois? Yes. I was like,
Oh, babe. He gets off with
that man, Benny, what are you talking about?
You know, it's probably one of the hardest things about, like, going back to religion. Adultery.
Wait, hold on. But yeah, didn't you go from being Muslim to Christian, right?
I went from being atheist. But, like, yeah, I grew up.
So where you said that it was just some of your lifestyle choices fit a different religion, so you went down that road?
Yeah, but adultery is not okay in any religion.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta custom make a religion for you.
Yeah, I listen. promiscuity.
Wait, Jews.
There's a reason why.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Reformists, Jews, they custom made it. So
No. Yeah, that's fine. You in Protestantism, custom made Christianity, and that's why you have like gay churches. But the thing is that if you look at it from an objective standpoint, sorry.
I said you're a Protestant.
No. I said Protestants custom made their religion. Like they custom made Christianity to fit whatever they wanted. That's why you have gay churches. But the thing is that promiscuity is just not good. It's not healthy for the person. It's not healthy for the society. And that's why. It's not exactly the person, like the soul, the mind, the body, and it's not healthy for society for all people.
Why do you regret not being able to?
I like pussy.
God, what I ask is so fucking quiet.
But it's bad to do that stuff. Like you shouldn't.
Listen. You'll find your life soon.
Inshallah, I really need to.
How old are you, dude?
32.
Lay off masturbation. Let's breathe a little bit, okay?
Yeah, I don't
Can we
masturbate.
stop this conversation now? It's just getting really fucked here. Okay. Airplane, you're back. Thank you. Any updates on what's going on in Iran? Not what's going on with your personal lives, or I don't fucking want to hear that shit.
Yeah, leave the hands alone, guys.
Yeah, I don't.
Saying no to hands.
Women do it too. Don't do that. Yeah, women do it too. Y'all do it more.
Listen, we're not having a conversation, so let's.
That's why you don't want to talk about it.
It's not that type of room. Have you seen the room title? This room has been derailed 1,000 times.
I was about to say, we've been talking about nonsense this whole time.
I know. This is what happens when I'm trying to do shit that Amir's like, hey, listen, if Amir was
And Lee was
here,
agreeing to it. Like, come on,
listen,
bro.
the Benny Adam and the Chucky thing, Amir would have made that fake. You guys are lucky.
I think we just get Edward in here. We'll just get Edward in here. See his side of this.
But he'll probably hear about it from somebody, and he'll probably bring it up. Chucky.
No, that time I came into this room and confronted Chucky about it, Amir was there. At first, he kind of believed me, and then he thought I was lying later.
Yeah, okay. Airplane, do we have updates? You're going to be on mute. Okay, I have a question. Chucky, I'm going to ask this question. I know you're being centered. I know, like, America First, Patriot, which is all fine. Now, let's just, people, someone's talking about allyship and why they align with Israel because they feel like it's just better for America, whatever, that's the perception. Would you align with the country automatically because they are an ally, a strong ally of America? Would you disagree with their actions because America does? Chunky?
I'm afraid to answer that question because I might be called a Zionist.
Actually, it's about your moral test, isn't it?
I don't know, Wednesday. Every time I see them talk, they call me a Zionist. I'm cool. I'm refraining from answering any more questions at this state. Because calling me a Zionist is worse than calling me a nigger, to be honest with you.
It has been called a racial. It is kind of like a racial slur these days. Like I wouldn't want to be called a Zionist. You would call me that, means I'm a baby killer.
I mean, anything else in the world but a fucking Zionist out of all things? The fuck is wrong with these people?
I don't know. But welcome to the stage, buddy. You're breaking out.
Last name is Shabazz on here, for Christ's sakes. The fuck? You call me it.
Anyways, buddy, welcome to the stage. If you want to share your thoughts, views, if you have any information on what the hell's going on, please unmic and say.
Oh, so wait, I think Zero is I think Zero kind of said what he's a Muslim, but he follows the Nation of Islam, right? Because he was quoting Elijah Muhammad.
It's very
I kind of figured that.
drop it. I think he's left the room. He's pissed off.
It was.
Well, yeah, for his age, he's an older man, so I would have thought he was part of the Nation of Islam, because a lot of Black Americans around the 50s and 60s did become part of the Nation of Islam. So I kind of figured out.
We just call it the Nation.
The what?
The Nation.
They call it the Nation of Islam.
I mean, they call it the Nation of Islam. My ex actually grew up as a 5%er, which is like a subgroup of the Nation of Islam.
Hey, wait, hold on. Badiana, why is it the Nation versus the Nation of Islam?
I'm just trolling.
Fuck, see, I could even with you guys right now. You guys want to beef with each other, I can just tell. But why does that matter? Like, what's... I don't know if that's supposed to be derogatory. I don't even know why that's being brought up.
They are a fringe group. I don't think it's derogatory. It's just that they are a very fringe group. Like even within the Black community and Islamic. The 5%ers, that's even worse. That's even more.
Yeah, he's just a Pan-African.
I mean 5%ers is kind of built on Pan-Africanism, right? I don't know that much.
They just believe in like black people around the world need to just like, unite and stuff like that.
Is it rooted in supremacy, or is it just...
No, it's not rooted in supremacy. It's rooted in like brotherhood and a connection to the motherland, which is Africa.
Hey, Eze. I see you back.
Members of the group call themselves Allah's 5%ers, which reflects the concept that 10% of the people in the world are elites and they're agents who know the truth of existence and opt to keep 85% of the world in ignorance and under their control.
So that is supremacy.
Yeah, it's kind of...
The remaining 5% are those who know the truth and are determined to enlighten the 85%. Well, I mean, it's not really supremacy, but it's kind of like, like we know the truth and we're gonna help get to it.
Yeah, well, thank God he grew out of that.
Yeah, it's very healthy.
What's that this cult you brought up earlier? Children of God?
Oh, yeah, the Children of God. Yeah.
Yeah, but have you heard of them? Wild.
Children? No.
Oh, Wednesday, you gotta tell him. It's wild.
Trevor Zero said, Trevor Zero said the white men are the devils.
No, that's BHI.
That's BHI. That's Hebrew Israelites. I actually grew up with them in New York City. They would be like in a corner yelling shit, or in the trains yelling shit. They do a lot of yelling.
Yeah, I got yelled at and called a white devil once when I was walking down.
You was called an Edomite?
I was called a white devil.
That's what Zero believes.
But do you understand, if we had to do like break down like the most evilest race, who would be on that top? Who would be on the top list, first place?
I don't know.
The white people.
Thank you. White people never want to admit it. But guys, you would be on the top of the list. You would be on first place.
I mean, the thing is that like I look white, but I'm from the Middle East. Like I'm serious.
That wasn't the question.
Yeah,
No.
Do you look white because of colonization?
No.
Because the Greeks and the Romans, that part of that area that you from the Levant, they did a lot of conquering too.
No, the white phenotype stems from the Caucasus. So there was Caucasian migration to the Levant 40,000 years ago. So this is like well before Greeks and Romans and even written civilization. So that's why you have a lot of white people in the Levant that are native to the Levant. My family is very native to the Levant.
Okay, you're white.
Sure.
White refers to you.
But yeah, I'm very white passing. I guess you
No,
could
I
say.
can't
look
stand that
more
word. You're either
than
white or you're not. You're white.
I mean, yeah, I'm more white than most white people.
An
But like,
albino, a black albino is still black. They still have black features. You most likely have the white features. You're white. I'm sorry. Not sorry.
sure. I mean, I'm not. You don't have to be sorry about it. I don't think it's a bad thing. But like when that guy from the Nation of Islam, or sorry, from the BHI, called me a white devil on the street, I looked at him and I was like, he's like, "Are you talking about me?" He's like, "Yeah, you're white. You're a white devil." And I was just like, "Yeah, but dude, I'm from the Middle East." And then he was like, "Oh, where are you from?" I was like, "Syria." He was like, "And there's a civil war in Syria, isn't there?" Like, "Yeah." He's like, "The white people and the brown people are fighting, right?" No, that's not what's happening. And then he just kind of got like, he just didn't know what he was talking about. So he kind of moved on and picked another white guy. Started calling him.
Okay, but do you agree that white people are the most evilest race?
I don't think so.
Why?
Because there's plenty of like really evil people.
I'm saying like, worldwide, global powers.
Yeah.
Done. White people
like,
are the most evil.
I don't. I would say probably one of the most evil empires to ever exist was the Mongol Empire. They're not very.
Yeah, that was true.
And then they did.
I'm saying in modern history, within modern human times.
Yeah, but I
now you're just filtering to get your.
I'm well informed about
white people.
history
I'm sorry.
enough.
You could try to run away from that question.
Listen, white people over the last 500 years have been the most dominant. Sure, that's
most evil. I didn't say dominate. I said most evil.
Well, domination tends to come from doing evil shit.
Yeah. Dominate sounds nice. Evil sounds better.
No, but if you go back further than that, the Mongols were quite dominant for a very large period of time, and they did horrific shit.
Well,
most of that horrific shit they did to
when's the downfall for
Chinese people?
What's up with you guys?
There will eventually be a downfall for white people, and then some other group of people will do horrible, evil shit and be dominant.
Hold on.
So, Bunny Adam, I don't know, I heard Bunny Adam say that the Chucky's a Zionist. Is that true? Can you swear on Cynic, Bunny Adam?
No. Well, I do know. I don't swear.
Can you swear on your mama? Can you swear on your mama?
I don't swear because it's.
Can you swear on your dada?
As the Bible says.
Baba, you call it Baba, right? Your dad?
Yes, I have a dad, naturally, biologically.
You have a dad? How many dads do you have?
By biology, I must have a dad. Right? But as you know, my religion says, let your yes be yes.
So this Amos guy, he's never been into your room, I heard.
Well, you heard wrong.
How do you know that he's been in there? How do you know that?
I had a conversation with him.
When did you have a conversation with this guy?
That was the same day that I came into this room and told you what happened.
Does he follow you? Let me see. Does he follow you?
I don't know.
Bro, he doesn't even follow you.
He was in the room. I don't know, man. He was in the room. I don't know who he follows. I don't follow him. I don't care to follow him. But he was in that room for sure. Hold on, I'll be back.
Was it his voice? There's another Amos too. That's not the real Amos, but it's a name Amos.
Where'd he go? Did he still here?
Well, first Chucky left, and then I think Benny said he's coming back, maybe with proof.
What's up with this NN emoji, man? We got 2-3 NNs here. NN.
What are you saying?
All right, I'm back.
In the audience. Yes, Maniadam. Thank you for coming back. So you said you believe this person called Chucky, aka Amos. He actually said he's a Zionist.
No, he didn't say he was a Zionist. He said because of Amir's rooms, I've been looking into it more. And I don't know exactly the word that he used, but he basically said, I'm more sympathetic to the Israeli position. That's
Which
just the word he said.
Which I kind of believe that because he has been hanging around, Amos's room more and have conversations with what's his name? Jew, whatever. Pussy Jew over there.
Pikachu?
Yeah. Sorry. You drilled that in my head, man. I'm sorry.
Look, I'm not asking you to just believe me. I told you there was 3 other witnesses in that room that I can remember, and I know that there was a Jewish guy there as well, who, I forgot who it was though. It may have been Aitan, I'm not sure exactly who it was. There was a Jewish guy in that room as well, and he was like, hey, and he started talking to him too. So like, there were at least 3 other people in there that I have named. Mikael, Princessia, Nura, and Janera. They were all there, they all heard it.
Seriously? But are you sure that this was the guy?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. Because it was just when he changed his name, and we actually thought it was Amos. And then we thought it was Nair. You know, Nair also changed his name to Amos. And then when he started speaking, I was like, oh, that's Chucky. I know him.
So how can you trust him? The Wallahi won't work with you.
Well, I mean, to be honest, let your yes be yes and your no be no. And I brought 3 other witnesses. You don't want to believe
the other 3 witnesses. So I take Daenerys, didn't she become Christian?
Yeah, Daenerys kind of confused about her religion, but it doesn't matter, bro. Like,
who brought her back to Christianity? Was it you?
No, it wasn't me. No. It was actually Sam Shamoon.
Was it Harper? That guy Bart Simpson, that piece of shit?
No, it was Sam Shamoon. It was, did you see that debate about the Islamic dilemma? It was Sam Shamoon, Jay Dyer against 2 other Muslims. And the Islamic dilemma broke her. She was like, oh my god, this is really messed up. Yeah. But she's not exactly a Christian either. She was a Christian for like 5 minutes, and then she's like, yeah, this has problems too.
This has problems too. Everything has problems. And at one point I heard she was a Shia. That's another thing as well. I don't know, man.
She's had an interesting religious journey, but you know what? She's an honest person. That's all I.
Yeah, she's a good person. She used to come in here. I don't know what happened to her. I wanted to come in and contribute, but I think she's just into religious.
She is. Yeah, she doesn't do the political stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is more interesting, debating the fucking Zionists.
I mean, for her, she doesn't really care that much. I mean, she is pro-Palestine, but it's not really an issue that she really cares about that. I don't think.
Not a fan energy. Okay.
No, there's a lot of people who don't really, they're not animated by this issue.
You want to bring Ron up. Ron, you like to bark a lot in the chat. Come on up. Stop barking in the chat. Come on up. I know you're not an old man. Come on up. Instead of barking in the chat, just come on up, I know you're a Zionist. You might be Iranian. Come on up. Let's have a conversation, And I like to talk to new Zionists and use them as punching bags, It's simple as that. You could use me as a punching bag, You look at pro-Pallies as pro-Nazis, whatever. I look at you as a pro-Nazi.
Is he still
Anybody that believes in killing babies and, a whole bunch of crazy shit what the Zionist entity is doing, yeah, it makes you a terrorist. Ariel, stop raising the hand up, man. I'm not going to bring you up. Earlier today, I had the hand raising off, and he just came up on his own. I'm like, why the fuck did he come up?
Yeah, he hasn't been brought up by
me.
Nobody likes him, man. None of the rooms.
He wasn't brought up by me.
None of the rooms like him. They always kick him out.
He loves you. I think you're replacing his father like a father figure. You know what I mean?
Probably.
So Wednesday, he needs to go fix his attitude.
Oh, is this Pixie? What's up, Pixie? Assalamu alaikum. What's how you doing?
Wait, hold on. Is Ariel back in the U.S.?
Probably he lied. Edward cornered him really badly in one of Amos' room 3-4 days ago, and Yaakov was asking, "How you doing? You're in America?" He goes, "No, I took an emergency flight to Israel." And Edward, brought the point. He's like, "Bengal Airport got shut down. How the fuck did you fly over there?" And then he was like mumbling or whatever. He couldn't answer the fucking question. Al Norma jumps in to protect it.
this idiot, he claimed to be in America. He was, I think, in Chicago or some shit. Yeah. This is a problem, man. Gary, you gotta stop lying, man. Stop lying to people. Stop bullshitting to a bullshitter, right? I'm the biggest bullshitter, I understand, right? But you cannot bullshit to a bullshitter, man. This is the problem with some of these.
So we can only conclude two things.
You didn't
right?
go on a charter plane, bro. They're not gonna fucking fly you back over there. You just
Yeah,
idiot.
exactly. He's not that important. So we can only conclude two things. Is either he lied about going to America because he just needs some kind of fucking attention, or he's lying about the charter plane. Either way, he's lying.
Ariel, by the way, 150,000 Israelis are stuck somewhere, and you know one of the ministers said. He said they should enjoy their time off. They've been trying to bring them back. Did you know this? For weeks, and then for a week and a half or so, or 2 weeks, and then they made it easy. Oh, Ariel's the most important person in the world. It's an American person that just became Jewish. He's a new reword or whatever. Bullshit. We're gonna pick him up, take him to Israel, and we're gonna let him live inside Israel. You're just an idiot, bro.
So for the government.
Let's bring him up one time. Let's see what he has to say. Go on. Defend your position. Go on.
You know, he was in a Zionist room, and he said, I work for the government. They asked him, what position do you have? And he said, I can't talk about it. Then they said, if you're not allowed to talk about it, then why are you telling us to work in the government?
He's a Knesset member, man. That's what he wrote. Like, good morning. How you doing? Are you okay? What time is it over there? What time is it over there?
8:45 in the morning.
Are you sure about that?
What time is it for you right now?
You can check this out. It's 8:45 in the morning.
What time is it? What time is it on your phone?
What's your other question? It's 8:45 in the morning.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That means you're still in Israel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you never came to America then, Ariel, right?
Exactly. I said you either. No, you weren't. No, you're just a liar.
Let him defend his position, Lindsay. Let's hear him out. Let's see what he has to bullshit about. Go on, bullshit. Go on.
I told you while I was in America, I wasn't just by myself. It was me and the people that I worked for. When things started to go real bad, arrangements were made. They got us a charter, and they flew us back. What's so hard to understand about that?
Oh, they need bodies. They need bodies to just give up their lives. They're gonna put you in the forefront because they don't give a fuck about you.
Well, they actually got a charter plane, right? And put all of these people in a charter plane. And charter plane, you have to find a pilot. You gotta rent a fucking charter plane. A lot of times it's not available on demand. And it's fucking expensive as fuck, which I know damn well. The Israelis can't really afford it at this moment. They're hurting.
I mean, I'm sorry that you're assessing it, but...
But wait, this charter flight, how many seats is it? How many people are there?
Yes, I called a small charter plane. They were charging, what was it, $3,000 a day or something, or $5,000?
No, it's sometimes $3,000 an hour.
No, I'm talking about a tiny, shitty plane with the one seat or buckets.
How many seats did this charter plane have?
How many seats were there on the plane, or how many people were seated on the plane?
How many seats were on the plane?
There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
How many bathrooms?
9. There was 9.
9. How many bathrooms?
There was 2.
Okay, how many exit points?
I beg your pardon?
How many exit points?
Do you want the model number on the tail too?
No, I'm getting at something.
You're getting at something. What are you getting at?
Well, you've been exposed already. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Anything else you need to know, sweetheart?
If you were on a charter plane, you would be able to answer those very simple questions. The first thing that they do is they talk about safety, precautions, etc., especially since you're flying over a war zone, per se. You would have even more safety protocols being spoken of, and they would speak about all the different exits. You'd be able to tell me in a heartbeat if you were actually on that charter plane. Which you
So you mean to tell me? I'm just trying to understand this from your point of view. And last time I checked, and I I believe you when you say this. You're a lawyer. But your line of questioning, based upon the safety protocols and my ability to read all those safety protocols, is enough for you to decide as to whether or not I'm telling the truth.
Nope, I've asked multiple questions.
So those multiple questions that you're asking are enough for you to individually assess as to whether or not I'm telling the truth.
I can gauge.
Okay, so here's my follow-up question.
And you said that you were a builder and you did this, and then I talked to you if you're gonna get a land and build, what's the first thing you need to do? You had no fucking idea. You didn't know the whole. You didn't understand how you have to have a land surveyor. You didn't understand how you need to assess all those. If you're a builder, that's what you said you were. You would be able to easily tell those things off the top of your head because it's at the back of your head.
Okay, so just to ask you have no idea.
So I've been able to see there's a history of this where you can answer questions, you go quiet, you say something so lofty and big, but you can't back it up. So I'm able to tell from your pattern that there's inconsistencies. Inconsistencies in a court of law can just a little shadow of a doubt needs to be casted. And
all right, so can I ask you a question?
No, it's not about me. This is about you right now. Don't ask me.
Yeah, it is about me. Right.
I'm not the idiot saying, "Oh yeah, Israel gives so many fucks about me." They chartered a plane to what? Michigan? Where were you? New York?
I'm sorry that hurt your feelings.
Oh shit, my feelings are not hurt. I'm kind of glad that you're back in a war zone. If that is true.
Okay, well, let that be your joy.
It's not my joy. I'm just saying I'm glad. I'm pleased.
You said you're glad.
It would have been worse. Glad and joy are two different things. It would have been worse if it was them taking you out of the war zone. And it's like, oh shit, they really give a fuck about his life. That's how they're bringing you into hellfire. Yeah, no.
I'm glad that makes you happy.
Actually, you know what? I take my words back. Even the shitty garbage plane, I thought it was 3,000-4,000 for the whole day, but it's actually an hour.
And that's what I'm saying. It was an hour. Yeah. 3,000-4,000 hours.
Do you think that we paid for that out of pocket?
Wait a second. So what was the name? What was the name of the company?
What was the name of the company?
Yeah. It's a charter plane. It's obviously not. You're not. Have you come in? What you said you was in Miami? In another room?
I didn't say I was in Miami.
Yes, you did. You did.
I said, see, Wednesday. Here's the problem.
You said come to Miami.
I said I'm coming.
Bro, you just
Miami.
like I said, Amir, he either lied about being in America or he's lying about the charter plane.
Wednesday,
either way,
you don't know how to listen. Your listening skills.
You're lying. You're a pathological liar, bro.
I'm a pathological liar. I didn't know pathological was a word.
Anyway, what was the company that you came out of?
Pathological is a very real thing.
You don't know that pathological
liar is a very real thing. You actually you believe your lies.
Path with an F.
No, pathological liar.
No,
if you were to do a
lie detector test, it's called I have a fucking accent. I'm Spanish. Yeah, I did actually. What's wrong with that? I had a lisp when I was younger. I went to speech therapy. What's the problem?
Congratulations.
Are you being an ableist?
What are your other lines of questioning?
Are you being an ableist?
I know that you guys are upset that I'm safe.
Are you being an ableist?
And that I'm able to travel.
No, nobody can get over it. What's the name of the company? What's the name of the company? You really think that this guy really wants us to think that a corporation or a branch paid $4,000 an hour for his sorry ass? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Sit several seats down. Sit several seats down. Sit several seats down. You fucking liar. Sit several seats down.
Don't worry, I'm coming back. I'm coming back to America. When I'm back there, I'll definitely.
Yeah, you just a liar, bro.
No problem.
Just a liar. Nobody believes you.
How does that affect your life?
Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. Just a liar. Just a liar. The fact is, what's scary is that you believe your own lies. You got mental. Yeah.
Pathological with an F, right?
Pathological.
Oh, God bless you.
You're a fuckological liar. You're a fuckological. Fuckologic is a.
Are you guys ready for what's getting ready to happen?
You're a fuckological. Alright, fuckological. Go.
You guys ready for what's getting ready to happen?
Are you ready to surrender?
Surrender to who?
Normal?
I don't understand.
Or
what you're
Black
saying.
Rabbi. Are you ready to surrender to Black Rabbi?
In what regard?
He's looking for a future partner. Are you ready to surrender to him?
Partner in what?
You know what?
No, I don't, because this is your question. So can you clarify your question, please?
Partner, I mean, meaning he wants a companion, he wants somebody that he can talk to, somebody that he can share his time with, somebody that he can eat his food with, somebody maybe he can enjoy his chicken with because that's what he's been eating, and chips. Because every time he comes in here, he's always fucking eating chips, and somebody that he can share his couch with. Oh yeah.
Hide with.
He's a couch potato. Hide with. Maybe drive a bus in. Like you could be a what is it called, bus mate. You can go to synagogue together. Hold hands together while you're going over there. Do a whole bunch of stuff together. But right now, I don't think they have enough space in the bunker for him. So. Since you have connections,
Are you asking a question or making a statement?
No, I'm just asking you. Can you get together with him and check on him, see how he's doing? I mean,
Why do I need to do that?
He loves you.
I mean, are you saying this for him, or is he saying that for himself?
He told me to tell you he loves you.
I highly doubt that.
He said, I miss Ariel.
I highly doubt that. You are pathological. You are
I mean, the fact that he's even asking that means he's in love with him. So
no, he said, Ariel, he said he's gonna take off the restraining order off the books, off the table, so you can be buddy with him.
Amir, you and I both know that you're lying right now. If you have something that you'd like
Look,
to discuss,
if I was lying, I would be laughing. Am I laughing right now, Ariel? I'm being serious. This is my serious voice.
Amir, your life can't be that sad too. You got to make up this many lies. Do you have anything else?
So my serious voice. Where do you word and start using it?
Beg your pardon?
You just learned what a pathological liar was, and you try to put it in a sentence and try to use it.
You said pathological. There's no F for pathological.
You're a fuckological liar.
Is that what you did
You're
with the bunker? Encyclopedia?
I'm adding the F word. You're a fuckological liar.
Do you guys have anything of substance that you'd like to discuss?
Are you inside the bunker right now?
No, I'm actually getting ready to go up to the market.
I mean, they wouldn't let him in.
They didn't let you in, Ariel?
I have my own in my mind, thank you.
Ariel, I heard, I watched the new clip that came out. Why would that brother, why did that idiot white Polish person inside Israel, what was it? I think he threw a milk container or something on his head.
Oh, I seen that, Amir.
Yeah, why would they do that, Ariel? Why would you do that? And then you're preaching the same brother instead of calling out your own?
I'm sorry. You're going to have to walk down exactly what you're trying to explain because you're not doing it.
That video where, this white guy...
There's so many videos. You got to...
No, the latest one. The white guy pulls up to this guy that's preaching about Christianity. He's got a Bible in his hand, right? And he's shouting at this brother, the Christian brother. And that brother just looks away. He's just walking away. And that idiot, the Polish man, the Polish Ashkenazi Jewish, whatever, he's like trying to run up to him. And then, he takes a cup of, I don't know, milk or water or something. And just
milkshake. It looked like a milkshake.
Milkshake. Yeah, milkshake on top of his head.
That one. Well, since you spoke to him, then you should have been able to ask him, right?
No, I didn't speak to him. I'm asking you.
Then how do you know that he's Polish?
The video. He looked Polish. He looked Polish.
What do Polish people look like?
He was white as fuck.
Trust me, we know East European when we see East European, okay? Like Netanyahu, for example, the head shaved is that's given Eastern European.
He was a European Jew.
Are you sure?
100%.
That sounds like Nazi talk to me. But go on, I'm listening to you.
How is it Nazi talk?
Oh.
How is it Nazi talk?
I know he's Polish because he looks like he's Polish.
How's that still again? How is that Nazi talk?
Yeah,
Imitating Amir doesn't prove your point.
Oh, I didn't imitate him.
You tried to.
Yes, you did. You tried to.
No.
Yeah, you tried. It was horrible, but you tried to.
Yeah, you trying to put on my act? What are you, a Nazi? Why would you copy my accent?
If I wanted to imitate Amir, I'd do a wet fart into the phone.
That's Nazi talk right there.
Guys are retarded.
That's a Nazi talk right there. That's a Nazi talk.
So,
my question is, even though the cops that took him away, the guy that put the milk on top of that person's head, you were still trying to preach to that brother, the Christian brother, that was preaching about Christianity. Why would you do this? I mean, why would you be attacking?
You're scolding him. You're scolding.
Yeah, scolding. Yeah, why would you be scolding him?
Because it's very, very plain. If you come into this country and try to proselytize, you do so at the risk of your own life.
But Israel claims to be diplomatic and let people express themselves. Why was
secular nation?
That's for that. Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
I thought Israel was a secular nation.
Yeah, I thought it was they wouldn't bother you if you're Christian or want to preach what you want to preach. He wasn't. He didn't seem like he was. He didn't seem like he was bothering anybody.
He didn't seem like he was bothered.
It was a diplomatic.
Do you guys know how long he was standing out there and the full scope of what he was saying?
Why does that matter? I thought it's a free, it's a free country there.
It's a democracy, right? It's a democracy, right?
Democratic secular nation.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, that's what.
It's a democratic secular nation and a nation of rule and law and order. If he was saying something that was illegal, then you would lodge a complaint with the police, take him to court, and he would be tried by a jury of his peers, right? That's what a democratic secular nation does.
That is very.
You don't just lynch people.
That is very incorrect, and also that speaks to your naivete of Israeli law.
Okay. Tell me about Israeli law and how it doesn't actually have rule of law or democracy or secularism.
In Israel, it is illegal for you to publicly proselytize. And the reason it is illegal for you to publicly proselytize is because you're doing so in the presence of unaccompanied minors. In the event that someone invites you to a home or a residence where you can spread the gospel as you please, that's 100% legal. It's 100% legal. But when you do it in public, you run the risk of what you saw happen to that young man or worse. That's the way the law works here. I'm sorry if you don't like it.
Actually, I just
Googled the law works.
Hold on. I just Googled it. In Israel, public proselytization or trying to convert people to another religion is generally legal.
Generally? What's the definition of generally?
As in general, as in commonly legal.
So commonly,
yes.
This is how it works. When you do it publicly, you are breaking the law because you're talking to unaccompanied minors.
No, you see, the exception is not the minor thing. The exception, because you're lying. You're lying. You see, the exception to it not being legal, is offering material incentives, like bribing.
No, sir.
Right? Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm reading it right now, so you don't have to lie. While there have been bills proposed to make proselytization illegal, they have not passed. So you're lying.
And Google is giving you the whole scope of the law, correct?
Absolutely.
Google is giving you every single nuance of the law.
Do you care to provide sources to back up what you're saying?
100%.
Provide the sources. Mute up, provide the sources, and then you can talk.
Can you read Hebrew?
I don't have to read Hebrew. Give it to me and I'll translate it. No, give it to me and I'll translate it. It's 2025. We all have smartphones, translations on them.
Oh, bless your heart.
Yep.
You'll be all right.
Bless your heart.
Yeah. So provide the sources, please. Yeah, provide the sources, please. No, listen, you shouldn't be talking right now. You should be providing the sources. So that's why I asked you to mute up, right? Provide the sources, and then you can talk again. Until then, shut the fuck up.
He did say 100%. He got the sources.
So provide them.
Your request is wholeheartedly denied, my friend.
Oh, an Israeli denying a request. How would I ever see that come? Then Zona Licht Zayin.
Told you he's a lot.
You guys actually know that they tried to pass a bill in Knesset. I think this was like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, to make Christian proselytization illegal, specifically about Christians. It failed not because Israel cares about Christians, because Netanyahu realized that, hey, our base of support from America comes from the evangelical Christians. We can't do this to them right now. Right now being the operative term, because once Israel, gets strong enough to not need Daddy America, then yeah, they're definitely going to start persecuting Christians.
I was gonna ask him, like, why is a 30-something-year-old man walking around with a book bag?
They hate Christians from the bottom of their heart. They absolutely hate Christians.
You said, why was I walking around with a book bag?
Nah, you ain't gotta answer that. I walk around with a book bag. It's just a convenient way to walk around. I'll give you that. Let's just get to the proof that he has to provide. Let's not get sidetracked.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack.
I'm hearing you talk and I'm not seeing any sources. Can you please provide the sources? No. All right.
You said you would, though. You just said you would.
Well, you guys remember, Zions are liars. Don't trust anything I say.
Oh,
he said it. I didn't. That part.
So, I do want to ask you guys, see if you guys can answer this question. So, dozens of U.S. military aircraft are no longer on the tarmac at a major U.S. base in Qatar, right? The satellite images show a possible move to shield them from eventual Iranian airstrikes as Washington waits whether to intervene in Tehran's conflict with Israel. So, do they have this some sort of a technology where they can shield it, from all the detectors, the satellite images that nobody can see it? Do they have that type of technology to hide these military aircraft? If they're not in Qatar, where the fuck did they go? That's the thing. Hey, what's up, Pejman? Pejman was here. Yep. So provide evidence and we'll go from there. Ariel. Pajman wants to come up. Come on up, Pajman. I send you in. I check your profile. Bro, check your profile. I did accept your invite. Check your profile. Check your profile. Accept speaker invite. Idiot. There you go. You're not gonna. I gave you a warning.
What do you mean?
I'll remove you. No, you're an 18-year Catholic. I'll remove you right now. Look, Pejman. This time I'm not gonna remove you down. I'll remove you out of the room.
Amir, that's literally
I gave you last warning last time. Okay. Moving forward. I actually kicked two islamophobes out of my room earlier. Okay. And Islam actually matters to me. Hold on, Pajman.
Amir, all I
Last
said
warning. I'm giving you.
no.
No, you're doing it on purpose. I'm giving you last warning. I remove you out of the fucking room. I don't give two fucks.
He was just imitating. He was just imitating Master P, bro. Let him go. Let him go.
Can I sing? Can I
I
sing a
think he
different
was
song?
imitating. I don't know.
Can I sing
maybe,
a different
did you see
song?
something on Shamuli's Pornhub website or something?
Can I sing a different song?
Just
What are you
don't
trying to
sing.
say,
Just
man?
don't sing. Just.
Yeah.
Amir will
Ears
get
start to
annoyed.
bleed, man.
Just don't.
Ears start to bleed, man. Don't do that.
This guy's defenses.
Anyway, so that's that.
Wow, Iran appoints new Revolutionary Guards intelligence chief. Oh my God.
Hey, we're gonna
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow, Russia's defense of Iran showed need for more sanctions. Zelensky is going down. Anyways, so you still support Israel, Pajman?
We're gonna do this every time I come into this room. Are we gonna do this every time?
This room is about fucking politics. It's not about
Yeah,
you.
but we're gonna. Are
You
we gonna talk
sliding
about?
into women. You simping for women. You want
Oh, I
to
slide into women.
that you
All right.
run.
I actually.
You slide into women's DMs, and you do this. You actually slide into men's DMs as well.
Oh my goodness, for real?
No. Let's not do that. Let's stick to the topic. All this like personal.
Wait, there is a Haaretz article that just came out. I just put it in.
Oh, now you like Haaretz? We do like her. I like Times of Israel, Haaretz. I like a lot of newspapers.
Okay. Do you like Hamas.com or Hamas.com?
So Hamas.com is created by Zionists, by the way. It's by Israel.
That's correct.
Go look it up.
Israel must let the UN take over Gaza food distribution system.
It's distribution.
Wednesday, you're so cute. Come in these rooms, you know.
Literacy is not you. Don't get us started.
You sound just. Where's James at? Wednesday, can you ping James in here? You sound just like James.
Hitting on an 18-year-old. You sound like a
pervert, you're 18. You're 18. Okay. Now we're getting some.
Look how excited you are about that pervert.
Hold on, someone's calling. Hold on.
Can you ping James in here? We need to have a little competition. James sounds just like Pajman.
Weirdo. I'm not 18, obviously. I got a whole 16-year-old, but whatever. Let him believe that.
So the hackers are saying.
Who was dumb enough to make that decision?
Hold on. The hackers are saying
your father was dumb enough to fuck your mother.
Hold on, guys.
Should have just fucking put it in her mouth.
Hold on, please, guys. So hackers are saying, hold on, man. Fucking.
You want to talk about?
People are just. Please. I'm speaking, man. Stop coming up to my please.
Sorry.
Hackers say that they wiped out $90 million from Iran crypto exchange. So they hacked into. I don't know if it's true or not. But Mazi, weren't they like sort of like mining Bitcoin? Mazi in Iran. That's what I heard. I don't know. Is it true?
I don't know. I ain't hear about that.
I don't know, man. It's crazy. Wow. U.S. envoy Tom Barrack warns Hezbollah not to join Israel-Iran war. Well, what's going to happen if Hezbollah joins?
This came out with Reuters.
Right now is a good time to knock them down from 2-3 different nations. They should join hands with Iran, and Israel would be done.
Who's that now? Amir, who's that?
Hezbollah. Right. So U.S. envoy Tom Barrack warns Hezbollah not to join Israel-Iran war.
Okay.
Do you think if Hezbollah joins, it'll be the full and final end of Israel?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
No, it'll be end of Zionism, man. There's no more Zionism. Can you imagine you have to run back to America, Ariel?
No, Nope. But what I can imagine is all of this destruction that you guys would like to see for Israel, but also means that your precious Palestinians are going to be
Oh, the
destroyed.
poor hospital.
Then
Oh
you're
my
going to try to
God.
find that. Then you're
No,
going
no.
to
As soon as you run away, you know your people are running to Cyprus on ship and boat or whatever. Did you see that? I've seen the videos. They're so shit scared. They're running away.
So, are these missiles not aimed at Palestinians by some level of science?
No, they're aimed at Tel Aviv. They're aimed at Haifa. They're aimed at anything to do with
There's
Israel.
no Palestinians in Tel Aviv or Haifa. Is that what you're telling me?
No. There's Palestinians, right? But it's aimed at like a Mossad facility, IDF facility, military base. They're trying to, not kill innocent civilians. Like the Zionist entity always wants to kill, civilians. But Iran is being respectful. They're abiding by the international law, abiding by the religion. The religion tells us the same thing, not to, target women, children, elderly, rabbis, scholars. You see what I'm saying? But Israel,
I get your
they don't care.
point of view. I'm sorry. I get your point of view, but I don't understand your logic. So show me
My
how these
logic
missiles-
is
Hold on, sir. Show me how these missiles are going to miss Palestinians when they rain down on Israel.
so. Let's say tomorrow they shoot out about 30 to 50 hypersonic missiles, right? Let's say, and they're able to topple all your Mossad, IDF. No more, there's no more protection at the border, nothing. It would be so easy for the Palestinians to just walk in and take charge. You see what I'm saying? So they're making it.
Amir. He's not talking about that. He's talking about the Palestinians are in Haifa, that are in Tel Aviv or surrounding areas like maybe like Lid or something. Like where are they gonna go when these bombs? That's what he's asking you. But I don't think he has a moral ground to stand on because Israel doesn't have any kind of scruples. They just
the question is not about morality. The question is about
right. I told him what you were asking.
No. Hold on, my friend.
I'm not your friend.
Okay. Well, hold on, Mazi, just so we all understand each other nice and easy. If there is a building that's half full of Palestinians and half full of Israelis, and because you all know I'm a terrorist, and we can just make this really easy, and I decide to blow up the building, who's gonna die? Everybody that's inside. What's so hard to understand about that?
They're only targeting your personnel, military personnel.
And how's that working out? How's that working out for them?
It is that this is why you have less casualties.
You said they're only targeting our personnel?
Yeah, your IDF commander.
How long have we been at war with Iran?
I don't know, probably like what is it, like 4 or 5 days?
Okay, and how many of their high-ranking commanders have we already killed?
That's the claim you guys are making. There's no
but Amir, hold on. Let's stay on track. If you're gonna stay on track, we weren't talking about ranking individuals. We were talking about civilian casualties. So Amir was saying that there's less. Less.
I speak perfect English, so I understand what he's saying.
Okay, so why did you bring up high ranking? And we weren't talking about that. So he was talking about civilians. Less Israeli civilians have died in comparison to the civilians that are in Iran. So it shows. He's saying that it shows that the Iranians are pinpointing non-civilians way more than the discussion of the Israelis.
And you honestly believe that?
I'm telling you what he said. And yeah, the numbers are the numbers. There's more civilians in Iran that died than the civilians that are in Israel.
What's the population of Iran?
90 million, 92 million.
What's the population of Israel?
I don't know. You tell me.
400 millions with America.
It's not 400 million. It's about
with America.
It's about 6 million.
No,
so
6 million. That's inside Palestine. But you got also outside the diaspora. Plus you've got 305 million Americans, plus 400 Europeans. So you got all. I mean, without the West, Israel doesn't exist. The other thing is,
Salam
alaikum, Amir. Salam alaikum.
So Marley, just based upon sheer numbers, if we
No, the
throw
sheer number
something
is
at
that.
them,
The sheer number is this. This is the
sir,
fact.
your name's not Monty.
Yeah, I just.
Armin, do you support do you claim, what's up with you, Armin? Long time no talk.
How's
How
it
you
going,
been?
Amir? No, it's a terrible
good.
situation.
So you do believe it's a genocide, right, Armin?
What do you mean?
Wait,
In Gaza.
Iran?
No, I just want to know really quick, and then we can move back to just attention whore. It is, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that's it. So you're on the right. You're on the right side of history, man. That's what I'm gonna say. We have Pejman does not want to accept any of these facts. Go on, Ariel. The attention back on
I
you.
just want to say salam alaikum. Amir. How are you?
Alaikum salam. I'm doing good. How you been, man? How you been? Good.
Watching the news.
Wait, let him ask his question, bro. Let him ask.
I'm not asking a question. I'm making a statement based upon the conversation you and I are having. So based upon sheer numbers, because they have 90 million people, that means that when we shoot something at them, rightfully so, it's going to hit civilians.
Yeah, of course.
That's their fault, and they're gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, no problem. But the thing is, this is what you want to tell. I'm telling you this. The Iranians are more dispersed than the 6 millions, right? The Iranians are the 90 million people in Iran are dispersed all over. Whereas the problem is, most of the people most of the Israelis are located in the area between Tel Aviv to Haifa. So
that is incorrect.
Well, that's not the. I mean, the whole Palestine, or you call it Israel, is so small. So the people are actually concentrated in a region that is basically smaller than
like
the
a concentration
area of
camp.
Didn't say concentration.
I'm asking you, like a concentration camp.
No, it's just like smaller than the area of Israel is smaller than London. You're talking about the city. You're nearly talking about a country that is nearly a city state.
Well, you know they wouldn't have to worry about this if they just.
I'm worried really about the people's life, just like you. I'm worried about. I don't want to see that war because I think that war would also. I don't think it's really justifiable. I don't think it's justifiable. I don't think people should die.
Lucky for you, nobody asked you what you thought.
No, I'm talking about my thought. Yeah, I'm entitled to it. I don't care about your thought. You don't care about my thought. I know, of course. I just like I don't care about your thought. You don't have to worry about my thought. But I'm entitled to say it. All right. Also, another thing. Throughout the history. Okay. Throughout the history, I found the Jews always fit in the status of a zimmi. They were the zimmi in the time of the Ottoman. They were the zimmi in the time of the Arabs. They were the zimmis in the time of the British Empire. And right now, they are zimmi states belong to America. But always they have to be zimmi under protection of a higher power. Never been the power of themselves. Never been independent.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Yeah. You realize that they are always zimmis.
Glad you said
whether to the Arabs, the
Ottomans. I want to move to Armin. I want to have a conversation with Armin. Armin, thanks for coming up. What do you think about the Iranian situation?
I disagree in some respects with Pejman. Agree in some respects. I mean, I think it's a terrible situation. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of leaders just having a big dick waving contest on all sides. So I'm not a fan of any of the governments that are involved here. And I just, my heart's with all the people, the civilians, of course. I mean, I have a lot of family in Tehran. From what I know, a lot of them made their way out. I've been trying to get into communication with them over the last handful of days. But yeah, just anxiously waiting and seeing where things unfold, I guess.
Okay, but at this moment, you currently might side with the people, right? Like even the ones that are defending, right?
The people, yeah, of course. The citizens are always
the ones that are shooting rockets into Israel. I mean, that's justified, isn't it?
I mean, no, I don't. See, that's the thing. That's where I kind of side more with Pejman, is I don't justify war in any direction. I just want.
But they're the first one to start Armenia.
Of course, yeah. No, they definitely launched the first attack, and we'll acknowledge that. But
according to international law, they have the right to defend. You know that, right?
Is peace between these two countries.
I know, but according to international law, they have the right to defend. Right, a sovereign nation has the right to defend.
Sure.
So I think these rockets that they're sending out to Israel, and some of the buildings and structures that are down inside Israel, I think it's justified. It's like a self-inflicted.
Yeah, but Amir, I feel like, look, this is where I think me and Armin are on the same page. Yes, we agree that Iran has the right to defend itself, but at the end of the day, we don't want to see any of our people die or any civilians who are innocent in general to die, or wherever they are in the world.
Mazi, these Palestinian freaks.
I'm not even talking about Palestinians.
I know, Mazi, but these guys in this room, they want us to fight Israel to the last Iranian.
No,
they want us to die to the last Iranian.
Pejman, get with the program, man.
Listen, we're not going to fight your fucking war.
Hold on, Pejman.
Listen, you go back to Karachi. We're not going to fight your fucking war.
Last warning before I move it down, okay? Calm your tits down. My whole point is, if Israel is the first one to attack, right? They've been trying to attack. They're the first one to attack Iranian embassy in Damascus, okay? They started this shit, right? And it was overdue for Iran to do a Promise 3, but they never did it. They're like, fuck it, because
they didn't do it because they got their ass kicked last October.
Pejman, I know what happened to them in Syria. That's why they didn't do the Promise 3.
You damn right.
Okay, hold on. And then this sudden attack that took place in Iran, they have the right to defend. They have the right to defend.
No, we're not. Listen, Amir, but we're not. Look, me and Amir already said he's not denying that. He's not saying a country doesn't have a right to defend itself. What we're saying is we're torn. We don't want Iranians to die, but we don't want innocent people.
I
we don't want our family members to
brother,
die.
Not you. I'm talking to Pejman. This character, man. This crazy psychopath, man.
Yeah.
Look at the way he shouts. Look at the way he shouts.
Mazi, these guys in this room, they support the regime in Iran. Don't you get it?
I never said I support the regime.
They want us to die for Gaza. They want us to...
And they're Americans, which is worse.
Exactly.
Iran says death to America.
Hold on. You said Iran said death to America. How many times have your officials have said genocidal shit towards Palestinians? Can you tell us? Should I read out the whole fucking list of Netanyahu, your Ben Gavir, you got Yoav Gallant, you got a Smotrich? How many times has it? And on the top of that, we got this recent survey that was done. 82% of motherfucking Israelis they want expansion of Gaza.
Why don't you go back to Karachi? We've been through this.
I'm not talking to you. I'm correcting this Ariel character's narrative here. Because he just everything he opens up, he bullshits. He says nothing but bullshit. I'm not asking you. I'm actually educating you. I'm not asking for shit. No, I'm educating you because you know for a fact. It doesn't matter. You know for a fact how much genocide. Oh my God, Pejman, calm your tits down. The mic is not on you. Last warning before moving down. Okay, stop shouting like a little bitch you are. Okay, this is not your room. Do not dominate my fucking room. And so go look into your genocidal maniac ministers, how much, what they have said against the Palestinians. They want to kill them, no electricity. They look at them as grasshoppers, cockroaches in a bottle, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit since the 1947 up till now.
I'm familiar with
Go do your research. No, you're not familiar with shit. You just bullshit. When you open your mouth, all you do is fucking, it's just like a vomit that comes out of your fucking mouth.
What's a vomit? Like Wallace and Gromit? What are you saying?
Come on. Can we just... everybody got to stop with the personal attacks. Just get to the point you want to get to.
It was a very direct question. They said
this guy...
death to America, and they called you the big Satan. So why are you supporting?
They have the right to say what they're good at.
This guy doesn't identify as American. He identifies as temporarily Pakistani American that will one day go back to the Muslim Holy Land. That's what he's identifies as.
Is Pakistan a Muslim country? Is Pakistan a Muslim country, President?
Still stands. They said death to America, and they called the country that he resigned in.
Your Israeli leaders have said fucking death to Palestinians.
Hold on, sir.
Don't call me sir. I'm not your sir.
Well, you're not a ma'am, so I'm going to call you sir.
Yeah. No, but you do sound like a man.
You can
The
identify
country
as anything you want.
the country where you currently reside, where you had made your beautiful living, built your beautiful family, and made all your money, is called the Big Satan. And Iran has called for death to America for a long time.
Well,
How
your
does that
country,
make you feel?
that's your country
Well,
that take the benefit from America. You
actually,
call them going.
yeah. One second.
Call them going.
Yeah. 1 second, bro. Mute up respectfully. In 1947, Harry S. Truman was sent letter bombs. Hold on. Your Zionist entity, Stern Gang Jewish militia, sent letter bombs to the United States, the President of America. And why is this Jewish state there?
Man.
Oh
Listen,
my God!
Listen, you.
Shut the fuck up, bitch! Stop being Islamophobic son of a whore.
Amir, you want to talk about terrorism in the Muslim community?
Okay. Sit in the audience. Thank you. If you ask ChatGPT, the first incident, the terrorist attack that took place in the Middle East, was actually a Jewish militia in British-mandated Palestine. So yeah, I'll bring you back up. If you can't calm down, if the mic is not on you, then shut the fuck up. Do not come off your fucking mic because I do not like your disgusting voice, Pejman.
What does this have to do with Iranians saying death to America?
Your Jewish militia literally sent letter bombs to terrorize the fuck out of the U.S. president. Why is the Jewish state still there?
Because you tell me this all the time. But the question still remains.
The question still remains.
And where you make your money.
I want to say death to America is wrong, but what about someone who said death to the Arab? Movit l'Arab, Arabin. Isn't
they said the best Arab is a dead Arab. Remember that?
Yeah. So why is it okay for Iran is not okay for the Jews to kill death to the Arab, or the best Arab is a dead Arab, or the best Muslim is a dead Muslim?
Well, last time I checked.
Are we less? Why you? I'm sorry. No, what do you mean?
I'm answering your question. Last time I checked, Arab was not a country. Last time I checked,
Arab are real people.
Hold on 1 second. I'm answering your question.
Do you think that the Arab should be dead? You're a Jew. Do you want the Arab to be dead?
Sir, can I
answer me yes or no?
Do you want to answer?
Why are you saying that?
Answer the question for me.
Please, answer the question.
Can I answer the question?
What question are you asking? Which question?
I'm answering your question, but you gotta listen.
You don't even listen to my question.
I am listening to your question. I heard your question.
Don't you keep saying the good Arab is a dead Arab and death to the Arabs? That including me. That including me. That including Mohammed bin Zayed. That including Mohammed bin Salman. That including everyone who's actually
1/5 of Israel is Arab. What are you talking about? 1/5 of...
Go ahead. Don't you do that? Don't you say that?
Okay, so 1 second. Pajman, just for shits and giggles, and I mean this in all seriousness, let's pretend that you're Amir with no jokes, and I'm going to ask you the same question.
Yeah.
You're supporting Iran, but Iran has said that America...
It doesn't work in my room, by the way. This ain't gonna happen. Okay, go open up your own room and talk about it yourself.
What are you talking about? You're doing a hypothetical.
Yeah, go talk in your own rooms.
Yeah.
Go talk in your rooms and talk to each other. Go like faggots you are.
You want me to be dead.
Anyways, we do have all these problems, right? This character called Pejman, he does not want to address any of the issues with how this Jewish state was created, right? By sending death threats to America, right? Now he has a problem if Iran does it, right? So they do not have the right to have opinion. If America has fucked them over, if America has fucked Iraq over, if America has fucked Afghanis over, people in Afghanistan, they do not have the right to say anything about death to America. Correct, Pejman? That's your statement. Can you elaborate? Can you tell us what happened in Iraq?
Yeah, Amir, did you know that in 1947 they sent letters to the U.S. president, and 80 years later I'm now defending them?
No. I have moved on because I already cooked you on that. Yeah, I'm asking you.
Did
what,
you know
what
that
did,
genocide is actually
Pajman, focus on the question. I know you have ADHD. Okay. Um, focus on the question. I asked you, what did we do?
Children?
Focus.
Do you support killing children? Do you know civilians have died? Do you support the death of civilians?
Pajman,
Do you
focus
support?
on the question.
Do you support
Oh
Imran
my
Khan?
God.
Do you support Imran Khan?
Oh my God. This fucker does not want to shut up. Focus on the question. What did America do in Iraq? How many people did we kill? Go on, tell us.
Directly or indirectly?
Doesn't matter. Directly, indirectly. How many people?
Well, directly from about bombs and stuff like that. Like directly, 80,000. Or that's 80,000.
Okay, indirectly.
Indirectly, if you mean the Civil War, the Sunni Shia stuff, and all that, hundreds of thousands.
About 1 million people. All right. Now, my question to you: people that that their relatives got killed thanks to this America, right? Their friends have gotten killed. Their kids have gotten killed. And do they not have the right to curse America?
Your taxpayer money paid for that.
Ariella, just shut the fuck up. Last morning before movie down, just like I did with Pejman. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this Iranian, this Zionist fucker.
Absolutely.
Tell us.
I said yes. Yeah, they have a right.
So in Afghanistan, what did we do in Afghanistan? How many people did we kill?
Probably a couple tens of thousands. Yeah.
We killed over about 200,000 people. Okay.
Whatever you want to call it.
And what did we do with the sisters? They would detain the sisters in the detention camp. A whole bunch of soldiers raped.
Why do you call them sisters? It's kind of weird.
The reason why I call them out of respect. Okay.
Oh,
so I'm
you can't say women.
Sisters.
You can't say women.
Women, yeah, women, sister, whatever, because they're Muslim. That's why I'm calling them sister in Islam, right? I know you're gay, right? You can call them whatever you want to call them.
I want to call them hot babes.
Okay, whatever. So they would put them in detention camp, and the U.S. soldiers have raped them. This is why they parted ways with ICC, the U.S. Okay. So do they have the right? People that got raped, people that got carpet bombed, a whole bunch of villages got carpet bombed inside Afghanistan. Do they have the right to say death to America?
They can do whatever the fuck they want.
No, hold on. They have the right to say this, and it's justified because America went in there and killed their people.
Does India have a right to take back Kashmir from Pakistan?
Bro, fuck India.
No, I don't get two fucks. Why do you occupy Kashmir then? Why do you want to occupy Kashmir?
Oh my God! Because we're not talking about India. Hold on, yeah. Please stay muted. I'm not talking about. I need to focus on the same
Amir,
point
during
because
the Indian
this guy has a problem. This guy has a problem. He cannot focus on the same topic.
No, because you're obsessed.
Hey,
with Israel.
Pejman, bitch. Hey, bitch. Focus on the point. I raised this concern to you. Oh my God. This room is about Israel. Do you see the Israeli flag up on the top? Do you see America and the Israeli flag up there? Do you see that?
But why do you only focus on Israel?
Next time, don't come into the room if you can't have a conversation about Israel and America. Okay?
Yes, but why do you
Otherwise,
only focus
I'll kick you out.
Why only Israel?
Okay. Sit in the audience. Thank you.
Can
Thank you
I
for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah, go on.
So, Amir, can I come in with this?
Yes, go on, Wayfan.
Okay, so in Farsi, mag is not necessarily death. Like, for example, this Pejman.
By the way, fan, I think Pixie wanted to say something.
No. I was just gonna get at him, but he's going back.
Okay, go on.
So for example, I can tell this Pejman Bemir Ola. So what I said is like in translating, I can say die, donkey. But none of it has literal meaning. Bemir means like shut up, kind of, go down. And Olaf is like a donkey. Like I'm not really looking at him as a donkey, as an animal. He's more like stupid.
Yeah, well, Wayfan, let's be real, bro. mag بر آمریکا دیگه همونه دیگه.
No, mag بر آمریکا you can
come on.
Down to capitalism. America in Iran is the symbol of capitalism, and Islam is a socialist kind of Islamic way. So when they say down to USA, they are talking about down to capitalism, down to England, which are the symbol of capitalism. This down, you cannot translate it to death. It's like, hey, capitalism died, like communism died, or go down. That's why they are saying that.
Yeah, when they say death to America, they don't mean death to the American people. They mean death to the American way of imperialism and government.
Down. Like capitalism go down. Like shut up. Like let us live our lives. Go somewhere else. Take your army away. That's what they are trying to say.
Okay,
Not
so,
death in a literal.
okay, that's Koso Shem. Koso Shem. Khamenei last year he said this. Khamenei last year. بذار من حرفمو بزنم.
بابا فوش ندین به هم دیگه. حرف بزنین دیگه. فوش ندین.
Mazi and Amir last year Khamenei.
This was what I was saying.
آره بیا کیر منو بخور. That's what it means.
Come on فوش ندین به هم دیگه. فوش ندین.
So last year, Amir, let me tell you something. Amir, can I talk or is this Iranian sellout gonna talk? So about a year ago,
what the fuck is he saying?
Amir, they're cursing each other out, bro.
Hey, now, bro, calm down.
About a year ago, Khamenei made a speech. He says, "Death to America is not a slogan; it is policy." That means it's a policy.
Yeah, down to capitalism is a policy.
Magbar John Bolton, yani down with his mustache. نگفتن Magbar.
Hang on. Pejman, let's dive into this statement, death to America.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what does he mean when he says death to America?
He means death to the United States of America.
Now, what does he mean? Like, especially who?
It means the American system. The American country.
Government.
The country.
American government.
Whatever you want to call it.
No. American government.
But when he says Magbar Israel, that literally means
Pejman. What death to American government? Okay, now let's dive into why does he say death to America? What has America done to Iranian government?
In the Islamic Republic?
Yes, what has America done to the Iranian government?
Well, they started the fight. They started it when they took the hostage in November of '79. They took the hostages. Khomeini, that monkey goat fucker, has a animosity towards Israel and the United States, and their policy has been a few things: mandatory hijab, animosity towards Israel and America, and the Velayat Faqih system, which is the guardianship of the jurisprudence system of the Supreme Leader and the Guardian Council and all that bullshit. That is the system of the Islamic Republic of Iran. If you take away one of those things, the entire system goes. If tomorrow Iran says, okay, the hijab is not mandatory, it's going to be by choice, the regime will collapse. It's going to be slow, but it's going to collapse because the identity, the ideology.
Wait, you think so? I don't know if I agree with that, bro.
Mazi, it's like saying Mazi. It's kind of like the Berlin Wall of the Soviet Union. Once that shit broke.
So hang on. Let's dive into this, right? So I asked ChatGPT the U.S. role in the 1953 coup. Iranians were still angry
but that wasn't
about
against
Operation.
the Islamic Republic. That
Hold
was
on a second.
against
Hold on. This was all connected, okay? Iranians were still angry about Operation Ajax, and the CIA backed coup that overthrew Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in 1953 and reinstated Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. Mossadegh was seen as a nationalist hero for trying to nationalize Iran's oil, while the Shah became associated with Western exploitation and dictatorship. Number two, the Shah's admission into the U.S. after being overthrown during 1979 Iranian Revolution. The Shah fled Iran and was later admitted into the United States for medical treatment. Many Iranians believe this was a prelude to another U.S.-backed coup to restore the Shah, just like in 1953. Is that true?
Yes.
So they did. People did believe that it was backed up by the U.S., right? Because he was getting medical help while he was in America, whatever.
At the very last second, Jimmy. At the very last minute, yes, Jimmy Carter.
Okay. Number three, revolutionary zeal. Iran was in the midst of a chaotic revolution led by Ayatollah Khomeini and hardline Islamic revolutionaries who were deeply suspicious of Western influence. The hostage taking was seen by these revolutionaries as a way to defend the revolution, unite the country against the foreign enemy, expose American imperialism. Did they do that?
Did they do? Well, yeah, that's their perception, yes.
You think it was justified? I mean, they wanted to take the hostages, to defend the revolution, unite the country against a foreign enemy, which is the America. America is a foreign enemy. You agree?
No, it's
Expose
America is not the foreign enemy of Iran. No.
No, it was back then, right?
No.
Why not?
Because Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan initially were neutral on the Islamic Republic. In fact, Jimmy Carter told the Shah to leave. He said, leave. In January of 79, his pussy-ass Secretary of State went to Iran and said, yo, your time is up. You got to go. And then a few days later, he left.
Jimmy Carter could have backed the Shah. Didn't they take the hostage because of that? Like, they took the hostage?
They took the hostage after, in November of 79, to get the Shah back as a bargaining chip.
Okay. And then number 4, it talks about the weak central authority. The newly formed Islamic Republic lacked strong central control. Radical student groups acted independently, believing they were safeguarding the revolution. The hostage crisis quickly escalated and became a political tool for consolidating revolutionary power. At number 5, Ayatollah Khomeini's support. While the hostage-taking was not initially ordered by Khomeini, he quickly endorsed it as a second revolution, using it to marginalize moderates and liberals, strengthen his control over Iran, build popular support by standing up to the U.S. So the whole issue is the Iran. What I'm getting out of all of this, they have problems. U.S. trying to get into their system, and that's the part. U.S., for some reason, it cannot understand that stay the fuck out of their own problems. Why does U.S. always has to be involved in it?
That is their interpretation of American role. A lot of Iranians supported the coup against the Shah. A lot of Iranians, especially now, love the Shah, including me. This is not Iranian government today are people. The people of Iran do are.
Pejman, we can't ignore this. Also, we can't ignore that there is also a shit ton of Iranians who supported the revolution, but then don't like what the government has become today.
Of course.
So you know what I'm saying? And a lot of what the students did was justified when they found those shredded files and they put them all back together and showed receipts and proof of what America was doing in Iran. Of
course, the CIA had a mission center in Iran. That's not up to debate.
Then they have the right to say this, because why is America always trying to get in the way? They don't have the right to say this. It's 6 years later. Pejman, history. Look, I'll dive into a little bit more. All right. The U.S. symbolic value, the U.S. embassy was seen as a den of spies, a symbol of U.S. meddling in Iran. You don't take diplomats hostage. No other country has done this. Pejman, hang on. Taking it over had enormous symbolic value for those seeking to break with Western domination. Conclusion: the hostage crisis was not just about. Hold on, Pejman. I'm reading it for the room, not for you. The hostage crisis was not just about the Shah, but about the decades of perceived American interference in Iranian affairs. It became a defining moment in U.S.-Iran relations, leading to a deep rift that still affects diplomacy today. Even right now, bro, they're putting sanctions on the fucking government. They're doing a whole bunch of crazy shit. Look what they're doing. Hold on. Who's backing Israel? America. Why is America always there? Who went after Hezbollah and Yemeni Houthis? America. Why do you have to fucking always be in there? Why are you always in their business?
But see, Amir, let me also put this in perspective. Two things can be true at the same time. Like when many Iranians will argue that look, what happened during the time of the Shah and the revolution and all that thing, changes that came about in Iran, the regime change, was necessary at the time. But also, what the Iranian government has become today also needs to be changed. You see what I'm saying? So, like, that could have been correct for that time and right for the people then. But now this is what the people want and want changed again. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it can happen. Things could change. That's why I always go with the will of the people. What is the will of the people? What do they want?
I mean, look at the fundamental problem here. If that motherfucker, here you have cancer, just stay and die. Look at the revolution in Egypt. This, what was his name before Sisi that they got him? He didn't run away. Now Egypt is very stable. If this pussy, which had cancer and was dying anyway, had stayed and died like a man, we would not be in this fuck shithole. And now they want to bring his motherfucking son back to power.
Javed Shah! دوست نداری رای نره. I'm a Javed Shah.
Stop shouting, stop shouting, stop shouting, stop shouting.
What is dying like a man, man?
Oh my God, bro, calm down, Ariel. We're not talking to you. You're not important, okay? Your Israel is about to go down. It's just a matter of days. Pejman.
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
No, it's just a matter of time, matter of days. So Pejman, my question, hold on. My question to you, America has infiltrated in Iraq, right? Has done it to Afghanistan, people in Afghanistan, has done it to people in Libya, and this Zionist entity. Do you know with this Iraqi war, what the Zionist entity did? Gave us false fucking intelligence from Mossad. That's why we went to fucking war with Iraq.
Okay, enough the bullshit.
But hear me out. Now, the biggest problem we have, I want Trump. I know you voted for Trump. I want your uncle Trump, your beloved Trump. If Trump was a girl, you'd probably sleep with Trump. I understand. I want your Trump to part ways with the Zionist entity and stop meddling with the Middle Eastern affairs.
Then tell him that.
You know, Amir in the crowd, if you have something to say, you could come up. I think you have my stance mixed up. I think you have me confused with somebody else and my stance confused with somebody else. I think you're not understanding.
If you want to come on up, I'll send you an invite.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, no shouting match, and let's keep it in English.
No shouting match. I think he doesn't even understand my point of view. So maybe before he talks out of his ass, he should come up and
let's all stay with
pump his chest out.
Window, please.
Can I just say something, please? Ariel, shut the fuck up. There was an article that just came out in the Times that it looks like President Trump is stepping back on bombing Iran, and it's going to give him 2 weeks, and he wants to negotiate. He doesn't want to bomb Iran. All that rhetoric he was talking about was just rhetoric. It just came out.
Yeah, you're about 12 hours late, bro. Relax. You're about 12 hours late.
I already covered. When is they already covered that earlier? I already covered it about when I opened the room about a week to 2 weeks. Ariel, calm down. No personal attacks. Anyways,
his mother's a bitch.
So, Pejman, do you agree that this is why you should be supporting the Iranians? They want to topple the government by themselves. They do not want. But Pejman, they do not want help from the Zionist entity.
That's a separate topic. I absolutely.
No. It's not a separate topic. It's the same topic.
I absolutely support
It's the same
overthrowing
topic.
the Iranian regime by the will of the people of Iran.
Not the Zionists doing it. Not the Zionists.
You
support Israel because of that.
I support Israel without the toppling, with the toppling, during the toppling.
No. Then, bro, what is it that you don't understand? Are you not logical? Like, are you right in the head?
The people of Iran to use their own government.
Are you okay in the head? You still support Israel in spite of them killing your own people.
I support the people of Iran to choose their own future in government. Yes.
I understand, but you've seen the amount of killings they have done. Why you still support Israel?
You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. Don't pretend like you give a fuck. You don't give a fuck.
I give a fuck for him.
No, you don't.
Bro, him and
because
all over the place.
You want Iran to fight Israel more. You want Iran to fight Israel more so more Iranians can die when Israel retaliates. You don't give a fuck.
Look, I think there's a plan.
Why don't you go back to Pakistan and then you lob a nuke to Israel and then you end it once and for all?
President Pakistan came out, and you know what they said? They said that if you were to nuke Iran, we're coming to nuke you. So they did come out and say
that was a bullshit. That was a bullshit claim. That wasn't.
Okay.
Go fact check it. I know you read Hamas.gov, but go read it. That was fact check. It was bullshit.
Hamas.gov is owned by Zionist entity, okay?
Everybody's owned by Zionist entity.
Hold on.
Except the Twitter
Hold
feed
on.
that you listen
Hamas.com.
Yesterday, Pakistan army head met with Trump, and today Trump is saying we are gonna negotiate. So shut the fuck up, Pejman. Just
you want to say Pakistan? What about the cutie man accent?
Just read the news. Pejman head Pakistan head of army.
کسکش تو هفته دیگه ننت گاییده است فهمیدی؟ ننه تو گاییده است تو هفته دیگه
بابا فوش ندیم به هم دیگه bro just talk normal
When you are talking about Pakistan, pay attention to the news.
Are you in Iran? Are you in Iran?
No.
Oh, اصلا نیستی پس برو بابا
English.
You're not in Iran too. You're in Arizona, bitch.
Yeah, but this guy is acting like he's like, affected.
Hey, what are you? You're acting like you're affected too.
I mean, we're all affected by it, bro. Let's be real.
100%. No, Mazi, but Pejman is ignorant piece of shit, right? You could have a conversation. I could have a conversation with you, Rayfan, Armin, his buddy. What's his other buddy name?
Ryan.
No, Ryan. He's a mental retard. I can't.
Wait, 1 second, Amir Profuse. Are you retarded, bro? Listen to. You have no idea what you're talking about. Come up. I can Magdi bia bala.
چی میگه؟
Look what he's writing.
Everybody have to believe what you believe for them to be right.
Why do you have to be important? Why do you feel important? Like, attention whore, man. Seriously, Pejman's like you. Ariel. The guy with the aerial, this guy is not important.
فوش کار مادر نمیخوام بهت بدم. بیا بالا حرف بزن.
Conversation just like everybody else.
No, you're not part of nothing. You're not part of anything. You're not important.
You said I was.
You were nobody. English.
No, because he's racist. لهجه کرمانشاهی دارم کونی.
آخه این عکس ستارخانو بذار ستارخانو گذاشتی تو پروفایل پیکچر مثل کونی هم یه بالا کسکش مادر جنده.
Let's keep it down. I'll turn up the chat.
Leave it on. Leave it on because it shows how feeble they are. Yeah, bring them up.
I did send him my invite. He doesn't want to come on. Ryan, oh my God, he's gonna suck Pejman's dick again. Okay, come on up, dick sucker.
Listen, Amir, you need to understand this. We don't want to fight Israel. We love Israel. Do you understand that?
Ariel, sit in the audience. Thank you. I can only have one mental retard. We already have Pejman and his buddy. English, Pejman, English. Hey, Cooney. Calm down. Stop using the racial slur because.
Ryan, hold on, Ryan. Let's don't call him a pack.
Yeah.
Call him something else. Now the question is,
go into a private room and then maybe you can have a sex.
Ryan, let's talk about the Pakistani support for the Taliban, and then we can talk about the Indian partition and the 10 million that were ethnically cleansed. We can talk about the 10 million that were ethnically cleansed.
So,
Ryan.
Pejman, by the way, do you know who created Taliban? America.
No, here we go again.
Yeah, you know why was it created?
Ryan, so let's talk about the ISI. The ISI support.
Hold on. You know why it was created? To fight the Soviet. You go do your study, man.
Ryan.
You come up here and you make fucking nothing but bullshit, man, all the time.
Ryan,
we created ISIS too. We created ISIS too.
Yeah, in fact, every problem in the... I have a better one. Wednesday, look at this.
Every war, yes, it was created by you guys.
Every problem... I have a better one. Every problem in the world... Every problem in the world...
America, yeah, 100%.
I agree.
Every problem in the world was actually manufactured by the West and Israel. You're right.
Yeah, it was.
Every problem, you're right. Every problem, you're right. You're right. Every fucking problem.
You're having a meltdown now. You're having a fucking meltdown. Calm down.
Every problem. But you know what's funny? You know what's funny is that every problem was created by the West. Yeah, you all live in the fucking West. You all live in the country. I have a question. Amir, I have a question for you. Amir, I have a question.
We're getting it back in blood.
It's not very becoming of a man.
Amir, I have a question. Amir, can I ask this question, Amir?
Go on.
So, Amir, you pay taxes, correct?
So I already talked to my accountant about the taxes, right? He said, give it to your local churches or pay UN or UNRWA.
No, but I'm
or
saying
something.
you pay income tax,
Yeah,
right? You pay federal
yeah,
income tax.
I'm just telling you. Let me get to the point. So he told me to pay, give out donations, right? And you can use that as a tax write-off, which is legal.
Yeah, but
and that's what I've been doing.
But do you still pay income tax to the federal
That's what I
government?
just said. That's what I just told you. It writes it off because I paid it to the non, what you call it?
Yeah, but you can't write off the whole thing.
You're able to write off more than 50% of it.
It's called tax credits for
No, I understand.
profitable charities.
Because of retards like you, West is acting like this. That's the problem. We would love, like, if West, if we kick people like you out of the United States, you know how such a beautiful country the United States is? Literally, United States in Chinese called Megwa.
Judy, what about Judy? You live in the West. You live in the West, and you have a Chinese guy's fucking photo on your phone, profile photo.
You guys come to West and fuck it up.
Then why do you support Khamenei, Bachikuni?
I'm not supporting Khamenei.
Yes, you do.
Don't want that genocide.
Imagine him arguing with his wife.
Bachikuni accent Confucius هم گذاشته برای من.
You're not very manly.
برو مایک تو درست کن چونی.
English, bro. This is an English show. This is Latin.
Okay, so listen. So I have a question. Amir, you pay taxes. Your taxes, I don't care if you write it off.
I just told you how I get my tithe. It's legal.
Amir, no. Don't play games with me. You pay taxes.
I just told you write off.
You play games. You pay taxes. The weapons that you buy from Lockheed Martin that go to Israel, how do you feel about that? How do you feel with the bombs you pay for that go and aid the genocide, Amir? So why don't you go live in a country that doesn't support the bombing?
What did you do to the smog?
What did you do?
Amir,
why don't you live in a country that doesn't support Israel? Go live in Pakistan, Egypt, whatever.
Pakistan, Afghanistan.
Yeah, there's so many countries.
So many of these like.
So Amir, you know only. Amir, you know only.
I'm kind of tired as an American citizen for Israel and.
19 years old. I can hear your
I think she's 18. She's 18. She admitted she was 18.
Nobody likes Israel in United States anymore.
America.
You fucking people are getting out. We're kicking you out.
Amir, you know Israel gets their weapons.
Having so much power in our politics.
Wednesday, go back to TikTok. Go back to TikTok Wednesday with your 18-year-old ass.
You have to go get asylum from IRGC.
Wait, fam. You've been living to America 20 سال زندگی کنی هم accent انقدر کیریه تو shut up.
I love my accent, Ryan. I love it.
چیدم جون عجد.
نه لحجت خیلی خوبه. لحجت عالیه.
امیر بارا بابا تو کیر منو تیک اوور نمی کنی بارا بابا تو بیا کیر منو تیک اوور کن.
I'm taking ICE is coming for you. ICE is coming for you.
Okay, Amir, listen, Amir. Amir, I'm talking to you, Amir, listen. So, Amir, you know the U.S., Germany, be quiet. You're talking.
Illegal. Hey, did you come to?
You're talking out of turn. No batie. No batie. Amir, you know that Israel gets the weapons from America and Germany, Italy, and a little bit from France. So you can pick any other country to live in. So why don't you go into any other? Why don't you go live in Bulgaria? Okay, they don't support Israel. They're neutral. You know, they're on the east. They're in Eastern Europe, and they have some hot chicks that live there. Why don't you go and live in Bulgaria?
Why don't you stop screaming?
Why do you live in the most Zionist country in the world other than Israel? Why do you live in the second most Zionist country?
May I say something, Amir?
Hang on. So I need to respond to Pajman. 1 second. Everybody stay muted, please. I'll give you the chance.
I want to say something.
Benjamin, I'll give you the chance. Hold on a second. So, by the way, Pajman, me living in America,
It gives, according to the Constitution of the U.S., I have the right to criticize the government and government officials. Okay. So,
It has no
you know,
Sharia. It has no Sharia. I thought you liked
no,
Sharia.
It doesn't.
Where is the Sharia?
Hold on. The dollar bill literally says, "In God we trust." It's based off
Yeah,
Christianity.
but I want Sharia. I want Sharia like
Hold
you.
Hold on. This whole law, it was built on Christianity, by the way, the American law system that we have. So you need to calm down, man. Stop.
Why do you live in the second most Zionist country in the world? Why don't you go to the?
It's not. This is
Why
the
don't you go?
problem you have.
Why don't you go to the 50th Zionist country in the world? Why do you live in the second?
Okay. Which one is not a Zionist? Which one doesn't support Israel? Go on. Or which one doesn't support?
A lot of. Are you kidding? Well, first of all, Iran doesn't support Israel, so why don't you go live in Iran?
Hang on. I would love to live in Iran, right?
Oh,
I don't
please
mind.
go. Please
Hang
go.
on,
I will pay your ticket.
Hang on.
Yeah, man, you're a Zionist supporter.
Hold on. I would pay your ticket. Can you go to Iran really quick? I'll pay it today.
No, but I don't want to live. I don't want to live in I want to live in a Zionist country. You don't. So why don't you go back to the country you support?
امیر نامرد بیا بالا اگه مردی بیا بالا you faggot come on. You see I don't even talk. You see Amir I don't even talk like this, bro.
Yeah.
You got me talking out of character, bro.
You shut up.
That's the Brooklyn marching. It's the Brooklyn coming out.
This one, when we get the Congress and
Point.
Senate and presidency,
Hey, yo, Mozzie, can I ask you a question?
we would kick your ass.
Yeah, go ahead. Where's my PBA card though?
Hey, yo, what the fuck is a Baba Chuni? What is that?
We are taking everything.
What's a Baba Chuni? What is that?
We have the momentum.
Oh, I can't hear you. Say again.
I said, what's a Baba Chuni?
Baba Chuni. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, they keep saying that shit.
Speaking
Oh,
of
Cooney. That means gay. Cooney means gay.
Oh,
Okay. Amir was calling fucking Pejman gay the whole time.
Can we all agree? Listen, there's a famous line. It says
Amir Khanum. Bia bala Amir Khanum.
if you don't support the country you live in, then go live in the country you support. Amir, that's for you. Go live in the Amir, go live in the country that you support.
Yo, Amir.
Which country?
Amir, moderator. Amir, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Amir, there's an Amir in the crowd. It's spelled in Farsi letters or Arabic
send
letters.
him an invite, bro. I did send him an invite.
Oh, so you did end them and sent. You have a mic. Come up, Amir.
Yes, I
What are
did
you
send him
scared
an
of?
invite. Bro, keep your tribal language in your rooms, man. Stop.
Tribal language, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Freaking Pakistan, bro. What are you saying? It's full of
Your country didn't even exist 70 years ago.
tribal language.
So hang on. So Pajman, do you live in America, right? You said you live in Arizona.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why haven't you been to Iran?
Because I can't go back to Iran.
Okay, hold on. You support Iran from being in America. That's why you support Iran. I mean, why would you support a different country? So your loyalty is with Iran, not with America.
No, I don't support Iran's government. What are you talking about?
No. Your loyalty, right? When you got your passport, your loyalty is with Iran. It's not with America.
No, it's not. No.
Then why are you speaking up on Iran?
I'm not speaking on behalf of Iran. What are you talking about?
No, you are. The government, politics, people over there has nothing to do with it. Hold on, Ryan. I'm not talking to you. Bro, stop sucking Pejman's dick. Calm down. Pejman, my question again to you. Your loyalty is with Iran or with America?
No. America, USA.
Okay. Then why are you speaking up on Iranian?
Why are you speaking up on Israel and Palestine? Are you Palestinian?
Hold on. I have connections to that land.
Oh, and I don't have connections to Iran. You have connections to Palestine, motherfucker. What are you talking?
Hold on. I have connection to that land from 3,000 years ago. Point. Stop coming up to my glass. Don't even turn me down. Oh my God.
How the fuck is a Paki related?
Okay. I told you no racial slurs. I don't allow any N-words or this and that.
How are you related to Palestine when you're Pakistani, bro?
Okay. I'm not Pakistani, first of all. 3,000 years ago, I have connection to that. Hold on, bro, Ryan.
What's
the fuck up. I'm not talking to you.
What's the
You're not-
connection
stop,
from
stop
3,000 years
sucking,
ago?
stop sucking Pajman's dick.
What's the connection from 3,000
Okay,
years ago?
okay. Do you see Masjid al-Aqsa over there?
Yes.
Okay, that's my connection there.
That's not 3,000 years ago. That's 1,400 years ago.
Yes. Okay. What was Prophet Moses, peace and blessing upon him? Was he a Muslim or was he a non-Muslim?
Non-Muslim.
He was a Muslim.
Moses was a Muslim?
Yes. Prophet Jesus, hold on. Prophet Jesus, peace and blessing upon him. Was he a Muslim or was he a Jew?
Jew.
Okay, that's a Christian narrative. He was a Muslim. Go look into it.
What the fuck?
That's a Muslim
Jesus was a Muslim, you dumb motherfucker?
Yeah, that's from a Muslim paradigm.
What are you talking about, dude? Everybody in this room will agree with me on that one. Everybody in this room will agree with me on that one.
Yeah, Amir, you sound dumb. Yeah, Amir sounds stupid.
What the fuck?
Oh my God! Shut the fuck
You
up!
are one dumb motherfucker.
You're
So,
such
Pajman,
a fucking emotional.
Amir, you sound dumb.
Pajman, when you don't know the
Amir, you
religion,
sound
you're
stupid
atheist.
right now.
Hold on, point. Stop coming off the mic, man. Last warning before I move you down. Shut the fuck up. Pajman. When
I'm
you're
right
a
here,
kafir,
baby.
you're a
Jesus,
kafir.
Jesus was not a Muslim. What kind of...
You're a kafir according to my paradigm, which means you're a disbeliever and you don't believe in any religion. How the fuck you gonna come up here and talk about religion when you don't know a single thing about religion?
Can you answer my question? How can Moses and Jesus that predate Muhammad by 1,400 years, 2,000 years, be a Muslim?
Okay, all of these books are mentioned in my Holy Quran. Okay? And
Yeah,
the
because
reason why
your Holy Quran gave 1,400 years.
You're not getting the point. These books were mentioned until the books got compromised.
Hold on.
This is why we have the final version called Holy Quran.
Is Islam mentioned in the Bible?
Bro, literally, the first book that came in, it was compromised. Second book, compromised.
Does Genesis mention Islam?
That's what I just told you. It was compromised.
Oh, nobody in the world knows this other than you?
This just from Muslim paradigm. All of these books.
What Muslim paradigm? What the fuck? Even this book.
Would you stop yelling? Stop yelling. You're so emotional.
Amir, you have to break. Amir, no, hold on, Amir. You have to break it down from. You can't just say it like that. Pejman, he's referring to the fact that all these prophets were monotheists and they believed in one God.
That's not what he's saying, dude.
No,
That's what he meant. That's what he meant. That's
not what he meant.
No, I'm telling you the Islam. I'm telling you the Islamic paradigm. I'm telling you the Islamic paradigm.
I know the Islamic paradigm, but he didn't say Jesus was a prophet. He said Jesus was a Muslim.
Yes.
No,
he was a
prophet and a Muslim.
You're gonna pass through that. You're gonna pass through that.
What does Muslim mean? What does Muslim mean?
Not in that sense. میگه مسلمان چون تسلیم به خدا تسلیم به خدا.
What do you mean by that? I know, but he says he has a connection to the land that Islam didn't even was there 3,000 years ago.
I just clarified my position to you. All of these prophets. Pajman,
Just for regular, bro.
The Torah, Book of Gospel, Book of Psalms, Book of what was it? A whole bunch of all of these books. There's about 5 books according to the Quran, right?
Yeah.
All of these were they abrogated each other. Okay. The reason why they abrogated each other because the books have been compromised.
No.
Okay.
Oh, they've been compromised. So you said Jesus was not a Jew. He was a Muslim. Can we get that?
He was a Muslim. Yes.
He was a Muslim. Can we get that on the record here somewhere? Can someone write this shit down?
Somebody write it down.
Okay. Please Point. I think Point is annoying as hell. Sit in the audience, Point. Thank you. I don't know. I made a mistake bringing you up, man.
And then my other question was, you know the Al-Aqsa Mosque is on top of the Temple Mount, correct?
That's your narrative. That's not my narrative.
So the Temple Mount was built beneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Guess what, Pajman, go and look into it, right? Archaeological, the evidence is not there. It's not there.
You think the Jews predate Islam? The Jews predate. It's made on the side. Okay, is that how it is?
Yes.
Is that how it is? Is that how it is? What amazing construction! Everybody knows that the Al-Aqsa Mosque was built on top of the Temple Mount.
It's not. This is the Jewish narrative.
The Jewish narrative, okay. So you're saying that Jews don't predate Islam in Judea?
Bro, respectfully, go learn some Islam first, and then come and talk to me.
What
Go learn about Islam.
Bullshit, revisionist history horseshit is this?
Shut up. You don't know, so why would you know?
Wednesday, back to TikTok. Let's go. I can hear your freaking nose ring vibrating when you talk.
Dude, Wednesday just
I don't even got a nose ring. Why?
Wednesday just went.
امیر خانم انقدر ترسون نباش بیا بالا. امیر خانم.
Wednesday just went to prom last month, dude. She just graduated. I'm sick of this shit.
Still faggot
Did you go to prom?
looking like a gay
Did you go to
homosexual.
prom?
Stop fucking sucking Pejman's dick, you fucking nasty fuck.
Who's sucking my dick?
Deviant.
Who's sucking my dick?
We all know
Your
Ryan
mother's sucking your dick, bitch.
No, Ryan is right.
Okay. So Amir is not Pakistani. He's actually Muslim, and he's connected to the land of Israel from 4,000 years ago because
3,000.
Because everybody in all these books is Muslim, and that's therefore all of his rooms are about Israel. All of his rooms are about Israel, and none of his rooms are about India, Pakistan, and other countries.
So Pejman, is there a genocide going on in Pakistan?
Right now, no.
Okay. So, where's the genocide right now? In Sudan, in Palestine, in
Did you make a Syrian genocide room? I missed it. I might have missed that one.
Yeah, you missed it.
All right, I missed it. Huh? I missed that one. I think I missed it. I think I miss it every day.
I made it. I even been to the Masa meeting.
How many people died in Syria? How many people died in Syria? How many people died in Syria? How many people died in Syria?
Hajma. I even been into Masa mini room quite a few times. You know Masa mini room that was
Amir,
running for a year?
how many people died in Syria? How many people died in Syria?
A lot of people.
How many? 50, 100, 200, a million? How many?
A lot of people.
Did you make a room about them?
A lot of people.
Did you make a room about Syria?
A lot of people. I didn't make a room. I joined the room and I added value to the car. Because I wasn't into opening it.
How come when you're Muslim? How come when your Sunni Muslims were being slaughtered by the Alawites of Syria, you didn't make a room? Why, when your Sunni brothers?
Because other people were making room, just like about Masabini.
But I thought you cared about your Sunni brothers. Why didn't you make a room about your Sunni brothers in Syria being slaughtered by the Assad regime? Why didn't you make a room?
I just told you there's other people that made rooms, and I would join.
Why do you only care about the Jewish one?
Oh my god! I just told you. I would go into their room because they were doing it every day. They were dedicated to the cause. Oh my god! Shut the fuck up, man! Shut the fuck up! I am dedicated to this cause. Everybody they're dedicated to different causes. I'm dedicated because hold on, Pajman. All the causes that are happening throughout the world, I stand with them. Okay, everything that happens, all these genocides, I'm against it. There's a genocide going on in Sudan. Do you see me open up rooms about Sudan? I don't, but I do. Hold on, but I do talk about it in the same room.
Do you talk about the Yemeni civil war, 500,000 men?
Yeah, Yemeni, bro, they're hurting their own people.
Where is your room
the
for
Yemeni,
that?
I don't know. I just told you. I talk about everything in my room.
So how many Palestinians did Bashar Assad kill?
How many? Tell us.
Tens of thousands.
Yes.
So did you make a room for those Palestinians? You only care about the Gaza Palestinians. You don't care about the Syrian ones, too.
In relate to the Nasrallah, that guy, that got killed. He's the one, that helped the Iranian government, and what happened in Syria. I condemn it.
Do you support that?
No, I don't support the killing of anybody.
So when King Hussein of Jordan, I believe, slaughtered, I think 10,000 Palestinians in Black September, did you support that?
Why would I support it?
I'm asking what is Arab on Arab violence. It seems like you gloss over. It seems like you gloss over Arab on Arab. But as soon as a Jew kills a Palestinian, oh my God, protest genocide. Oh my God. Where is your outrage when Arabs kill Arabs like dogs? Where is your outrage?
Is there something going on?
Yeah, I mean, did you support the war 3,000 years ago when there was Arabs fighting each other?
It wasn't 3,000 years ago. It was actually last year. It was last year. No, it was a 14-year civil war. It was a 14-year civil war. It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. You know why? You know why?
How can you be
this intelligent
and not have a fucking single cell in your brain?
Do you know why? Do you know why this conflict? Do you know why this conflict you like so much? It's because when a Jew kills an Arab, you hate it more. It's because when a Jew does it, that's what bothers you. You don't give a fuck about Arabs dying by the hands of other Arabs. You only give a fuck when Arabs are slaughtered by Israel. That's why. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. You're not pro-Palestinian. You're not pro-Palestinian. You're anti-Israel.
Shut up. Yo, you've been so fucking emotional this whole fucking time. There's no way you got a dick between your legs. There is no way you got a dick.
We gotta pass the mic to Benjamin, I think.
Dick between your legs. No way.
Benjamin,
You've been speaking like a fucking bitch all for a fucking hour already.
Yeah, at least it's okay. We're gonna use him as a punching bag. He's a punching bag. Benjamin is a punching bag. Go on, Benjamin. What's your question?
I got tired speaking fire the way Benjamin talks. In a sense of totalitarian behavior. So, Ian, what's your point? So you're pro-Israel. You're against the Islamic Republic. Okay, we all got it. What's next?
What's next?
English, Ryan. Keep your tribal language in your disgusting rooms.
Amir, you call Farsi a tribal language?
Yeah, it's a tribal language. Keep it. It doesn't matter. Go shit on it. Go shit on it. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, dude, it's your country.
Last warning. I'm not on my country. Last warning before I move you down. So shut the fuck up, little bitch boy. Shut the fuck up. I know you're Pejman's little, butt boy, whatever, right? Calm down, Brian. Calm down, Brian. Your tribal language, stay in your fucking lane.
Amir, when Hafiz Assad is the father of Bashar. When Hafiz Assad put a siege.
Benjamin was speaking. Benjamin, shut the fuck up. Mute up. Did you give a fuck when Christians kicked out the Jews out of Jerusalem and the Muslims brought them back? Did you give a fuck? This was 1,400 years ago. Did you give a fuck?
I care about modern history.
Did you give a fuck?
I don't.
Under Ottoman Empire, did you give a fuck about Ottoman Empire, how they protected the Jews? Because Christians wanted to butcher and slaughter them into tiny pieces.
What I'm talking about?
Did you give a fuck?
The issue is I'm not selective. You're selective.
No. Did you give a fuck? Okay. Did you give a fuck?
You care about Arab blood when Israel does the killing.
Pajman, did you give a fuck when British gave weapons to the fucking Al Saud in Saudi Arabia to, kill our Muslim brothers in Ottoman Empire? They went after Ottoman Empire. That's how Saudi Arabia was built.
That's after World War I.
This is how Saudi Arabia was built. Yes, this is how Saudi Arabia was built.
I'm asking. I do you support it?
Did you give a fuck? Did you? I don't support any killing.
No, I don't because first of all, I'm not pro-Arab or pro-British or where. I'm just trying to see.
I did not say pro-Arab. You're pro-British. You want the British to come and suck your dick.
No, why do you give a fuck that Amir is giving a fuck? Why do you give a fuck that Amir?
Because because he has
rent-free in his head. I live rent-free in his head.
Because you practice selective outrage. That's
you need to get out of my land, actually.
So do you, Peggy.
No, I don't. First of all, I choose. I practice selective outrage when it comes to my people, of course. I do because I know. I'm talking about Iran.
Oh my God! You like Peggy? Ryan, do you peg Pejman every day?
No, I don't give a fuck about this.
Do you peg Pejman every day? Ryan?
Can you say fuck Jews?
Ryan?
I say fuck everybody but Iranians and Americans. Yes.
So say fuck Jews, please.
Fuck Jews.
I have a question. I have a question for Pejman. As an American taxpayer, I don't wanna get involved in paying any single fucking nickel to a foreign war. So why don't you go and fund the Israelis to do his own wars?
Benjamin.
He said what he said, bitch.
Benjamin, if you want that, then go vote for the person that agrees with you. If you go vote for the communists,
You should be mad. You should be mad right now because Iran is not going to go anywhere. Trump is going to have negotiate, and the Islamic Republic is still going to be there. So
stop bringing your shitty
sorry.
TikTok points back. You literally.
I don't understand. I don't understand the way these. Let me say something. Sis, let me say something. I don't understand. I don't get the totalitarian behavior of these Persian American British people. What's wrong with you people?
Benjamin, can I ask where you're from?
We're not your enemies. If you consider, let me finish, dude. Let me finish. If you consider your enemy as an let me finish. If you consider your enemy is IRGC and Islamic Republic, we're not your enemy. You fucking fool. And keep it down. I'm sick and tired of your people behavior.
Did you take your medication tonight?
Get Ryan.
I think you forgot to take.
Yeah, I got my medication. I got my medication from the hands of your fucking mother.
No, but I think you're supposed to take 2 pills.
I got my medication from the hands of your fucking mother.
Benji, you know my mom? You know my mom?
You forgot to put.
Yeah, when I was shutting inside up here.
Oh,
Stop yelling. Don't yell at me.
Yo, hold on. Benjamin, did you pay her? My mom. They gave you the pill.
No, that was for free. That was for free, for pleasure.
If you don't have money to fuck a hoe, then don't fuck a hoe, bro. I'm sorry, but you.
I shouldn't pay her, dude. I shouldn't pay her, dude. She offered her, dude. You fucking idiot.
Listen.
Let's not attack this brother. This brother holds more weight and more value.
He's a great actor.
Hold on. This brother holds more weight and more value compared to Pejman. Pejman is a bitch, right? He's a son of a bitch, according to my position. He's not just a bitch. He's a son of a whore. That's the problem with Pejman, and he likes to shout. Ryan, you
are a dick sucking bitch.
You like to suck Pejman's dick? I understand. It's alright.
You like it up the butt, bro.
I do not like you or Pejman. You guys are out of the fucking picture.
Amir, let me ask you. Amir, are you circumcised, Amir? Let's be honest. Oh, you are Muslim.
Yo,
oh my God.
Gay ass bitch.
Are you gay?